Well, hello and good morning, everybody. Welcome back here to Green Flag TV, and welcome to the VSA Sebring 12 Hour presented by Monster Energy. We are here for the next 12 hours to bring you the action from one of my personal favorite American road circuits there is, and we have got a lot of fun in store for you here today. My name is Ron Mullins. Alongside me in the broadcast booth here is Fenacini. Nolan J. Repnell is our producer for this broadcast. Well, Fen, as I said in the open, I absolutely adore Sebring. This track has got it all, from a heck of a lot of bumps, a heck of a lot of history, and some amazing racing as well. You wouldn't think a track that's as patchy as my face when I was 14 would put on some of the best sports car racing there is on the planet, but every single year, the drivers both in real life and in the sim get to have an absolute blast around this stunner of a racetrack.
It's definitely one that I think is where it puts the ability to drive fully in the capacity of the drivers. So it's one I always enjoy watching racing on. It's one I wish I had like a little more elevation on. But otherwise, it's a fantastic track. And like you said, the history cannot be beat without looking at like Daytona and Le Mans that are just a little bit older.
Yeah, just a little bit older, although this track has been around the block before. It spawned from the ashes of the Second World War, and ever since then has hosted some of the best racing. It was also the site of the first ever United States Grand Prix in Formula One, not the first Grand Prix event in America that went to the Indy 500 when it was a part of the F1 calendar for F1's first decade, but still a stunner of a racetrack. I adore it. Really fun track to drive around in here in these sports cars. It is a match made in heaven. These drivers have some pretty temperate conditions to deal with here at the moment. Taking a look at the conditions to start off this race, Fan, it's darn near perfect.
I would say it's a beautiful morning to get us underway. I think the conditions may change as they get through this race, which I think will be a fun aspect to see how the drivers react to it should it come to pass. But forecasts are forecasts, and we can see them deviate so many different ways over the next 12 hours. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and of course, this is Florida, so the chances of having a random pop-up thunderstorm are far from zero. With the rain in the picture, it is going to be a tough race for these competitors. Just got to stay with the thread, and if you can do that, you could very well be golden. This is a calm before the storm. The drivers hitting the track for the warm-up session and the final few moments of it before we get ready for what is going to be a thrilling day of racing action. I want to thank all of you for tuning into the action here on Green Flag TV. You'll be able to catch the action from start to finish here today. But talking a little bit about this circuit and the history of it and the way that it is as well. 3 3/4 of a mile, 17 turns in all, and as I said, a whole lot of bumps. This track is, they say that you have to respect the bumps around here. They have merchandise branded with that for a very good reason.
Yeah, it is one you cannot count out. You have to be very careful where you place these cars as a result, because the bumps really will unsettle it if you're not prepared or do not allow the car to kind of settle before you really keep working with the rest of the course. 17 corners, like you talked about, that are, I think, very unique and have some good enjoyment to be had for these drivers as well as us here in the booth as these cars get out on track to get warmed up in the hypercar or the GTP, as well as all the other categories we have floating around on the track today.
And unlike the last round of the championship here in this series when we were running at Long Beach and only had the GTPs and the GT3s, we see the return of the LMP2s. These are some of the older cars here on iRacing, which is kind of odd to think about because I remember buying that car when it was first introduced. I still absolutely adore it. It is a fan favorite, a driver's favorite as well. Puts on some amazing racing in what is essentially the only spec series in the world of top-level sports car racing across the globe. So gonna be nice to see those LMP2s return. But talking about the last race of this season, we were running at Long Beach, so it does feel fitting in an odd sense to go from the bumpy streets of Long Beach to the bumpy roads of Sebring. So it's not going to be a complete one-to-one comparison, because obviously Long Beach has its own quirks and features that this track doesn't. It's a heck of a lot tighter and a heck of a lot slower. But one thing that you can cross over is most definitely the bumps.
Yep. The bumps, as well as some of these fun, tight hairpins, as well as the other corners that are on this track, do carry over. You just get a little bit more room to work with it for most of them in case you have a bit of an issue for these drivers. So I think they'll be appreciative of that. I think all the LMP2 drivers are excited to be back out on track in a little bit of a more enjoyable format than I imagine trying to shove them into a race at Long Beach would be. Much like you, the LMP2s are my favorite category of racing in the top level IMSA style sports car racing. So I think it'd be good to see them and get them slotted into the busyness that will be at Sebring here in just a few moments' time.
Yeah, so let's get the day of action up and rolling by taking a look at our starting grid for this event. Starting off with your top class competitors, the GTPs. It's going to be Tiago Mello in the Bravo Snowscan number 20 car starting this race from the pole. He'll be joined by the BMW M Team Delta Racing driver of Felipe Sonner that will round out your front row in the top class. Starting on row number 2 will be Sergey Lazarev in the VSR Competición car. He'll be alongside JD Daniel for PAX Sim Sports. Row number 3 is going to be Joao Victor Delgado in the BMW M Team Delta Racing number 12 entry. He'll be alongside the World of Sim Racing team car being driven by Edex Martinez Sanchez at the start of this race. Right behind them on row number 4, it'll be Selena Ward for Wastegate Racing in the number 32. They'll be alongside Sebastian Gonzalez Burgos in the Red Lab Competición 554 car. Then rounding out your top 10 here in the top class will be Michael Simpson, starring alongside Mark Charleser in the Albrecht Motorsports number 96 car. Looking outside your top 10 in the GTPs is going to be Stefan Jacobi, my apologies, in the twin turn car, starting this race in 11th. He'll be alongside Caleb Koski in the No Limits Sim Racing Academy effort. And then rounding out our GTP field will be Jeremy Carter in the Vision 1 Motorsports number 10 car. Fen, I'll let you take the LMP2s.
Absolutely. We're going to start off with Alfonso Reyes in that R1C team racing, or to get alongside Anthony Mafucci. I'm going to say Mafucci. There we go. From Fight Level Racing to round out that first row of the grid. Row number 2 is going to be Samuel Hoff with Patty Engineering SRT alongside Matthew J. Luke from Fury Sim Sport. And in 5th is going to be Kyle Allen with Vision 1 Motorsports alongside Dominic Eisenberg with Twin Turn SR. I believe it's going to be the SRV by Debacca Bornheim as well. And then in 7th, Gustavo Eduardo Silva from Red Lab Competizione alongside Gregory Mesmer for Track Limits Sim Racing. In 9th is going to be Victor Pita, and he will be from Monarch Racing Team. And then Dada Melot from Twin Turn SRS by Rebecca Bornheim. And running out the, I believe, 12 car grid here is going to be that Ricardo Alonso alongside for Grow Team Racing alongside Johannes Witt from Molf Motorsports Sim Racing.
Yeah, the LMP2s may be the smallest field compared to all of our classes, but they still pack a punch. But we go from the smallest to the biggest at our 15-car starting grid in GT Pro. They're being led to the green by Peter Spikeman in the SimCity Racing, number 71 car. He'll be alongside Marco Silva in the Matco Fisher Motorsports number 44 entry. Right behind them on row number 2 in class, it'll be Tyler Rudden in that brand new Aston Martin. He'll be alongside Carlos Gumil in the VSR Competición Acura. Right behind them, row number 3 will be Nuno Margalez in the Grow Racing Team number 24 Porsche. Another Porsche alongside Sean Hatfield in the Vulture Motorsports number 65. Right behind P7 at the start of this racing class will be Bernardo Silva, starting alongside Thomas Silva, Rick Team Racing for the case of the driver starting in 7th, and Virtual Power Sim Racing for the driver alongside in P8. Rounding out the top 10 will Joshua Gowen alongside Chris Treiber, but we still have 5 more drivers left to go through. We continue on with row number 6 in class. Eric Intel, he'll be alongside Jan Zilikas, starting this race in P12. Right behind in row number 7 will be Nicholas Sola alongside Adrian Subella, and then rounding out your field in the GT Pros will be Jeremy Littleton alongside Steven Noves in the Unitronic Fisher Motorsports number 84 Porsche. A lot of Porsches in that class, and Fen, I'll let you take a look at our final class, that being the GTMs.
Absolutely, that's going to be Milo Akamjik, going to be in Flight Level Racing alongside Tehosen for Frida Sport, for row number 1 of the grid. Row number 2 is going to be Joseph Akopian for Afia in the S's Racing alongside Rehago Songanchi for Westgate Racing. And then in 5th is going to be Shreyas Venkatar Raju for Mulch Motorsports, as well as Joran Rains for Blocco Motore Sim Sport. With Chris Cadies is going to be in 7th there with BMW M Team TSR alongside Connor Bodding for Going Racing. In 9th is going to be Tim McLeish in the SRN Motorsports alongside Ryan Huff in 10th for SRN Motorsports as well. Those pair of Mercedes going to be rounding out that 5th row of the grid. In 11th is going to be Christopher Limprecht for Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing, as well as Jason R. Smith And we have Ryan Steinhoff, Tony Allison to round out, I believe, our 15-car grid is going to be Nate Bogues from Renly SRT.
And so there it is, a stacked field of competitors about to grab the green flag in a couple of moments' time. Still some very temperate conditions. The conditions are looking almost perfect to get this race up and rolling. Fen, going to be a challenging start for these competitors. The GTPs having to worry about the cold tires. The LMP2s having to worry about managing those slower GTPs in front. And of course, you've got that massive field of GT3s. This is going to be a tough way to get this race up and rolling for these drivers.
It's going to be a lot of interesting driving. Got a full pace lap to get some of these tires warmed up, or at least a little more in the windows that they want to be in. So it should make for a smoother lap one than some of the kind of shortened laps that we get in some of these other tracks that we saw earlier, so much like Daytona as well as Long Beach. But as they're rounding the sunset bend here, which will be a sunset by the end of this race, I think we're about to get ready to go some racing.
Yeah, we're about to grab the green flag in a couple of moments' time at maybe half the length of the historic Daytona 24, but it's just as historic and just as challenging, if not even more so. 12 hours of racing action about to begin in a few moments' time as the green flag flies, and the drivers are on their way, and we're racing here for the 12 hours of Sebring. Fantastic start from your pole sitters. Keep an eye on these GTPs as they crane their way off through turn number 1 for the very first time. Disaster breaking out already. Driver with a sideways snap heading out of the turn. That's not the way that we want to get this race up and rolling at all. That right there was JD Daniel and the Pack Sim Sport effort running into trouble. Meanwhile, farther behind, the GT3s have grabbed the green flag. It's all of them already fanning out side by side, nearly 3 wide, all through turn number 1. I was expecting a little bit of drama in the GTPs, although it was muted. It was still a bad moment. There is another bad moment in the GT3s. That's a driver spinning off 3 wide racing action as more drivers have run into trouble in the GTP field.
Yeah, that's going to be the few drivers there with issues. Some have missing or slowly reattaching pieces of the paintwork, but otherwise, the rest of the field looking pretty well and good and going the right direction. The inclusion of the LMP2 field having a pretty slow start by comparison, but getting themselves wrangled up. That car that I'm talking about there, obviously with that missing back bumper being that Acura of the No Limits Sim Racing Academy.
Yeah, so that's going to be a dangerous situation for them to find themselves in. Peter Spikeman as well in the number 71 SimCity racing car is very slow out there on the circuit. You can see more drivers coming to blows as they head their way out of the hairpin. I may have spoke a little bit too soon about the chaos being fairly muted off the jump here, but up at the front, everybody getting off to a smooth start. Farther behind, though, has broken out to a little bit of pandemonium. Some wounded GTPs and GT3s trying to crane their way back into the pits. One class, though, that we always expect to be a rather smooth start, and we got it. LMP2, no real dramas going on there.
No real dramas for them. Now they're contending with all the GTPs that had offs or had issues earlier on that are trying to work their way back through because of the pace differential. Makes for an awkward interchange, especially on the opening lap when they are all fighting for overall positions at this point. And it'll be one that I think we'll see a good handful of drivers work their way back down the pit road to get these cars sorted out, much like that BMW M Team Delta Racing, who has a messed up front left there from an incident on lap number 1.
Yeah, so a lot of chaos going on here at the start of this race. And we're going to take a look at some replays to kind of talk you through all of it. As we saw, right after we saw JD Daniel and that Pack Sim Sport car go off the circuit, more drama breaking out, hang out turn number 3. I may have spoke a little bit too soon about the LMP2s as they got caught up in this chaos and craziness. Drivers coming to blows, heading out of 3. It's such an inviting spot to try and get a move done, but in these cars with how cold the tires are, kind of just recipe for disaster. You can see more trauma breaking out, fanning out to craziness. More drivers in the GT3s coming to blows with one another as they try to peek their way through the dust and the chaos.
Yeah, these are going to be a chain of finally a little bit of GT3 kind of, not really drama, but a little bit of chaos there as this 3-wide battle for position, I think, devolves just a little bit on the outside. There it is. And a spin there from the McLaren that takes out one of the Aston Martins amongst those cars, and that collects a Porsche who's already trying to avoid the problem. And that is always frustrating when you try to avoid a situation and end up right in it when you don't want to be.
Yeah, such a shame for those competitors just caught up in the crossfire. But because of that, we've got a little bit of dicing around with some interclass battling already. Here's the battle for second in LMP2. It was a three-car fight. It can turn into a two as a 757 spinning around all through Sunset Bend. The bumps catching up to that flight level racing effort. Anthony Mafucci behind the wheel of that effort.
Absolutely sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. A little wonder if there was not contact in the middle of that as well. I don't think it was just a little bit of bumps catching out a driver. It's probably also a little bit of a misunderstanding of where that car was in relation to the class leader and getting that sorted out rather quickly as a result.
Because of this GT3 traffic that these top drivers are dealing with right now, as more drivers in the LMP2s come to blows right behind. That's Johannes Witt behind the wheel of the Wolf Motorsports sim racing effort, and he's come to blows with the Grow Racing Team car. That was through turn number 5. A pretty awkward series of turns once you head out of the first heave-ho of the lap through 1. Once you head out of the braking zone of 3, it is pretty much just a never-ending assault on the race cars. Easy spot to come to blows. I think that 757 car may have piled into that. A little bit of contact, but that may have been an awkward hit.
I think the flight level racing lucked out, but only barely because they were already peeling off to the inside of that corner and he swung wide, but it was just barely, and otherwise he would have been collected as well. But really, the lunge of the inside on a closing door will be sometimes the issue that sends out cars. Thankfully, both of them able to keep those cars going the right direction, not have to get into pit road, which already hosts a few number of cars that have had issues since the start of this race.
Yeah, going for the send on a closing door, that's the ultimate way to get caught up in the hinges. Looking at the battle for second at the moment in GT Pro, VSR Competition, Grow Racing Team, and Virtual Power Sim Racing, now battling it out for these spots. You got 2 Porsches and an Acura running in this field. I gotta say the Acura, one of the newer cars here on iRacing. It was just brought in a couple of seasons ago, but I have a theory when it comes to sports cars. Of course, you have the BOP, the balance of performance, to try and equal the competition out. There's a thought that I've had for quite some time, ever since it was the well, I still call it the new Ferrari. It's now the old Ferrari. I guess it's the 296. I always get the other numbers confused with the Ferraris, but the Ferrari GT3 car, when it was brought out right towards the summer of 2023, it was really quick right off the jump, and then started to struggle in the following seasons. And the same is going on with the McLaren. I remember when that got first brought into iRacing, the new refreshed McLaren 720. That was a missile. It was fantastic, and then start to slow down as time has come along. And hearing as well as the other 296, the other brand new Ferrari here. But the point that I was going to bring up is that these cars, whenever they're brought in, they have what I like to call the terrible twos period, where they kind of get BOP just out of oblivion, and all of a sudden they basically turn themselves into tractors.
Yeah, it's kind of an unfortunate thing there. I think this is for the No Limits Sim Racing Academy. Had an issue earlier on, got that car repaired, got it back out on track, and just trying to push a little too hard here. And getting those cold tires, and that snap of oversteer tears them right out into the wall, into that tire barrier. I have to agree. I think it's a problem I think every new car on iRacing in the sports car world runs into, is the spot where they're quick because they're new. They then get dialed into kind of the window of where all the other cars are, and then they stop feeling fast and they end up being slow, and then they kind of level out, and then you get the other side of it like it is now, where the Ferrari 296 as well as the McLaren are trying to come a little bit of like faster cars. We saw so many McLarens, Ferraris, and mid-engine vehicles at the Bathurst 12 in iRacing special event not too long ago. So I get the feeling they've come back around. You do have to go through that period where they go from fastest to slowest, and then they kind of balance out.
Seeing some inter-team battling here right now. 2 team drivers, 2 different classes. It's Vulture Motorsports, while the efforts in GTM and the other in GT Pro. That's another thing to consider as well when it comes to the battles, especially in the GT3s. 2 different classes, but the exact same cars either way. There's no marked difference between a GTM machine and a GT Pro. Literally just the exact same vehicles, just different driver classifications there. But you do find yourself with some battles every now and then. I just saw a driver spear off the road heading through Sunset Bend. I saw believe that was a GTP stop by the side of the track. And hearing that, I mean, there are visual cues between the other cars in GT Pro and GTM. You can see the other green markings for the GTM as corresponds with our graphics, and the red for GT Pro. But mechanically, at least, in terms of the power that they put out, the grip that they produce, they are the exact same race cars.
They are indeed, but driver requirements for them is going to be a little bit different. That's where the change is, and that's why you see most of the GTM machines mixed in with those GT Pros pretty solidly in the overall GT3 field. As Felipe Salner is on a tear trying to catch up to Daigo Mello, who's going to be leading this race for the individuals. I was trying to find the exact team here. I'm blanking on it off the top of my head.
Bravo Snow Shat team. That's a cool team name, I gotta say. Even though I've been a little bit traumatized with snow here as of late, we've had 2 10-inch snow events here in my neck of the woods in the Northeast. That's still a very cool name, and I see 2 BMWs squabbling up at the front.
Yeah, it is fun to see. It's something we've kind of seen the BMW. You were just talking about this for the GT3s, also applicable to the GTPs. And I think we've seen the BMW come out the other side of that BOP, up and down the order. Such a fun machine, such the oldest GTP on the service. So getting the opportunity here to watch 2 of them go toe-to-toe for the respective teams and get this off to kind of a rip-roaring start, I think makes for some interesting battles. And I think we just saw a swap for position there in the lead of the LMP2 category.
Yes, the LMP2's still battling it out. This is the other fight between Fury Simsport and the Paddy Engineering SRT efforts. You got Matthew Luke and Samuel Hoff behind the wheel of those cars, respectively. They've broken out to their own little fight. As you can see, about 3 seconds is the margin between themselves and Gregory Meismer behind the wheel of the 420 after running third at the moment in class. We ride on board with Paddy Engineering number 47 car, heading our way off through the final series of turns. We're going back into the bottom half of the track. This track does feel like one of 2 halves. You've got the bottom part where you're running on the old airport runways, really choppy. You think of the final turn, Sunset Bend, and you think of turn 1, just absolutely brutal to try and head your way through. And then you've got the top half of the circuit, which feels smooth in comparison, which is kind of funny to think considering IndyCar uses the top half of the track as street course testing during the off-season.
Well, it's still not exactly the most solid surface. It's by comparison to the proper runway that's been around since World War II, like you mentioned, a little bit smoother, but it's still not the most smooth or, what we say, more proper FIA grade 1 style track, but equally fun to drive on. Definitely the skill learned there. A very different one than what you usually see for a lot of tracks. It's such a fun blend. Has this battle for third also in closing down into a fun one between a Ferrari 499P and that Porsche 963 GTP. It's such a fun. I always love the starts of the Sebring race, 12-hour races. It's very busy.
Yeah, you've got that level of excitement and energy out there on the circuit. You see everybody trying to settle into the groove, and most certainly here at this racetrack, you've got to settle into a groove. If you're not comfortable running here, you're going to learn how hard a tire barrier tastes. That's going to be very, very tough. So these competitors still trying to hit their marks and just settle into a nice little comfort zone here at the other start of this race. We're doing it at all of our classes as we are getting close to the lap traffic starting here. So these racers starting to turn up the wick of aggression in their own interclass battles. Here's a battle for 5th at the moment in GT Pro. It's the Goin Racing 296 Ferrari running in front of the Double Stint Racing number 87 car right in tow. The Block Motor Simsport Aston Martin is right behind, and the Vulture Motorsports Porsche is right in tow, and that Double Stint Racing BMW is the other driver that I mentioned, well, the car that I mentioned there. That's what I love about sports car racing. 4 different marks, 4 different makers, and 4 different cars that are almost entirely different from one another, all battling it out as even as you can get on a racetrack. Speaking of the lap traffic chaos, here we go.
Yep, it's going to be coming in hot and heavy now. Oh, these 3 now all bunched up together as a result of multi-class traffic dragging few of these cars into this mix that weren't originally. Take a look back here. I believe at a brief moment that causes the bunch up that allows Michael Simpson to get into this. And this fight for third is why they get dragged into this battle and becomes a three-way fight for this position. Sergei Lazare keeping the opportunity. Oh my gosh. And that four-car fight we saw just a moment ago is just going to get drawn out even further.
Golly, that was tense stuff as they headed their way under the bridge, heading off into the hairpin of turn number 6. These drivers, I can't even say they were playing with fire in that instance. I would say it's more accurate to say that they were playing with a nuclear bomb. That nearly ended in disaster on so many separate occasions, but they were able to peek their way through the smoke and the chaos and were able to continue on their fight. Sergei Lazare in that Porsche is currently running in third at the moment as we see the driver a little bit farther up the road here in this top class fight start to peek their way through the traffic as well. It's been dominance for BMW up to this point here in GTPs. Your top two all being BMWs with the other Porsche, the number 7 running right in tow. So let's keep an eye on them. They are running kind of in a zip code of their own in the top class right now. A big margin between themselves and that number 17 right behind, number 17 right behind. Pardon me. Well, I have to say, I mean, it's still a long, long way left to go. So a 7-second margin here, pretty much, it doesn't mean a single thing.
Especially when you have, we're only 15 minutes in to this 12-hour race. Anything could happen with these drivers over the next 12 hours and plenty of opportunity for them to squabble over positions, much like this large, I would say, technically four-way, but I think it also includes a couple more cars in this battle for 7th in GTAM. The couple of drivers that I'm thinking of that also are included in, I think, are a couple of pro drivers mixed in from smaller incidents earlier on. It's got to be one, much like we see off for the battle in 5th, swapping positions, fighting with each other, getting involved, and trying to keep out of the way of multi-class traffic as well as the leaders work their way through.
Yeah, so now with the lap traffic dilemma being one that these competitors have to think about, you gotta wonder, how's the strategy gonna be with dealing through the lap traffic chaos and craziness? These GTPs certainly feeling brave at the moment. We have seen some gutsy moves from those competitors, scything through either LMP2 traffic or GT traffic. But I always mention the game of lap traffic chicken. Eventually, somebody's gonna go for a move that's a little bit too costly, and disaster will break out. But right now, everybody's feeling brave and bold. I wonder if it's the morning coffee that's doing it.
I think it's morning coffee, the desire to kind of cement an early position lead to it. But if you have that track position, should there be any safety cars, things of that nature, you have a good opportunity to kind of work with a little bit of wiggle room in case you need to make options, repairs, things of that nature. You have more to work with than you would if you were further back in the field. So keeping up the momentum and the raw pace that most of these drivers seem to have, and this Porsche 963 still cutting through, trying to find his way around the top two, as well as they keep in their own fight, which spreads out just a little bit, but not much beyond half a second.
Seeing that Porsche scythe their way through the GT traffic, it's like looking at a missile just coming directly at you, and hoping that the results are not explosive, but just coming through at Mach 10. Imagine how terrifying it is for the perspective of these GT3 racers, just kind of minding their own business, and then the GTPs come barreling through at a rate of knots, and they're going to have to worry about this all day. You've got the GTPs that are going to be lapping them constantly. You've got the LMP2s that'll be lapping them on a fairly consistent basis as well. I'm going to ask you this question here, Fen. Of the three classes that we've got here between the GTPs, the LMP2s, and the GT3s, both the Pro and AM drivers, which cars would you rather be in when it comes to traffic?
When it comes to traffic, I'm always a fan of being in one of the faster classes. You have a little bit more room to work with. And that's usually because they have prototypes that have more downforce. So LMP2 is probably my favorite place to be, just because I love those machines. They're very easy to drive, so much fun to get going the right direction. I think, especially as they got updated into the new regulations to catch up with where they're at in real life, it's kind of changed them a little bit from the kind of LMP2, I think a lot of people love on the surface, but it's no less enjoyable. So I think if I had to pick one of the three, it would be the LMP2. But I think any prototype is fun for me to be in.
Yeah, it's kind of like going to the movie theater in an odd way and picking where you want to sit. Do you want to be on the front row? Do you want to be a little bit farther in the back, or do you want to be directly behind so you can exit out quicker? Sometimes, though, it may be a bit beneficial to lay back a bit. You don't want to be in the thick of it like the GTPs. You don't want to feel kind of hopeless in the case of the GT3 racers. The LMP2's a nice little happy medium, even though you kind of have to worry about both ends of the lap traffic, getting a lap yourself and doing the lapping. I gotta say, I'm with you. You have a bit more control, as that's losing control.
Oh.
That's the Monarch Racing Team number 99, Vitor Pieta, behind the wheel of that race car, running wide heading out of the turn, clip the barrier. Now, there is a little bit of a bowl out as you head your way through that turn. The asphalt kind of steeps up to avoid you smacking the barrier, so you can kind of run out there to just cut it back and keep the momentum rolling. But unfortunately for him, he scraped the wall, and that wall is quite jagged, so I got to wonder how that front end is feeling.
It's feeling pretty bad. I believe I'm seeing a meatball flag wave for that machine, so that'll mean that he'll have to come down and get that repaired here soon. As this battle for fourth, I think, is going to be catching a little bit of fire as they get underway. It's always rough when you miscalculate even the small margins there and end up either in the wall or into another competitor, and you have to, kind of get that car back into the mix of it. But still, like, we have so much time left. There's every opportunity for those drivers to keep on keeping on, much like this battle in fifth.
Yeah, keep on keeping on, and never stop, never stopping, I think, is the way that you got to go about an endurance race. Just keep with it, keep the momentum rolling, and even if you find yourself with a big setback here early, you still got a lot of racing action left to try and claw yourself back up through the running order. And speaking of, we've got ourselves a good battle here for fifth in GT Pro. This has been going on for quite some time, although it's gone from a four-car fight into a two-car battle. That's the side-by-side fighting that we've been looking for. The Blocko Motor Sim Sport Aston Martin trying to get the spot over the Going Racing Ferrari, and they're going to bring another driver into this fight as well. One driver that fell out of it and is now once again looking for the spot. You can see that BMW there as these drivers still squabbling up. This is hanging down into the hairpin side by side with the Going Racing number 18 Ferrari still holding on to the inside, going to hold on to that spot as well. Incident limit penalty for Johannes Whitby on the wheel of the 512 car. That's in the LMP2 field, and that is not a good sign for things to come in this race.
It is not. I think it is a bit of a rough one there to have that car with a black flag for incident limits this early on. I gotta imagine a bit of a frustrating one as we see Vitor Pieta get that car repaired as well. Amongst those, the three-way fights, I think there are now 2 three-way fights in GT Pro. The top three, and then basically fourth, Thomas Silva kind of tailing that group, and then, oh no, that's going to be serious. Like Gaze with a meatball as well for that damage. Just getting a little too confident, I think, in Sunset Bend.
Yeah, Sunset Bend, that's the turn where you go through and you feel good. You feel like, okay, I finally nailed this down. We're up and rolling. And then next time you go through there, a little bit too much confidence. You're going to smack the barrier. Fortunately for him, rear suspension damage. That rear left completely snapped off that race car. The rear wing is gone. It's probably been picked up by one of the track marshals and listed for sale on eBay. Sideways snap hang out of the turn and backing it into the barrier. No give, and those tire bundles are basically made out of tungsten.
Yeah, the bumps, like we talk about, and like you mentioned very extensively, really catching up the driver, too much rotation in the tires as they go over them, and that's what caused that oversteer. And then the car loses traction and slides in there. It's always rough when you're stuck in that position. You look at it one more time, you see that just that enough oversteer to lose the traction on the front tires, and then that whole thing becomes you go from being a driver to being a passenger very quickly.
Yeah, as soon as the back end snaps around, as I say that, Tony Allison and that Superstar Racing Team McLaren having a sideways snap heading out of the hairpin. It's a bit tricky to kind of get these cars back with it. I would say, kind of adding into my love of the LMP2s, of these three classes, That's the car where you probably have the most say in the matter once that rear end starts to slide. The GTPs, it's too quick. It's going to snap around and you're going to be in the wall before you even register what's taking place. The GT3s, meanwhile, I will say, though, my main experience with the GT3s, at least recently on iRacing, is with the Porsche. That's the one GT3 car that I own. And I'm not a great sports car driver, and I've never really been able to get the hang of it. The rear end will come around. There's more often nothing that you can do with traction control and ABS, not really allowing you to lock it down. The LMP2s, they're more of an analog race car, and that's what I like about them. If the hind end of the race car sticks out a bit, you can snap that steering wheel back around and do something with the pedals to get that car to cooperate once more.
Yeah, but it's figuring out what to do with that pedals to make sure you don't accidentally oversteer it and snap it back the other direction. That becomes kind of a dance and a thing you learn by trial and error, ideally before the race, but you can always sometimes learn a little bit while you're driving, much like these 3 drivers, really 4 drivers. You also have Virtual Power Sim Racing right behind them. We're riding along board with the Grow Racing team. These 4 all battling for the top steps of the podium in GT Pro, and I've kind of been keeping my eye on this battle, as we look at other pieces of what's on the racetrack, but they don't seem to go anywhere. Everybody has really good pace and very consistent between all of them. I'm excited to see how that changes, as we just worried there was going to be a little bit of argy-bargy there, as they say, and how the fuel stints and pit stop cycles impact this. Who's doing fuel saving? Who isn't? I think that'll be fun to look at in a little while, but we have more racing to cover between now and then because we still have probably about half an hour till these drivers come in for their first pit stops in GT Pro as well as GTA.
See bumper-to-bumper traffic as they head their way out of the hairpin. But yeah, so a long way left in this race now, a long way until they even get to the end of this. And I want to once again thank all of you for deciding to make Green Flag TV and this running of the VCA 12-hour presented by Monster Energy your morning plans here, whether you're having breakfast, lunch, dinner, wherever you are in the world. Hope you are enjoying the action just as much as we're enjoying covering it at the moment. The battling is still intense in all of our classes, and this fight for second in GT Pro, it's just been going and going for so long now. Matco Fisher Motorsports holding on to that position right now. Grow Racing Team right in tow as the other drivers in GT3 running into trouble. That's in the GT Am class. Jason Smith in the SWF Motorsports effort and Christopher Limprecht in the Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing car coming to blows into the hairpin.
Yeah, a bit of a moment there. Just thinking misunderstanding of where those cars were by relation to one another. As that is a bit of unfortunate. Yep. See it there, just a little bit too much room, not enough to give as they get out of the hairpin. And thankfully, only one of them gets kind of the worst end of the stick, but unfortunately, it's the one that I think that was probably had the opportunity to not be irresponsible for it, or not be responsible for it. I think there's the English I'm trying to say. But it makes for exciting racing, much like this drag race we have down the backstretch for these 2 drivers up in second for LMP2.
As we can see now, driver pulling into pit lane. It looked like it just looked like a very awkward approach heading out the final turn. Maybe a bit of a sideways snap there as the twin turn car, the number 23, who we see the track limit sim racing effort right behind. Battle for third at the moment. Some very talented competitors here, and Gregory Meismer in that 420 car, driver that I've gotten the opportunity to cover in LMP2 machinery a decent amount on many broadcasts and many different series. He knows how to wheel an LMP2 car around a racetrack better than most very quick racers. You can see quick on the hands, trying to get that back end pointing around in the right direction once more, heading out of Sunset Bend. Every aspect of that turn is a pain in a driver's hind end.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those turns where as long as you get it to stick, it'll be good enough to get through without losing too much time or having and there's no real, I would say, optimal line like there's a lot of most of the circuit. With Sunset Bend, sure there technically is one, but as long as you get through without crashing, I think is going to be the best way for you in a race setting when you're not trying to make perfect lap times consistently versus just being more consistent than competitors around you.
Yeah, you don't need to bring the thunder all the time here on this racetrack. That'll be the way that you end up in the barrier if you're trying to push it at 10/10s all the time. Just manage one of these races. And if you can do that, you will be golden. Gotta wonder about how these racers are feeling about this event, and certainly will get the opportunity to chat with many of them throughout this broadcast. I am sure of it, as side-by-side racing still going on. This is a fight for third in GT Pro. They have lost track of the driver farther up the road in that Matco Motorsports effort, but Grow Racing Team and Virtual Power Sim Racing still side-by-side. The two Porsches make that three Porsches with a GTP, dispatching them, hang down the start-finish straightaway. Side-by-side through turn number one, the 77, the Virtual Power Sim Racing effort, able to jump ahead. That's how you battle at Sebring.
Yeah, it's going to be an intense battle for them, finally getting the job done for the moment, but that cost them both a lot of time in relation to the drivers ahead of them. What was a 4-car fight for the lead becomes a 2-car fight for the bottom step of the podium. You see a couple of drivers there also getting a little frustrated with multi-class traffic. They're going to see if they can get it sorted out before anything comes to pass, much like this battle for 7th in the AM category.
These drivers are still playing with fire, I think it is fair to say, even in these battles a little bit farther in the back in class. It's essentially midfield of those GTM drivers, but they're still duking it as if it's the last lap of the race. The SRN Motorsports BMW able to withstand the pressure and hold on to that spot, as you can see right in tow. That's a GT Pro Corvette right in tow there. I believe that may be Adrian Subella in that effort, unless I'm very much mistaken. But either way, it goes back to the point that we've raised a bit earlier on in the show, Fen, about that interclass dynamic between the GTM and GT Pros, because they will have to intermingle throughout the race.
Yeah, you'll have to intermingle a bunch, and trying to figure out where you're giving or losing time to the drivers around you. And what can you learn from, say, a driver in the Pro class if you are in the AM category, and figuring out what the difference is in your line versus their line, where you have to obviously adapt it a little bit, as if you're in a front-engine BMW GT3 and you have a Corvette that's behind you, you may not want to take the exact line they're taking, because that mid-engine car will react a little differently to how that line they're taking is versus the front engine, and you can gain and lose time there as a result. It's such a fun piece of puzzle. It's learning where, if you're holding someone up, how you can use them to help you gain more time by letting them by. It's always a dance.
Yeah, it is a nice dance that these drivers have to try and hold themselves to throughout the race. Very tight boundaries. It's basically dancing on a cliff edge. One small mistake and they're going to be falling down, down, down. Battling for 6th at the moment in LMP2. We are over a half an hour into this race, 24th of the way through to break it down in the smallest possible fractions. I want to once again thank all of you for tuning into the action here on Green Flag TV. Already people in the YouTube chat mentioning who they're pulling for here in this race. I'm sorry if there's any Selena Ward and Wastegate Racing fans in the YouTube chat, though. You may well look away with a sideways step, heading out of Le Mans right before the Omen straightaway. That is preferable to running wide, because that sawtooth curb on the outside is deadly.
It super is. I think out of all the options there, Selena played it beautifully and got that car stopped without too much of an issue, gets it going again. I think only loses a little bit of time to P3, but otherwise is mostly where she was prior to that incident. Speaking of incidents, another driver hitting the incident limit. That's going to be the 757 flight level racing machine, who has crossed over that boundary. Speaking of, it is a 10 incident limit before you get a penalty. So that is where these drivers are. A lot of them hitting that 10x requirement. So we'll see those drivers come down pit lane, obviously, I think within the next couple laps here, if they don't want to get disqualified by iRacing, which I think would be a very quick dampener to a 12-hour race.
Yes, I'm looking through. I don't believe there's not a DQ limit, so these drivers will not get disqualified by iRacing, but those drive-throughs and penalties for 10x, that will add up after a while, as Matthew Luke coming into the pits from 2nd in LMP2. The Fury SimSport driver now pulling it in. That's not for a penalty. That's for a stop. A side-by-side racing. Two drivers who found themselves at the epicenter of some incident point penalties thus far. The 420 of Meismer, actually a driver who hasn't had that. The 757, the flight level racing car, however, is. Now, I'm wondering what has happened to Meismer and that track limits sim racing effort. We saw them running pretty strong in the podium spots in class not too long ago. They've dropped down like an anvil pushed out of the helicopter, though.
They had a very slow last lap. I'm trying to see if there was maybe a small incident there, or a little bit of multi-class happening to cause them to have a moment. But otherwise, the car looks okay. I'm wondering if it's just a little bit of slow lap times, battling along with the other drivers, causing a little bit of slowness there, and how they can get that car going back into the right direction, I think is going to be the goal as they get closer to it.
And going back to the incident limit, 10x, that's pretty strict. As that was a driver off the circuit. That's the 912 in GTM. We were keeping tabs on some of the battles in the GTs, and unfortunately for the Frida Sport entry, Tane Hodgson behind the wheel of that effort. That was a pretty sickening shot into the barrier. I believe that may have been heading out of turn number 10 of Cunningham. Very tricky turn to try and nail down the power, even with traction control in these cars. As you can see, a boot scoot boogie attempted from Thomas Silva on Marco Silva, and that may have just given the 44 penalty. Yes, it did.
And now Marco Silva in the incident limit, same as we saw a few other drivers. I super wonder if there wasn't a hardware failure there for the 912. Looking back, we'll see if we got a view of that later. But this battle for third is going to be continuing on, and I think it's going to be one that I want to see if these drivers have a response again. The Grow Racing team still battling for this spot.
As we're going to take a look at the replays to see what may have gone down here with the 912. It was a pretty hard shot into the barrier, but it looked like it was heading out of 10.
You see right here, no. And you just see the wheel stop moving, the gears stop moving. It's always on the rev limiter, and then it just finally gets collected by the tire barrier. So I think a very heartbreaking moment for that 912. Ideally, still plenty of time, and anything can happen in this race.
I want to correct myself. It was not through turn number 10. I thought it was heading out the sharp right-hander a few turns later, but no, it was all through Fangio. It's the barrier, and then right into the edge of that tire barrier. That is a sickening blow against that race car. Huge damage. Gonna have to pull it down pit lane. We'll tow back to pit lane to try and get that car repaired. No fast repairs either, to those unfamiliar. Fast repair and iRacing. You can pull it into the pits and have your car repaired in the blink of an eye. None allotted to these competitors here in this 12-hour long race. So if you find yourself with an incident like that, you're going to have to spend a whole lot of time down in pit lane, stapling some suspension together, putting the wheels back on the car, and making sure the headlights aren't pointing in opposite directions.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time for them to get it repaired, but thankfully plenty of time left in this race, plenty of battles still on track, as I think most of this will not get sorted until the final hour, much like this battle for these top two positions as they were from the start of the race, but still within 4/10 of each other for the overall lead of GTP. And I gotta imagine there is just this patience there from Felipe Sonner in that BMW M Team Delta racing machine to keep up the momentum, keep up the pressure, see what fuel saving can get done to allow this machine to go an extra lap, save time in the pit lanes at the end of this race, as I think we are starting to see a few LMP2s, work their way in for what would be, I think, a shorter end of a pit cycle, but a pit cycle nonetheless.
Yeah, so the pit stops now very much so upon us. Drivers in the GT3 cars and the LMP2s coming down pit lane, up on the jacks. They are going to go. I wonder if we're going to see any, probably not going to see any driver swaps at this point. That would be madness to do that on the first stop of a 12-hour long race. So everybody in it for the long haul to get this race settled into a groove. Still 11 hours and 22 minutes left on the clock. I want to once again thank you all for tuning into this broadcast. It's myself, Ron Mons, and Fenacini talking you through the action for the opening portion of this race, and talking our way through drivers having real difficulties just keeping the cars on the road at this point. That was the 77 with a sideways wiggle heading out of turn number 6, heading out of the hairpin, and losing out on a spot. I believe that was Josh Go, and just got the spot. No, it wasn't. I apologize.
No, that was a spot out of the Going Racing, who picked up the kind of the pieces left behind of multi-class traffic, causing the 77 to have a little bit of a slower run through the hairpin. An important part to not lose too much time, and that's where we see this driver now battling with Josh Goen there. Thomas Silva in that Porsche is going to be in the mix there. These two drivers, both the 77 as well as the 24, who were in a battle for the bottom step of the podium prior to the drive-through penalty for the number 77 is where all of this kind of develops into this battle. And you see at 24 kind of off in the distance. Well, you will here in a second as they go 3 wide down the back straight, trying to find their way through for these positions. Almost looks like there's a little bit of damage on that number 77. I wonder where from.
I think the 77 was the one that made contact a little bit earlier on, heading onto the Ullman straightaway. So a center punch to the front end there, going to slow him up, heading through the turns and heading down the straights, but still keeping him honest and trying to get his nose involved in this fight once again, nearly fending out to 3 wide between the Gone Racing Ferrari, the Virtual Power Sim Racing Porsche, and the Blocko Motor Sim Sport Aston Martin there. Still close quarter stuff as a double stint racing BMW has not gone back into this fight as well. We saw these 4 drivers and teams nose to tail a bit earlier on. That a little bit of chaos and craziness breaking out. They split up beforehand, but they're back together.
The nature of multi-class racing, one of my favorite parts about it is that it ebbs and flows. You find yourself, seconds ahead or seconds behind a driver, and in just a moment you end up back into the mix of it, almost on their bumper a couple turns later. And it'll just be one of those things where sometimes you get a good run, sometimes they get a good run. Multi-class traffic pushing its way through that number 10 of the GTP category, Jimmy Carter and that V1M Motorsports. I get the feeling these 4 are just going to be going back and forth. I feel like if Thomas Silva can find his way back up to the top end, he'd be able to get back into that fight with the number 24 of the Gro Racing team just up the road that he was battling with at the start of this race.
I think it is fair to say that the racing is hot out there on the circuits, and there's something else hot out there as well. We're getting farther along in the afternoon, and the temperatures are starting to rise here. In fact, I took a look at it, the weather breakdown, and although we have not had any rain, as we now have the GTPs going into it, that's Michael Simpson, the other first in that number 25 BMW, but with that all being said, actually, the pit stop's breaking up the little bit of color I was going to try and give here. It's getting hot out there on the racetrack, so these cars are getting a bit skittish.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. 92 degrees on the track at the moment for your Fahrenheit users, as well as, I believe, 33 degrees centigrade, or Celsius, excuse me, for those who use the metric system. And it's going to be one, I think we'll see it continue to warm up. That sun kind of beating down on it. The track, really warming up since the start of the race. A few, 42 or so minutes ago, as we're getting into kind of the back half of the first hour. And I think it's just going to keep climbing up unless we get some of that rain or get cloud cover to kind of help level it off and bring it back down. But ambient temperature is supposed to say a nice, cool, calm 70, 71, 72 by 1 p.m. It might warm up a little bit more as the day goes on, but it doesn't seem to be warming up as much as the tail end, as the track, as that tail end of that Samuel Hoff, who has just come out of pit lane. I wonder what happened there. He brings that car. He's trying to bring it around. I don't think he knows that there is a problem with that rear end, or how serious that problem with that rear end is.
Yeah, I think he knows that there's a problem for sure. How in the world did he manage that? Completely tore off the engine cover and the rear wing. Heading out of the pits, it's a concrete barrier that meets you if you loop it around here. He spins and finds the outside barrier, and the back end of that car basically coming off and coming apart as if it was made out of paper mache for a driver who was running in that top battling in LMP2, believe was running in second at the time of the stop. Disaster breaking out there as their former competitor, Dominic Eisenberg, behind the wheel of the twin-turn SR car, number 23 in LMP2, now has responded in kind with a pit stop of their own.
Yeah, a lot of those drivers working their way through. I think Samuel Hoff finally going to say, maybe I should just tow it back to pit road here. So we'll see that car, I think, populate amongst those drivers in LMP2. There it is. But the rest of the drivers from the top steps getting their pit stops done for the first stint of what will be at probably 13 in total for these LMP2 drivers, maybe 14. I'm trying to do the math in my head real quick. But a busy time here. In a few minutes time, we'll see the GTPs come down, and then finally the GT3s to round out all 3 of the pit stops for the classes here on track. This battle never goes away.
Yeah, these drivers still duking it out. You mentioned this point a bit earlier on in the broadcast, Fen, kind of talking about the philosophy of these drivers battling this hard in the early stages. This is kind of the point of these races where you want to make a statement. You want to show, hey, look, I'm here to fight, I'm here to contend, get the juices flowing, and the best way to do that is by just, breaking out the bare knuckle fists and just start throwing haymakers at your competitors. But that can be a little bit unsustainable as well. So how do you think it's going to be for these racers and these teams especially to try and strike a balance between heavy battling and sustainable battling? Fen, we got a copy on you?
Yes, we do. Sorry. Forgive me. I was talking with the mic muted, which is never helpful.
I've done that so many times. Don't worry.
So let me try this again from the top. It is always it's always a game of balance. You want to fight for position because you want to have the opportunity there. So that way, in case there's a safety car, in case there's something going on with the competitor up ahead, you have the opportunity to capitalize. But you also need to do it in a way that doesn't shred your tires. So that way you have no pace later on in the stint, or in a way that causes the incidents like we see on the outlaps because you have cold tires and you're pushing too hard before the tires have come into temperature, much like we see these two drivers in a battle for 5th in LMP2, which should, I think, be net 4th or, I believe, 3rd at the end of the pit cycle, because we still have a couple drivers, or at least one that needs to come in for this the LMP2 category. So having the opportunity there to capitalize on those things is going to be really important, but doing so in a way that doesn't cost you car, time, positions, minutes in the pit lane beyond what you need to be there for is always, I think, a game that these drivers, I think, are playing fairly well. I think if you have had a couple of just the super easy slip-ups on the outlaps, which we've seen a few times here, and it's just always these tires, the new tire model is one you have to really be careful on for any of these classes now, because it will catch you out, like we saw with Samuel Hoff, a few other drivers as well. As I've been talking about this, these two pit drivers in 5th have not changed their tune at all, and I think it's going to be very fun to see where these two sort themselves out in terms of position, but they need to do it without involving the GT3s that they're trying to get their way back through.
Yeah, so certainly a balance to strike when it comes to battling hard in the opening stages, but right now, everybody just duking it out as hard as they can, but with the first pit stop now in our rearview mirror, it may be a little bit easy, as you can see a lunge there from the LMP2 trying to get past some of this GTM traffic. That was the SRN Motorsports car that just had a send put on them. It goes back to what we said about the game of lap traffic chicken. These LMP2s always feeling the pressure because, as we said, talking bad, probably the LMP2s being the preferred position, the preferred car to be in terms of the lap traffic game. You've got both ends of the spectrum. You've got the GTPs that are going to be overtaking you, but you've got the GT3s that you need to overtake. So you can understand both sides of it, but still the LMP2s duking it out as if it's a last lap of the race. Side-by-side racing off through turn number 13, Tower Bend. An awkward turn around this racetrack in the best of conditions. So going side-by-side through there, these drivers should be counting their lucky stars. In fact, they made it through there clean.
Yeah, especially with the likes of multi-class traffic rolling through as well, has made it, I think, a bit of more of a unique one. So I think we see Thomas Silva continue to kind of fall down the order a little bit, pieces here and there, as that damage is kind of adding up for that driver, and giving no patience to the GTPs, just ahead of them. So I think it'll be making for a busy pit stop for that Porsche and the rest of the GT3, GT Pro, and GTM category, as their pit stops loom within the next, I would say, 15 or so minutes.
Yeah, so we've seen pretty much everybody else come down pit lane, but still waiting for this top class to make their first run through the pit lane and worry about the outlap as well. We saw a bit of it at the start, the GTPs. A little bit skittish at the start of this race, kind of sliding their way around the track like a declawed cat attempting to climb up an igloo. But even with the hotter track temps, those outlaps are going to be
Yeah, I feel bad saying it, but I think there is only one word to describe it. It's going to be hellish for those top-class drivers, especially when we get to the driver swaps. That you can't even say that's the equivalent of throwing a child into the deep end of the pool. That's basically taking them into a fighter jet and then throwing them into the icy Arctic waters around the Atlantic.
Yeah, it is definitely a interesting spot. The leader, who really inherited the lead after Dagomelo, in the leader who was in the leadership prior to the pit cycle, has found his way back out on circuit into second. Felipe Sonner staying in that BMW Team Delta racing machine. And so the rest of the GTP field has made their way in, with one driver getting a meatball flag as a result of outlap issues like we saw for a few of these drivers. A little bit more mundane than we saw the kind of the explosiveness of Samuel Hoff a little while ago.
Pit stops now here as further in the back overall as we look at some battling here. A McLaren Civil War briefly breaking out, heading down into turn number 3, and it spells disaster for Nate Bogus in that Rentley SRT McLaren. You could go for a move off at a turn number 3, but sometimes it'll spook a competitor, and that's exactly what we just saw there.
Yes, that is exactly what was seen there. And the thing I thought was an outlap issue is actually a different one, a bit of a contact causing a meatball for John Jevicki, who is in that Pack Sim Sport machine. So it's going to be a bit of a rough one there to get that car patched back up. Was having a pretty solid run at the tail end of the lead GTP field. And we'll find themselves having to stay. And we'll see here where these drivers are. I believe it was just a bit of contact for Pack Sim Sport. I don't think there's a really good spot where it develops or we can have a good replay of it. We'll have to see if we find one later.
See, I've got an odd theory about this, and now this could be incorrect, but only the drivers know this. I think it could maybe be the curbs. This track was one of the first on iRacing to have the 3D curbs brought into effect, and we kind of joked about it a little bit earlier on in this broadcast about the curbs heading through the final sector right before the Ullman straightaway. It's a curb that I've had to deal with before. I remember one time running in a broadcasted Radical SR10 top split official race, and was going side by side. Right as the camera was on me, driver went wide right around me, hit the curb, and then bounced directly into the side of me. The curbs can be absolutely brutal, so I wonder if these racers will have to consider damage picked up not from impacts with the wall or a competitor, but impacts with the curbs. Remember one time covering a Formula 3 race at the newly refreshed Watkins Glen, and the drivers' cars were being beat to death with the curbs through the bus stop. So keeping on those curbs may be causing a bit more harm to these racers than just some bad iffy weight transfers and maybe a missed apex.
I think it's a combination of things. I think there was definitely, like you said, that I think those curbing is causing issues on an already dented right rear for that team specifically, but I'd have to agree that I think it wasn't quite that bad unless further incidents or, like you say, the curbing maybe have added and compared to the damage that was already done for it. So I think it'll be interesting to see. They, however, plenty of time to get back on track, get back into the swing of things. We are still under an hour into this race, just under, with about 8 minutes left in this first hour. So plenty of opportunity for all these drivers to get their way back into fights for positions, as I believe we see the first telltale signs of GT3s coming in, the GT-AM category drivers working their way into pit lane.
Yeah, so most of the field has made their stops, but for the some racers who have yet to come down pit lane, they're still going to have to eyeball it. Looking as well at the YouTube chat, this was quite humorous. Somebody asking another person in the YouTube chat what happened because they were away taking their goldfish out for a walk. I figured I would share that. That was pretty funny to hear. See, I have a bad goldfish story that I could share here on this broadcast.
Well, say if you're going to share a story about goldfish, I think we may have to talk about this battle for third, as Tyler Redden has once again caught into Josh Goen and Goen Racing, that Blocco Motore Sim Sport working their way through. as these drivers work their way in. The leader from the class working his way in this lap, Carlos Gamil, working his way in for VSR Competition.
There's some more drivers coming down pit lane, this time for driver swaps. Driver swap in the number 68 car, the 2 Lima Tree Racing car. Travis Linscomb Hatfield now behind the wheel of that effort. You know how I said that it would be a little bit off the wall for drivers to come in for a driver swap in the opening stints? It's not too out there, because I believe some of them have been in the car for quite a while, even outside of this race. So just trying to keep the drivers fresh, get the opening chaos out of the way, and then get some more refreshed racers behind the wheel. This was disaster breaking out LMP2. Anthony Mafucci going for the dive and a sympathy spin right behind for Samuel Hoff, who has repaired that Paddy Engineering SRT car, but nearly re-damaged it with a rear lock heading into 3.
Yeah, both those cars, I think, pretty still getting those tires into temperature there. We'll see the twin turn SR of Adam Mailhot, I think, performing a similar moment, or excuse me, avoiding that moment, forgive me, very narrowly. I think Adam Mailhot was kind of expecting it when that lunge, that dive alongside into the braking zone happened, where I believe is often one you expect, especially cars like these who don't have ABS, to get those cars slow down. If you slam on the brakes too hard, it will lock it up, and then you end up sliding much further than you mean to, beyond where you're trying to make that corner happen.
Yeah, you go into the turn backwards in a cloud of smoke, potentially on fire, maybe upside down if things have gone a little bit too sour for you. It's not a well approach heading into any of the turns when you lock up the rears or the fronts, it's fair to say. Remember from my own karting career, running in the slower single-speed cars, only had rear brakes, had that luxury of having front brakes once I got off into shifter karts. Having rear brakes in a kart seems simple, seems fine, but it's basically like going into every single turn and having to rip the handbrake.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that was, and that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is how I once went backwards into grass at about 60 miles an hour and nearly flipped over. So the more you know. Second at the moment in GTM is under contention. We got Going Racing and SRN Motorsports duking it out for this spot, but the pit stops coming around for the both of those racers, dropping the anchors, heading their marks on pit lane now. Will we see any sort of swap-a-roos for the drivers? Well, oh, no, that's a bad move for Going Racing, missing their marks big time on pit lane, having to back up and a driver swap right behind them.
Yeah, not to be confused with their pro counterparts, the good GTM Going Racing, having that issue. The GT Pro Going Racing going to be cycling back out into fourth where they were, I believe probably will be cycling back out into second prior to the pit cycle. There's still a couple more drivers in GT3 that need it, but I would have to imagine this battle for the GTM category going to be one that are going to have to get past the competitors right behind them in that SRN Motorsports GTM machine.
Now they're finally out and away in pit lane. Driver swap done there. Gonna save that Going Racing effort after the pretty bad overshoot. Those small little mistakes on pit lane can eventually add up. We'll say though, and this is honest, thinking about some of the pit lanes that these competitors have had to deal with thus far here in this VSCA season in 2026. You think of Daytona and the frankly notorious pit exit there. You think of Long Beach as well. I mean, Nolan in the production truck was my co-commentator for that broadcast, and we saw plenty of racers smack the pit attenuator trying to bring it down into pit lane. Very tricky pit entries and exits that these competitors have had to deal with. This is a bit more straightforward, but still a bit of a test, especially on exit on that very dirty and dusty outside of turn 1 with the bumps to worry about as well. We already saw it catch out the 47 in LMP2 already in this race, and we're not even at the hour completed.
Yeah, it's going to be one thing that's going to be an interesting one to kind of keep an eye on. Top two from GT Pro working their way in. I gotta imagine the marbles as well as we get further into this race and the track gets more rubbered in. Those marbles are going to make for a treacherous outlap in the first couple corners and see. Hopefully we don't have any more incidents like we saw with Samuel Hoff in that Paddy Engineering LMP2 prior to it. And I believe Carlos will once again take the lead in the VSR Competition machine, and that Acura going to lead the way for those two drivers. Tyler Redden gets, I think, a little bit of damage repair. We're just going to see him slide back down the order a little bit as we get through finally get done with our first round of on pace or in track podiums so far.
Yeah, so the pit stops have been dealt with and dusted. Pretty much everybody now knowing what positions they find themselves in. Quickly want to go through our current class leaders at the moment, if it is at all possible. We'll start off in GTP at the very front of it. It's Tiago Mello in that Bravo Snow Shen number 20 BMW. They've been holding on to the race lead for a decent portion of it after some disappointment following the action at Long Beach, where they had a good shot to win there. They were able to put their eggs in the basket and showed quite a lot of tenacity and grit, even saying, hey, it's unfortunate what happened here, nothing that we can control. It's unfortunate, but we just move on and try and look for the prize in the next round of the championship. That's working out well for them as we get to the end of this first hour. Here's Matthew Luke in the Fury Sim Sport number 30 car, your current leaders in LMP2. The old Delora class has been competitive through to this point, but because of a little bit of chicanery for some racers around them, Matthew Luke and that Fury Sim Sport stable have been able to jump out to a 13-second margin over Dominic Eisenberg and the number 23 team running second in class. Things have been a bit more hair-raising in GT, and we'll start off with GT Pro, where Carlos Gamil is holding on to that top spot. The Acuras, the VSR Competición car. I said a bit earlier on how the Acuras have had a wild ride thus far in their time on iRacing. Came in, were incredibly quick, then sort of fall off a little bit as the BOP came, but I think as we get very close to the start of Season 2 of 2025, these Acuras may be a bit more of a consistent stable. The only Acura running in the top 3 at the moment in your GT Pro field, but still a very composed drive for them at the moment. Meanwhile, in GTM, it's the BMWs leading. So we've got BMWs running in the entirety of the top 3 in GTP and a BMW leading in GTM. It's Joseph Okopen behind the wheel of the Off in the S's racing number 83 car. Thankfully, this track does not have S's. We've got the Fangio curves, but nothing resembling S's here around this circuit. So that could be benefiting them. They currently hold on to a 7.8, nearly 8-second margin at the front of GTM. Those are your class leaders as we now have the first hour of this 12-hour-long classic here in our rearview mirror on Green Flag TV. I want to thank all of you for tuning into the action. But as we were going through our leaders, the action was far from over as we look at a little bit of squabbling. This was for P3 in the GTM field. We saw that Michael Simpson was able to jump into the P3 spot in class, and it was a pretty textbook move into Sunset Bend that got it done for him.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one there. Conversely, Douglas Souza, who had a bit of a moment here, you'll see it as we kind of saw the tail end of it as we were looking at the leaders and going over who was top in class. Just a little bit too early on the gas, and that car, cold tires will spin you out real quick because of the curving nature of turn number 1. You watch that Acura with Carlos Gumil just barely avoid running into that BMW M hybrid GTP. There we go. And so it's been a bit of an interesting one. Textbook style battles and passes here. I think Selena Ward just being a little more patient, taking a little more time, and seeing herself end up with a little bit less pace as a result. So getting the tires in temperature, being safe to do so we don't have those incidents and those spins like we've seen out of most of those drivers. As we see a few other battles firing back up. Marco Silva, who was in second, I think, now chasing down the likes of Travis Linscomb Hatfield in the 2 Lemon Tree Racing McLaren right in front of them.
Yeah, so the first hour in our rearview mirror, things have settled down out there on the racetrack. The pit stops are in our rearview mirror as well. These drivers can look ahead to try and tackle this upcoming stint of the race where things are still going to be hectic with the track heating up and the action cooling down. We're going to take a quick commercial break here on Green Flag TV and hear from some awesome partners. We'll be right back after this.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Back again here on Green Flag TV with the battle for 8th in GTM starting to intensify. Fen, throughout this race, we've seen drivers have the grit and tenacity to even battle out when they're not even battling for the race lead or even the podium in their respective classes, still battling out for these spots, even though it's pretty much in the entire midfield of the GTM class.
It certainly is. The Locomotor AM entry there going to be chasing down the likes of the I'm so blind this morning, forgive me. Intercomp's Fisher Motorsport. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. The gap here closing down while we were kind of on that break, looking at those bit of partner reels. And now I think Locomotor, Jaron Reigns, just kind of working its way out to try to see if he can finally close down that gap, keep that gap close, find the opportunity, make the look. Multi-class traffic, however, not going to help him out a whole ton. We'll see if they are able to return the favor to the driver just up the road, Ryan Steinhoff, in that number 90 Porsche.
It was a battle for the overall lead is starting to intensify as well. BMW on BMW battle. This Thiago Mello and Felipe Solner that we see duking it out for this top spot right now. About 0.2 of a second separate these racers as they head their way through the braking zone of turn number 15 right now. You can see Mello starting to skid out a little bit. Mello's been able to hold on to that lead really ever since a drop of the green flag. A couple of blips every now and then, but it has been BMW dominance in this top class right now. But Mello starting to feel a bit more pressure, and with the pit stop still a very far away from now. I mean, we just had the first series of stops, so these racers can't think of the next series to be a bit of a reprieve. This is going to be something that Thiago Mello has to deal with unless something snaps here. They've also got a little bit of traffic to keep themselves on their toes as well. It's an LMP2 car farther up the road, but not sure whether or not they're going to find any more traffic outside of that right in front. That is a Grow Racing Team Blue effort. Ricardo and Anselmo behind the wheel of the number 14 car right now. They had their way all through 3 into 4 and 5 right now, and then you have to go farther up the road, heading out of 5 under the bridge to find the Vulture Motorsports number 64 car. That's actually a GT competitor that they're having to contend with next after this. So the lap traffic will most certainly play a factor in this battle for the top spot, but for now, these racers using this opportunity as a brief moment of reprieve.
One of the drivers not getting a brief moment of reprieve is going to be Greg Meismer in that track limit sim racing machine, who has Alfonso Rise in that Rick Team Racing. Going to be right behind him for that position, for that bottom step of the podium in LMP2, working their way through a bit of GT3, M, and Pro traffic to try to get their way up the order. And Alfonso Rise getting just a little bit faster lap times than Greg Meismer, in the past few laps. Multi-class traffic, being efficient in passing multi-class traffic is such a big part of endurance racing, and we're seeing the different styles of how they want to approach it and how they want to get through it, and that changing their overall lap times, and that's how you see this battle firing up as much as it is. I think Afonso is going to have a little bit of a moment here, work with the GT3s to not run into each other.
Yeah, it's hotly contested out there on the racetrack. And speaking of the racetrack being hot, and that small little commercial break hearing from Monster Energy making this broadcast of the 5th annual VSCA Sebring 12 possible, we had a little, it was a $5 Monopoly currency bet that we're going to have the track temps soar to north of 100 degrees by the end of this hour. As, oh, that's a bad moment from Sergei Loraz. I saw them running P3 in GTP a bit earlier on here, and they were not alone in that. Stefan Jacobi also running into trouble as well.
Yeah, you'll see this happen. They're almost tandem. Stefan Jacobi just not really sure where to put that car and struggling with the braking zone, and gets that car spun around, holds on the brakes, gets out of the way of this pile of traffic of GT3 and LP2 cars, but they all get going the right direction without too much harm to those machines.
Yeah, so definitely a punched-in front end for that number 17. They've had a pretty rough go of things here in this race thus far. In the first hour and 10 minutes, they've run into some trouble. Saw them just have that moment into turn number 3. The braking zone of 3 is really tricky. I mean, we consider the GTPs and the hybrid systems that they have. That was one of the main deals when it came to the new generation of sports cars here on the American side of things with IMSA and the Sebring 12, making the hybrid system standardized across all of the machines, well, with the exception of some on the WEC side of things and the Aston Martin Valkyrie with that beautiful sounding V12. With the hybrid systems, though, it's not just a matter of propulsion that's changed, it's a matter of brakes that change as well. With the hybrid regeneration system trying to build energy into the system, that causes a rear end of the car to be really skittish in the braking zones as they try and get that momentum, get that energy restored into the system. Just causes that rear axle to be very susceptible and very prone to locking up. And as I alluded to right before we took the commercial break, I would rather a front lockup than a rear lockup, because a rear lockup, once that happens, there's really nothing that you can do.
I think it really depends on where you're turning into, how much rotation you already have in that car when those brakes lock, because I don't think either side really worked well, but that is my own personal preference. If you have a lockup, regardless of where it is, front or rear, if you're already turning, that just means that you're going to start sliding. And either way, you have to try to catch it, and it really doesn't matter, I feel like, which side is locked. If both sides are having that issue, or if a side is having that issue, you have to do something different to get it to unlock, and that still makes that corner one that is suboptimal. You ruin a little bit of lap time. You might run into somebody else regardless if you're in a race capacity, much like we've seen a couple of cars here find their ways around each other, and I think this caution flag is maybe entirely because of what I just saw on track there. Yeah, you see Daniel Fonte there, who got into it with Gregory Meismer, which is the car you actually see there, excuse me, who is found himself off on the left-hand side.
Yes, a disaster for Meismer and that track limit sim racing effort. That's heading down into Cunningham Bend of turn at number 10. I gotta imagine that lap traffic may have played a factor in this, unless it was a pure hardware failure. That is a very unnatural way for a race car to go off the circuit. So let's take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, just shy of Fangio, or sorry, just at Fangio, going into turn 10. You see a bit of contact, or you will hear in a moment. You'll see them try to work through lap traffic. Contact is made. The front ends get attached together as these two cars then pull each other off the track and slam each other into the barrier.
Golly.
And I don't think netcode helped them at that point, but the initial contact there, I think, could have been maybe a bit of contention. We'll have to see where that ends up for the decision-making process there.
Yeah, so certainly race control going to have a look at that, but disaster breaking out. It brings out the first full course yellow of this 12-hour classic
and it comes over an hour in, and you can see a sledgehammer shot for both of those cars. Really nothing that Meismer could do there, if I am being honest. That's the trouble with this racetrack. We talked about it being old school, and it is old school narrow as well. Danny Fonte behind the wheel of the 51 car, trying to deal with that GT3 competitor right in front. That was Josh Gowen and the Gowen Racing number 18 car. And it's that not only the interclass mingling between the prototypes and the GTs, that was all three different classifications of cars merging into one point on the road.
Yeah, as all the classes there are trying to get through, trying to find their own way by, and patience was not, I think, the benefactor of this one. We're going to ride along with, I believe, Tano Fonte there. Goes to the right to try to make the move and has no real sight of Gregory Meismer. I wonder if there's a bit of spotter, miscall there as well. And just that A-frame blocking that car from being visible. And that's where that contact initially happens. And then netcode just keeps them tied together when they maybe could have saved it had they not.
Yeah, I think what kind of started it all off was Danny Fonte had to check up big time when Josh Gowen was trying to get out of the way. And frankly, some people are going to look at that Ferrari and think, oh, he could have done a little bit more. That's a catch-22 for lap traffic heading off to that portion of the lap. There's really no way that he can get out of harm's way there without any sort of chaos and craziness taking place. So he had to check up big time when that number 18 car was around there. Meanwhile, Meismer in the 420 track limits racing effort, he didn't. He was able to keep it pinned out. At the time of the contact, the LMP2 was going significantly faster than the other GTP. So just a matter of circumstances. They're very, very unfortunate for the racers to get collected in that, and huge damage on those cars. That will be most certainly a game alterer, if not a complete game ender. Was hearing as well from Nolan in the production truck. Danny Fonte at the time was several laps down, was running, I don't usually talk about the overall standings, was running 22nd overall in this field compared to Meismer, who was running 10th. So that was technically, in an odd sense, it was Meismer's right of way. He had no blue flag. So I think that World of Sim Racing team number 51 effort may get a pretty severe smack on the wrist, probably about as red as that Ferrari that they were trying to overtake by the time everything's said and done with their meeting with race control.
Certainly, we'll have to see what comes of it. I had a feeling, though, that people in general aren't going to be super thrilled about the way that plays out, and I have to imagine it's going to be pretty heartbreaking for Gregory Meismer and that LMP2 team of the Track Limits Sim Racing effort, because they had been running a pretty smooth and consistent race up until that point, and now with the pace car out, we get the opportunity to kind of look at where everyone is and get kind of set back up to go racing here in a little while, get some pit stops done should we want them for a big portion of this field. They just came down, so if they come down now, it's mostly just, I think, to top up on fuel and run a little bit longer at the end of this stint once they go back to green flag racing. But we'll see who makes the call, what calls they make over the next couple of laps when they get this cars set and done.
Yeah, so the first yellow going to give these drivers the opportunity to breathe, catch their breath, and bring some of them back into the fold. This is a good reset, good for some competitors, bad for others. You can look throughout this field and find different cases of drivers either being, drivers and teams, either being incredibly happy about this yellow, saying, okay, we can take a break. We were starting to struggle a bit, but now we're kind of taken off of the hot seat somewhat. For others, though, they're going to be livid about this yellow, thinking, man, I had it all set up. I had the dream made for me and the disaster breaking out. We'll take a look at another replay of this, and I'll try and call it out as it goes on. You can see that 18 Ferrari, the GT car, the 420, and the 51. The 51 trying to get the move done, having to check up behind that number 18. The 420 LMP2, flat out, no reason for him to check up, and the 51 shooting for a gap that wasn't going to happen. I think it's going to be a very long time until we see that number 51 car back on the racetrack, considering how hard of a sledgehammer shot it was for both of those drivers. But once they do, I would not be surprised if there's a pretty nasty penalty going on there. That's Just from my own personal look, I'm not in race control. Race control is all going to be looking at the angles, seeing what the situation was there. We're just taking a look at the angles that we have here in the broadcast booth. I would say that it was a pretty bad lack of situational awareness and a little bit of red mist going on there. So once that 51 car does get repaired, will probably be a while until we see that car back in it, because I think the penalty may be a bit on the steep end.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the penalties are and how it affects them, because I believe that'll be post-race for the damage also there, pretty much well and done to that car prior to anything going on with it. And then I think, maybe to your credit, either the red mist, the desire to try to get back into it, should a caution come out like this, to have the opportunity to kind of get laps back and be back into the fight of it after an early incident for that number 51, I think was part of the reason for pushing as hard as there was, even with the multi-class traffic. And I don't know that car really had a good sight line onto where Gregory Meismer ended up. And I think there was also maybe some expectation there that there would be more room given, or, but the situation is as it is, and we'll have to see what the stewards think of it by the end of the race for that post-race penalty and how that gets applied. But definitely one that I think is going to be really frustrating for that 420, as well as 51, because I don't think from what I saw of it, it definitely did not look like there was a whole lot of intent to it. It just ends up getting dragged together, and that netcode makes it far worse than a simple bump to try to find where the edge is and see if we can get around a GT3 that will be battling technically for overall position, if I remember correctly, because Daniel Forte had just been moving that car back through the GT3 field. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, so under yellow at the moment here. We're still getting the field settled. I'll let you all know about the action coming up here on Green Flag TV. It's not even ending here today, as later on we've got SRA running at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. That'll be at 9:55 p.m. here Eastern Time. Of course, have the BPL running at Daytona, and then you can see Motor running at the Nürburgring Grand Prix. A lot of action on Sunday, and then Monday you'll be able to see the BSRF series running at the Adelaide Street Circuit. That'll be some Clios. I got the opportunity to cover that with you, Fen, a couple of weeks ago when the series was running at Barcelona. That was the first time I ever got the opportunity to cover the Clios, and despite the fact those cars have about as much power as a microwave, they still put on some good racing.
Oh, it's the same reason we love MX-5s, Toyota like the GR86s, as well as a lot of those kind of more spec racing and the slower speeds. Great pack battles, the ability to kind of whip those cars around, very TCR styled as well, being them front-wheel drive machines. So much fun.
And you can see the rest of the action there. Gives you a good reason to subscribe and hit that notification bell so I never miss out on any of the racing action. So a long season left to go here in the 2026 VSCA Sports Car Championship. Of course, we have had the Daytona Road Course a rule before the 24, the Daytona 24, a little bit after that, Long Beach a little bit earlier on this month, just a mere 3 weeks ago. Gonna be taking a brief break before we head off to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. See, I'm so used to calling it Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. That kind of dates how I got into motorsport right there. That'll be on March the 21st, VIR, for the kind of midpoint of this season. The next endurance race you'll be able to see after they rock up to Canadian Tire and Homestead, Miami, will be at Watkins Glen for the Watkins Glen 6 hour, and then Road America. That'll be in August after the summer break. So a lot of actions to look forward to here. Also seeing as well on the YouTube chat. Always like to keep tabs with what people are saying and asking. One person asking whether FTR will be returning here to Green Flag TV. It will. That'll be action to look ahead to in just a mere couple of weeks' time here on the channel. It'll be round number 1 on, I believe, March the 21st. So a lot of action to look forward to. And continuing on with the saga, somebody reporting as well that they missed out on what caused the yellow because they were out walking their friend Fred's goldfish. So we're continuing on to walk the goldfish. I'm still not sure the dynamics of how that works out, but I am not a biologist.
I'm not either. I'm sure there's a way to do it, though. You get them to move around in their tank bowl, maybe? I think it'd be the logistical way. We take a look back at this replay once again, see where this netcode just pulls these two cars together. It's so brutal when they come into the wall there. I think netcode makes that incident far worse than I think it could have been had they not gotten glued together. Just so brutal. to go on with that GT3. Josh going in at number 18. P3 in position, so no reason for him to adjust what he's doing. You just watch him disappear out the rearview mirror.
Yeah, imagine that. Just looking in your rearview mirror, it's like, oh no, I've got 2 different prototypes here. This is not good. And then you just see a cloud of smoke, and then they're all gone, and then the yellow's out not too long later. That's a pretty costly magic trick, I will say. I think there's easier ways and cheaper ways to pull off magic, but you live and you learn. I think with that Code Brown moment going on behind him, we have seen a Swapperoo for Going Racing. Connor Botting now behind the wheel of that effort.
That's the AM category. Going Racing. Yeah, you're good. There's 2 of them. They look exactly the same. They have not had, neither of those teams have had driver swaps. It's similar issue, I would say, not issue, but similar mix-up I had earlier with the Blanco Motores parts. They have both an AM and a Pro category, and I was like, that has a different color banner on the side than the other one, and that's the only way I told the difference. And that's, I think, the same thing with our Going Racing machines from GT Pro and GTM. Those red banners versus those green banners on the sun visor, as well as the mirrors for those 2 machines, as we get some wave buys underway, I believe.
Yeah, again, the wave arounds. We saw not too long ago the pace car let around while the pace car came down pit lane. Now, for those unfamiliar, we are still under yellow flag conditions here at the moment. The full course yellow is in force, and the wave arounds are currently taking place. So we are still under yellow flag at the moment here with Thiago Mello still leading this race. I got to say, of the drivers who were happy and the teams that were happy about that yellow flag coming out, I think this number 20 stable and Thiago Mello are kind of pleased about that, just because they were feeling a lot of pressure from Felipe Sauna right in tow in the number 21 machine.
I get the feeling they're at least enjoying the reprieve. Both of those drivers very quick, very consistent. Lap times really dictated between the 2 of them and how lucky they were in multi-class traffic and how consistent or efficient they were in managing it. So I get the feeling once this reprieve comes to an end, he's going to feel a little bit of pressure. Both of them as well are going to be closed up to by Michael Simpson as well as Selena Ward from kind of the top 4. Michael Scherschel as well, going to be rounding out that top 5 in GTP. The pressure kind of back on for these drivers to get those cars going the right direction. But I have to imagine the same is true, I think, also for Carlos Gamil, who was, I think, had a pretty solid lead because of the amount of fighting that the rest of the drivers in GT Pro were doing with each other. So having the unfortunate piece of getting caught up getting caught by drivers as part of the yellow means that Carlos now has to rebuild the gap that he was sitting very comfortably on at the end of the first hour.
Yeah, so with the field still pacing around under yellow, getting the full course yellow procedures taken care of, we're going to take a quick commercial break here on Green Flag TV, hear from the people that make this broadcast of this 5th annual VSCA 12 Hours of Sebring presented by Monster Energy possible. We'll be right back after this, and hopefully with a very hectic restart.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
again here on Green Flag TV for the 5th annual Sebring 12 presented by Monster Energy, and we come back right at the good time. Pit stops now underway for the second time, slightly off kilter, about a half an hour into this stint, now with the possibility of some driver swaps potentially coming into the fold as well. Myself, Ramon, and Fanaccini taking it right through the action as the flood of drivers coming down pit lane is now underway. Drivers up on the jacks and some swapperoos going down as well. Felipe Sonner now getting out of that car. Felipe Silveira will now be behind the wheel of that number 21 effort. Mello still up on the jacks. He'll remain in that car as jumping in front of all of them there. A nice quick stop. That I'm thinking believe may have been your at one point P3 runner jumping into to the top spot. We'll get confirmation to see who that was jumping into the race lead a few moments ago. But Fen, perfect time for us to come back to the live action right as we see some swapperoos, some drivers coming down pit lane, and it was Douglas Sorza and the number 12 BMW M Team Delta racing effort jumping in front, although they are multiple laps down, so that is not actually a swapperoo for your class and overall lead.
Yeah, it was going to be just a driver getting another lap back by beating the rest of the field out to go wrap around and get back to the driving once again. Cars filing out of pit lane here. The leaders in class staying as they were in kind of that original 2 spots that they opened up this race in about an hour and a half ago now. But plenty of opportunity for the rest of these drivers to kind of file back out, get reset, ready to go. Fresh drivers in for some of these cars, other drivers, which, to be fair, I think some of these drivers just get warmed up after about an hour and a half and are ready to just kind of really put some good pace laps in for these drivers. I'm one of those individuals. I feel like I really enjoy the racing from about hour 2 to 3, and then 3 to 4 is kind of like, well, we'll have to see. So.
Yeah, so we've certainly had some chaos and craziness thus far here, and we are under yellow for the first time as a result of an incident with Gregory Meismer. Him and the 420 team were running 10th overall, 3rd in class at the time of an incident. Gregory Meismer now joining us here in the booth. Greg, welcome in. It's an unfortunate way for the incident to go there. Chaos and craziness with the GTP and GT3 involved in that. How about you talk us through from your perspective behind the wheel?
Oh man! First off, no hard feelings to the 51 car. I went back and watched the replay, and yeah, he was probably pretty blind. Probably a little spotter miscommunication there. But yeah, I figured I had the right of way there, in order to make the pass of the GT3, and he was going to get me in the next, I don't know, turn or 2 anyway. So I don't know, just a weird miscommunication on track there that resulted in us taking about 7 minutes of repairs. We're back on track now. We're going to kind of claw our way back and see what we can do.
I will say, for an impact like that, the fact that it was, I say only, in massive air quotes, only 7 minutes of required repairs, the fact that y'all have been able to rejoin the racetrack, it's going to be a tough road ahead, clawing back from the cellar, but what are your thoughts for just the whole team and the expectations as we go through the final 10 and a half hours?
Our drivers are pretty solid, right? We don't really have we're not going to deviate from our plan at all, right? We're just going to get out there and put in the laps and go. It's still a long way to go. Hopefully we can get some more caution laps and maybe get a lap or 2 back. That would be nice. But we're back on track. We made it out before the safety car ended, so that was nice.
Yeah, works out well. A newly refurbished race car, I think it is fair to say, and some power to try and claw back from the back. But Gregory, thank you for joining us here in the booth. We'll let you get back with your team, and hope you and the rest of that Track Limit Sim Racing stable enjoy the rest of the race.
All right, thanks. You have a good one.
As well. That right there was Gregory Meismer. Unfortunate for that team and driver to get caught up in that. It's just the frantic craziness trying to deal with the lap traffic. There's only so much you can do in a situation like that.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do, and I think, like he said it, he really nailed it on the head there. I don't think that 51 had a good idea of where Gary Meismer in that number 420 LMP2 was, and I think, it's, like he said, spotter miscommunication there, I don't think helped either in terms of trying to get around that GT3 traffic the same way he was. So it'll be interesting to see, but I get the feeling especially with Gregory saying no hard feelings there. It is one, it's an incident. You move on from it. You still have so much time to work your way back up the order. And I get the feeling they will be hunting to try to get in that fight back again for the top 7 of the podium, like they were in when they got taken. Well, when Netcode, I would say, probably more seriously, collected those 2 cars.
Yeah, so still plenty of time left to go in this race for these drivers and teams to claw their way back from the brink of disaster and get a good result out of it all. This is a long season and a very, very long race, so these drivers do have to consider just staying with it and staying out there on the road for the points as well. We may be only a handful of rounds into this season, only 3 races in, but these drivers already are thinking about championship aspirations, trying to set themselves up as well as they possibly can.
It's kind of the goal. I mean, especially when you're 2 rounds in, if you get a 3rd one here. Plus, this is one of the, the second longest endurance race of the year for the most part. I get the feeling a lot of them really going to be excited to try to get another good finish here to kind of help give themselves some more good points in the championship, as well as the bragging rights. We will be doing. Excuse me, a train of thought ran away from me as I was doing this. But the ability there for these drivers to get good points for a 3rd run in a row and to really start building up a gap to the drivers around them for championship aspirations, for being on top of the championship, being in the podium spots, being in the top 5 is always kind of like the 3 categories I think a lot of drivers really want to be in, especially those that are more usually running the mid-pack. Getting into that top 5 is probably a pretty good aspiration for them and those drivers there. So it'd be interesting to see how this all shapes up in the championships things, but we'll talk about this more when we're, down at Watkins Glen in a few months' time versus right now.
Yeah, so come time for that season finale, everybody gonna have to worry about the championship points. But for now, though, they're still keeping their eyes focused on the prize to win the 2nd longest race of this season. The Sebring 12 is historic. It is I still think one of the best events in the world of American sports car racing. You, of course, always have the mystique of that Daytona 24, but I think the Sebring 12 and the Petit Le Mans have some of the best racing that you will ever find. I adore Sebring. I love Road Atlanta too, and Road Atlanta, the Petit Le Mans, despite the fact it's only been held since about 1997, I believe, was the first running of the race. That track has some long sports car pedigree. It was a long-time home of the SCCA National Championship runoffs on the amateur road racing side of things, and come time for the pros when they first rocked up there, that race has seen some odd events. I think the oddest had to have been 2015, when I think Nick Tandy and the other GT Porsches were the overall race winners. So if you look at the graphic of here's all the overall race winners in the history of the Petit Le Mans, you just see that Porsche GT3 car kind of sticking out like a sore thumb. But so some absolutely amazing. We are kind of blessed in this country to have some awesome racetracks and some awesome sports car racing events year after year.
Yeah, such a big, I think, huge part of our heritage history as a country is how much we enjoy motor racing and getting cars to go in various types of circles as well as straight lines, or squiggly lines, I would probably more say. You look at the Olympus Rally, the amount of rallying that gets done here in the country on all sorts of levels, from nationals to what we had WRC for a number of years, and TSDs, all the other smaller size local and kind of regional rallying, in addition to sports car racing. I don't think there's probably a road here in America that probably has not been raced on at least once.
Yeah, and this race, this country is one that still lives and breathes motorsports to this day, and its various forms, from rally racing to stock car racing, sports cars, open wheel, doesn't really matter, drag racing especially. Oh, yeah. That's kind of my little dirty secrets whenever I'm announcing these races. People usually wouldn't expect this, considering I'm big open wheel guy, big sports car guy, definitely on the road course side of things is my bread and butter in terms of watching, announcing, and driving as well. But I first got into motorsports when I was 4 years old, going to a drag race at Maple Grove Raceway, which is now gone under new ownership at their around Reading, PA, here in my neck of the woods.
That's fantastic stuff. I think I was my version of being introduced to motorsports was, I think it was about 5, and I was in the back seat for a couple of rallies. Not like stage rallies like we see with WRC, but like a little more mundane TSD style stuff. It was fun. So I had a very different bringing into the motorsport community. But drag racing, I just one that always fascinates me as an outsider who finds it very cool. The amount of love that gets put into those machines, specifically to go fast in a straight line, is wild. I have a big appreciation for it from somebody who doesn't understand it. Much like I think a lot of people do for a lot of racing that they are, I would say, not as involved in as the ones they usually maintain, if they are in it all, or the various family members that all support the many drivers, teams, racers of all sorts, engineers, everybody else that helps, keep everyone going and keeps them mentally sane throughout all of this craziness when drivers go racing and have some fun.
As we have the final round of wave arounds taking place here at the moment on the racetrack, keeping in touch with the other YouTube chat and the other continuing Goldfish shenanigans. We had a person who had to step away from their computer tuning into this broadcast because they were busy walking their pet goldfish. Then somebody else had to walk that other person's goldfish. So nice little swapperoo there. I wonder if they made a deal in the YouTube chat to kind of organize that handoff. And hearing as well, the concession stands are soon to open here at Sebring. We're pushing right now to be about 12:29, nearly 12:30 p.m. in sim time, and hearing that we will be seeing the concession stands open at about 1300 at the track. So you'll be able to get yourself so many things, including goldfish keychains as well. And Rise, I shared the story of me getting into the racing world through drag racing. My dad chiming into the YouTube chat, so I guess I have now woken up screaming into the microphone for the past hour and a half. He lets me know that it was Englishtown Raceway in Englishtown, New Jersey. That was the other side of it. That was also the track in the parking lots where they used to house a lot of the haulers. That was the other kart track where I drove a kart for the very first time, parked it on top of a cone, burnt a clutch, nearly ripped my dad's hand apart because he tried to pull start a two-stroke motor, which is like trying to pick up antimatter with chopsticks, and then I crashed, and yet somehow I got to drive karts for 10 years after that and somehow walked away with 8 championships. That should have been a sign of things to come.
Well, I mean, as families are wont to do, support, I think, is everything there, and continuing to support someone even though they have initial failures, I think is part of the joys and love of the dynamics of family. It's such a fun part. I feel like racing is a very big a family sport. The more I sit in it, the more I exist with it. So
yeah, it's absolutely a family sport. There's friends that I've made in the days of me running in karts that I'm still friends with to this day. One of my closest as well is actually somebody who got to race a Mustang around here just about a year ago. It was in a Champ Car endurance race. No, not the former IndyCar series. Champ Car endurance. It was a pretty fun race that he was running. It was I think 14 hours running in some cold, rainy conditions at Sebring. Ended up smacking the barrier, but still had a very good time.
Champ Car is one of those series I think is so beneficial in continuing to foster the love of endurance racing in general. Champ Car, they have Lemons 24 as well, both kind of giving more approachable points of entry for individuals to go do endurance racing. That's not quite as expensive as trying to rip around these GT3s and GTPs, as well as the LMP2s, and the amount of expenditures that often go with those high-class machinery. But instead, getting to drive around an old Mustang or an old BMW M3, as the Spec 3 sports love to do, is such a fun way and so much approachable for most individuals who don't have a huge background in motorsports or the backing of multi-million-dollar companies to give them a endless amount of funding for things.
Okay, I'm sorry to break up the motorsports discussion and how racing's a family sport, and it's a giant community all across the globe. We're hearing that the goldfish keychains are a bit of they're the backup option. I'm going to read this out verbatim. We tried selling goldfish, but apparently PETA disapproved of keeping the goldfish in Ziploc sandwich bags.
Oh boy.
when I was 18 years old, still in high school, I decided that the route that I would go down would be, becoming a commentator of racing, trying to be an entertainer and talking about the sport that I loved. I don't think I could have imagined that nearly 3 years to it'll be 3 years to the day, this upcoming Tuesday. I didn't think that 3 years later, I would be commentating people selling goldfish at Sebring. But hey, the more you know. That is Florida Man activities, though.
It is Florida Man activities. You also had every opportunity to not read verbatim from YouTube chat. But I will say, you elected to do that, so you do get to live with the consequences of reading verbatim from YouTube chat.
Yeah, don't touche. I figured that would be the only way that I could have gone about it. I did not want to paraphrase in that exact moment.
Yeah, I would
fantastic.
say it's one you cannot paraphrase and have it not and not do it justice, I should say. But
anyways, we're coming up to this restart before we get too lost up in any more goldfish related shenanigans, which I now fully expect will continue between now and the end of this race in about
keep
10 hours and 15 minutes time. Yeah, we'll keep we'll bring out the fish food. We'll just keep.
Gosh, okay. What motor racing thing were we talking about before the goldfish?
The restart is coming up here soon, and yeah, talking about the world of racing. Here's an odd story, kind of going back to my karting days. The first ever kart that I got was purchased back in 2013. There were 3 drivers who have owned it and driven in it, and I am the only one. I am the middle child of that kart that did not become a professional racing driver. The first owner of that kart was David Green, the former NASCAR Busch Series champion, top-tier driver, Austin Green. He was the driver of that car to start off with. Austin's now racing full-time. It was now the NASCAR O'Reilly Series, so nice to see him running out there. He used to run in Trans Am as well, so very talented racer, so nice to see him finally get his big break in the NASCAR world. Then I was in the middle, bought that kart in 2013, ran it to championships in 2014 and 15 before I got into a new kart starting in the 2016 season. And later in 2016, I sold it to a kid in West Virginia. His parents were involved in the SCCA road racing side of things in the Mid-Atlantic, and that driver ended up being a certain Mr. Morgan Burkhardt, who is now a driver of a Grand Sport Porsche in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Series. And now here I am making fart and fish jokes on the air.
You know, redheaded stepchildren or the middle child syndrome applies, I think, even in karting or in vehicle ownership.
See, it makes sense because I am a redhead. I am truly the redheaded stepchild of that kart.
Okay, there you go.
And before anyone asks, don't ask me about whether or not I have a soul. We'll scrape past that. I will say, and this is honest, being a redhead, first name Ronald, you can imagine the amount of McDonald's jokes I got as a child.
You know, I was thinking
that and Ron Weasley.
I was going the other route with the other Ron that is also redheaded in media, Ron Weasley of the Harry Potter world. That was the one I was curious about, is how much you got equated to that individual or the rest of the Weasley family.
I had a summer camp counselor call me Ron Weasley. That was my nickname to him. He was a great guy, though. We had to perform this fire safety play to people in an old folks home. This is back in 2014. I wish I could say I was kidding, and I wish the existence of that footage existed, because I distinctly remember there was some sort of weird stuff surrounding that play, but that has thankfully never seen the light of day. That was fun fact. I used to have a speech impairment as a child, so imagine me with a lisp as a very rotund 9-year-old reciting a play about fire safety that I practiced with a bunch of other kids at the summer camp that we had at our local rec center here in the city of Philadelphia. It was an odd period of time, I will say that with the utmost confidence, but I still remember having the nickname Ron Weasley with the coolest summer camp counselor that year.
I'll say most childhoods are very weird experiences. It's part of the joys of growing up, or rather the pains of growing up. So saying weird, I think, has a wide meaning for so many different individuals, where that would be that's fun, or that's horrifying, but not not bad. But I would say definitely sounds like a unique experience. It was one you remember very fondly.
See, I wonder if having that experience as a child maybe led to me deciding to become a broadcaster later on in life. That
It's possible.
I would not rule that out at all. As I was hearing something in the production truck say again, Nolan. Gotcha. So we are going to take a look at another replay to see what put us under this full course yellow period in the first place. We are still following full course yellow procedures at the moment. It was a 2-car tangle, kind of a 3-car moment that spawned all the chaos and craziness taking place. It was heading out of Fangio, all through the turns where drivers stacking up and running into troubles. Eventually took the other number 51 and the 420 cars in GTP and LMP2 respectively, took them out of contention as we now file it back. You can see the 19 in GT Pro, that Ferrari running in front of the 420 car of Gregory Meismer, and the 51 trying to scythe his way through the both of them, gets checked up behind the 19 somewhat, tries to get the move done. Definitely a bit of net code there, it must be said, and spinning them around, and look at this sledgehammer shot into the barrier. This is always so hard to take a look at.
Oh, brutal. I think it's interesting to me that they stay connected up until that impact. That they're, phased into one another throughout the entirety of the run into the barrier. And then it's the barrier that separates the two of them finally.
Yeah, the iRacing glue is potentially the strongest glue in the world. Forget super glue, gorilla glue, whatever you may think is the strongest adhesive in the world. The iRacing glue will stick 2 cars together. I think it was a couple of weeks ago, I was covering a Formula V race on the streets of Chicago. Yes, a very odd combination, I know. And there was a driver who spun hang out of the final turn. Other driver clipped them, and iRacing registered that as enough contact to have those 2 cars completely linked together and dragged themselves down the start-finish stretch into turn number 1, where the car that was doing the towing had no brakes, and as a result of that, could not get stopped, and the both of them careened into the outside barrier. The iRacing glue is funny. iRacing, fantastic software, obviously. We love it. It's how I make my living, and we see some amazing racing here. But sometimes you are reminded of the fact that technology can only go so far, and when you have drivers kind of towing each other along like a towboat, you are reminded of that fact.
Yeah, it's always fun to see the sim do strange things, but I think one of the ones that they are most excited about is when it does bizarre and very quirky things like jettisoning a car to the moon because of the way a physics simulation says the suspension would absolutely ricochet that Porsche 5,000 feet in the air.
Just all of a sudden, small little bit of contact and ping right off into the distance. So I think it is fair to say that some iRacing collisions can be a little bit goofy. I think that is more than fair to say. But coming up potentially to restart here soon. We have been under yellow for a decent period of time through to this point. And I think we will get a restart here soon. Fen, I know you're going to have to step out of the broadcast booth here in a couple of moments' time, but it's fair to say that the first 2 hours, the first sixth of this 12 hours of Sebring here in the VSCA have been hectic.
They certainly have, especially the first hour in particular, very hectic, very busy, a lot of small incidents that thankfully were pretty self-contained up until that big shot that we just looked at a little while ago. So a lot of these drivers getting an opportunity to kind of start rebuilding the pace, the gap that they have when they were originally starting before any of these incidents came to be. The number 20, Thiago Mello, in that machine, that BMW, getting a great launch, getting a great consistent run, but Felipe, not Silveira, who's in the car now, but Felipe getting a good run to stay with them before that. Felipe Sonner, excuse me, there we go. That's the English I'm looking for. Getting a fantastic run to stay in second prior to all of this. And I think we're doing the final bit of, I would say, pacing car splits to put the GTM cars and GT Pro cars together, and it's just going to be so interesting to see how getting restacked and re-racked, for lack of a better term, decide to what moves get made as the start of the restart.
Yeah, so with everybody bracing for this restart, it's been a wild one. Some amazing racing. Only one full course yellow through to this point, and some goldfish-related shenanigans. Fen, thank you for being with me here in the broadcast booth through the first 2 hours of the action here in the 5th annual VSCA Sebring 12 hours. And joining me now in the booth for the next hour will be Cade Corbin. Cade, welcome in. We're about to get a restart here soon at this combination that always feels like a match made in heaven in the sports car world.
Yeah, this multi-class style of racing at Sebring is a lot of fun. I'm sure you guys have covered it, but there's plenty of passing zones. There's plenty of areas where the cars can kind of interact in really exciting ways. I haven't had the race on for the entire 2 hours, but it seems to me like that has happened quite a bit already, and I'm excited to see how these next 10 hours shake out, especially with the field about to be all stacked on top of each other here. They're coming through the final corner, so we're coming to the green.
Yeah, so waiting for this restart here soon. I think we have one more lap potentially until we get this race up and rolling. Still a little bit of sorting out to do with your GTs, but everybody going to be packed in like sardines when we get that green flag back up and rolling. And with a long yellow flag like this as well, Cade, we got to consider the jitteriness that these competitors are going to be feeling. They've been kind of antsy for quite some time. They had that series of pit stops. Some of these drivers, in the case of Felipe Silveira running in P2 at the moment in GTP, they got into the car under this full course yellow, and they are probably chomping at the bit to finally get the opportunity to stretch their legs out a little bit, start to race hard. So this restart may see a little bit more chaos and craziness just because of everybody being a bit nervous to get back up and rolling and being excited and anticipating the restart.
Yeah, they got to be super excited. I think it's really important, for these drivers to kind of take this moment and say, okay, we have a few minutes to take a step back. Let's take a breath. Maybe we can go over our race strategy one more time. Maybe you're going through your black boxes one more time. Make sure you got the right data pulled up. Make sure you got, if you have an overlay, make sure your overlay is running right. This gives you some opportunities to go through and check all of those little things. Make sure you're not going to have any little stone unturned, basically. And I think there's going to be the more experienced drivers are going to know that. They're going to be able to take care of those things. They're not going to let the nerves get to them. It'll be the newer drivers and the less experienced drivers that are going to let those jitters build up. And they're going to be a little bit more nervous on this restart here. So even under yellow, there's kind of a separation of the top tier and maybe the newer drivers.
Yeah, so those new drivers getting behind the wheel of their respective cars in all 4 of our classes, they're going to be very, very nervous. They're going to be about as nervous as a cat in a room full of rocking chairs, frankly. It's going to be a pretty tough restart for them to try and manage. Even the racers who have been in the car for quite some time, you take your race leader right now, Thiago Mello. He's been in that number 20 car ever since the drop of the green flag. And although he has not been entirely in the thick of it, he's been able to run a pretty tame race, kind of all by his lonesome. For the most part, up at the front. He's still going to be just exhausted at this point. This is a tiresome race. It's a tiresome racetrack. Even though it is sim racing, you do have to consider the physical side of things as well. That force feedback, kicking your way through the steering wheel as you head your way off through the first and final turns, dealing with the bumps and even the turns that are a bit more smooth. It's still not a Formula One style track. It is not a bed of roses that these racers are filing on. Frankly, it's like trying to take a nap on a nail bed running around this racetrack. But if you can get that level of comfort and you don't come out on the other end of it looking like a piece of Swiss cheese, you'll win some kind of, I don't know, a million jelly beans for being able to sleep on a nail bed with more comfort than everybody else. But about to get the green flag here for the first time, right towards the end of the first 2 hours of this race here, waiting for Thiago Mello to gun it off the line. Felipe Silveira right in tow. A boarded restart here for the second time, still a bit more siphoning out to do for the field. This is just antagonizing these racers at this point.
Yeah, we have a few, this is a GTAM category coming up, trying to catch the rear of the field. They hadn't gotten to the back half of the GTM class yet, so they called it off. We're looking here at the middle of that field as they all get together. Lining up towards the rear of the field. So they look to be pretty much set. I mean, this is coming through sunset, and we got most of the field together. So hopefully third time is the charm, and we'll be going green next time around.
Yeah, and so with the restart still being in the distance, I'll get you up to speed on some shenanigans that have gone throughout this broadcast so far, Cade, because obviously the racing out on circuit, it kind of speaks for itself. A little bit hectic on the initial start. Some racers run into troubles, especially on pit exit as well on the cold tires. But perhaps the biggest storyline throughout the day started, let's say, about an hour and a half ago, when somebody reported to us that they had to step away from tuning into the broadcast because they had to take their goldfish out for a walk. Since then, we've had other people taking their goldfish out for walks, people selling goldfish inside the concession stands at Sebring, and just saw as well another goldfish walk. 5.2 miles for a goldfish walk. That seems pretty lengthy. He stopped off at the creek so he could visit his wife and kids. So, we've had a fun time. Many goldfish-related shenanigans throughout the broadcast already.
Yeah, it sounds like the goldfish was also doing a little bit of an endurance race there. I mean, 5.5 miles is that's a pretty good length walk there. This year, of course, 12 full hours. I'm glad they haven't done the 12 hours of goldfish walking. That would be something else. But I think I do got to make a pick. You know, I gotta decide who I'm gonna go for here, and I hate to go with low-hanging fruit, so I'm not gonna pick the leader. Sorry, I know that number 20 car looks really good. It looks really fast. He's gonna be able to get a jump on the restart here, but I'm gonna look a little deeper in the field, and I'm gonna take a stab at it. That number 25 car in third. I think they're gonna have a good rotation of drivers. You know, as they're cycling through that rotation later and later in the race. I think that 25 team is going to be able to capitalize, maybe on some mistakes or maybe on just raw pace, and I think they're going to get up there and get it done. So I'll be watching them, taking a stab at it, but there's my pick.
Yeah, I think that's a very safe pick. Gordy Vermeulen behind the wheel of that number 25 BMW. He'll be in third as your race leader spins, coming to take the green flag. Tiago Mello feeling the pressure, and unfortunately for him, he tried to cook and burnt the kitchen down. Drops it, heading out of the final turn. Your dominant race leader, really, ever since the drop of the green, now running into trouble. Felipe Silveira, now your race leader with Vermeulen, slotted into it. Elevates Jeremy Carter in that number 10 Ferrari up into third in class. And meanwhile, we look at the LMP2s, already seeing some side-by-side racing going on that class as well.
Yeah, that's Alfonso Luke, race to the inside of Matthew Luke. Battles happening all throughout the pack. A couple of those green cars side by side. Those are not teammates, I believe, but we're going to look back. This is the lead of the GTP category. And that's, I think, you know, you go back to what happened to the leader there. There's a lot of bumps when you exit that final turn. It really unsettles the car, and I noticed he hadn't been doing as much tire warming as everybody else. I think he just didn't quite have those tire temps where he wanted to put the pressure down. Pretty wide in the LMP2 category. Now they're side by side about 3 rows deep. No contact, still going.
3-wide racing off in a Fangio. You can tell that was a close quarters moment because it sounded like I sat on a cold toilet seat there. Battling for 5th at the moment in class, and these racers are throwing haymakers at each other right off the bat here. We said that it was going to get jittery after about 45 minutes under yellow, and it was a bad start for your overall leader. I think you brought up a fantastic point there, Cade, talking about the bumps as they headed their way out of the final turn. Just dropped it over one of them. The weight transfer again a little bit wonky. The rear end gang light as Hussey stabbed on the gas. Whoop, around he goes, and he had to be stopped there for quite some time. Thankfully, did get that car turned back around, but he has lost out on a world of time. Side-by-side racing still going on, though. This is for 6th at the moment. Grow Racing Team trying to withstand any sort of pressure from Twin Turn, but Twin Turn gonna get that spot as the Grow Racing 14 car goes a little bit deep off through Sunset Bend, and now the Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing 512 car is gonna look to try and get involved in this fight. That's Frederic Biasani behind the wheel of that race car right now, and he's gonna back out of it.
And you also saw in that battle Thiago Mello working his way back through this traffic. That's another thing that's really going to lose some time for that car. As we're going to take a look at the replay here. This is deeper in the field. Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing. That Mercedes looks to be okay for the moment. side by side in front of him, but able to keep it clean. Oh, and just loses it. Looks to me trying to get the power down and noses that car into the wall. That is significant front end damage.
Yeah, huge front end damage and a black flag as well for incident point limits. A reminder, folks, 10x until you pick up a penalty, which is very, very low for a 12-hour long race. That's going to be a constant throughout it. Huge contact there. Heading out of turn number 10, drop the power. That's Cunningham and Collier, the 1-2 punch on the top end of this racetrack that I personally believe is one of the toughest tests of a driver's patience, especially in these GT cars. You usually have a sideways step heading out of there and just have to turn that car back in the other direction. Very tricky to try and manage, especially on cold tires on these restarts. Take a look at the battle for second in GTP at the moment. It's still Gordy Vermeulen in that number 25 car, the other driver that you outlined right as we got to the restart. Cade running a P2, able to get that spot after the spin for your leader, but starting to lose touch with Felipe Silveira in the number 21 BMW and feeling some pressure from the Division 1 Motorsports 10 Ferrari in tow.
Here's that same battle back in the LMP2 category. That is class leader just ahead of him. So a little bit of blood in the water. Alfonso Reis able to complete the pass down into turn 1, but the over-under from Matthew Luke decides to back out of it at the last minute. I think had a flash there where he remembered, hey, there is still nearly 10 hours to go in this one. Let's maybe not stick it up the inside where there's barely a car width, but maintains pace. He's still within a few tenths of the class leader. These LMP2 cars, by the way, I don't know how much y'all have talked about them, but I think they are an absolute blast. They're a ton of fun to drive, especially as you get later in the runs in these multi-class kind of scenarios. You can see that Porsche, I believe, that GTP behind them. He's going to be trying to pass them. Eventually, they're going to be catching the tail end of the GTM field. They're going to have to be getting around those cars. It's such a fun chess match to play, getting past, passing, and still trying to make pace within your own class as well. So a lot of fun for those guys, and they're doing a great job of it right now.
Yeah, so we're now 3 for 3 here on this broadcast of commentators absolutely adoring the LMP2s. I said it was a more analog car compared to the slightly more complicated GTPs with the hybrid systems, the regeneration and all of that. The LMP2s, it's much more, you feel alive driving that car in the sim. It is an absolutely awesome machine, and it being a spec class, which you do have in some of the lower levels of prototype racing, of course, the LMP3s, which were a part of top class IMSA competition just a handful of years ago, those are essentially spec as well. It's not spec in real life, as I believe you still have some Ligiers kicking around, but Delaras, that Delara P217 that was introduced into iRacing quite a few years ago, an absolute stalwart in the sim. Everybody loves it. Some drivers can absolutely master it and bring the thunder in these battles. They also bring the thunder in terms of the action, as you can see some competitive racing action going on at the top of this class. We saw the battle for P2 between the Rick Team Racing number 87 and the Fury Sim Sport 30. Now they've gone up to the twin turn car, holding on to the lead in class. That's Dominic Eisenberg at the front of LMP2 with Alfonso Reis in P2, and Matthew Luke, you're at 1 point class leader in LMP2, rear gunner in this battle, running in the final podium position in third. You always love to see these battles, and especially so when you've got the top three, all that could be covered with a nice big blanket.
That was the 99 of Souza, I believe, who had received a black flag and was parked in the pits at one point. This, I think, could just be that incident point limit that you were talking about. 10 off tracks, not too many, and he's going to spin right there, and that's actually not the 99, although there may have been contact. That car that was off of the grass would have picked up a 1X, and I believe that means the 99 would have picked one up as well for the contact. So potential instant point limit. That was the car that had kind of dipped those wheels off track, the 420 for track limit sim racing. Unfortunately, abused the track limits a little bit there, found some grass, and very, very minor damage. You know, that contact was not anything to be worried about for either of those cars. So all okay on that front, just a little bit of time loss.
Yeah, and two at one point front-running teams in LMP2 involved in that as well. Saw the 420, which is a car that was spun around. Alexander Schneider behind the wheel of that effort presently. And the Paddy Engineering SRT number 47, Samuel Hoff, still behind the wheel of that car, was a car that actually he made contact with that kind of led to that spin taking place in the first place off into turn number 3. It's unfortunate for those competitors still trying to struggle and claw their way through this race. Bounced back after some setbacks early, but still 9 hours and 51 minutes left here on the clock. We jump back to the battle at the front of class. Eisenberg still in the lead, but Matthew Luke has jumped his way up into second, even with a couple of UFO abductions there a few moments ago. He's still looking to try and challenge for this top spot and once again jump into the race lead. These three have been the ones to keep our eyes on throughout this race in that second class competition. Eisenberg and Luke have been the main two stars.
You see the 77 for Virtual Power Sim Racing coming down and pitting. I don't see a whole lot of damage on this car. That may be a routine stop. I think this early after a full course yellow would be a little bit strange to see, so not entirely sure what exactly is going on there as this battle heats up. Once again, Luke had gotten the pass done. Reese thought he had a moment, wasn't able to get it done, and like we talked about, they're now catching the back end of those GT30 or that GTD category, depending on how you want to classify them. And those cars are quite a bit slower as the 22 there, this is the battle for 7th, bites the curb just a little bit, has trouble getting on throttle, and gives up a spot to the Red Lab team. That's going to be P7 in category for the 552.
Yeah, so they're now bouncing back. Believe they had some troubles earlier on in this race too. Currently holding on to P7 at the moment as a penalty for the number 14 incident limit once again. The LMP2s have seen the most incident limit violations out of the entirety of this field, which is somewhat understandable considering that these cars have been the closest. The battling has been the closest in this class really ever since the drop of the green, although the GTs have certainly given them a run for their money in terms of some chaos and craziness breaking out. Now side by side, battling on screen right now, the 47 trying to dispatch of the 8, pardon me, that's a 512, that's a Wolf Motorsports effort right there around them. The 47 should be noted 1 lap down, so that's not actually a swap-roo of class position, that's just a battle of track position right now. Still finding themselves in the midst of this Hornet's Nest 3-car battle for 6th at the moment in LMP2. Doing a jump to the front of the field overall in GTP, where Felipe Silveira, who we saw grab the race lead and hold on to, it's about a 1.8, nearly 2-second margin over himself and Gordy Vermeulen not too long ago. It has closed up between those two competitors in your top class BMWs. Now 0.8 of a second is the margin. Still not side by side, but certainly Vermeulen keeping Silveira within an arm's reach.
As we're seeing Miguel Ruiz try to manage his way through some traffic, gets on that curb, the inside curb just a little bit, overcorrects, kicks that car all the way out to the dirt. Really no harm, no foul, just a 1X issued by iRacing, but unfortunately a little bit of time lost there. Going back to that point, Ron, that you'd made about the leaders, Vermeulen was under heavy fire from Jeremy Carter in that Ferrari. The gap between those cars has now opened up to over a second, and Vermeulen has set his sights on Felipe Silveira. So as the run has gone on, that 25 team has just gotten better and better. As right now we're looking at the 47 of Samuel Hoff, right now 4 laps down. But if he can get to the front of this LMP2 field and a caution comes out, maybe an opportunity to, full course yellow, you may be able to get the chance to get one of those laps back. So a little bit to fight for here for Hoff, of course, just staying in the race. If attrition strikes, you can pick up spots that way, but a lot of pace right now for this 47 team.
Yeah, so looking to crawl their way back from the brink of disaster. We'll see if they can manage it as we go throughout the rest of this race. Taking a look at a replay, Marcus Taylor running super wide off through turn number 1, smacking the outside barrier. That's that's the SWF Motorsports number 94 Porsche in GTM, and see a little bit of damage on that race car. It looks like he's maybe been able to pull it down pit lane to get some of it repaired, because only a slight bumper ruffle is quite surprisingly low amount of damage considering the contact that was made there. But jumping back to the top class battling, it is close throughout the entirety of this top pack in GTP. You've still got Felipe Silveira holding on to your race lead. He's for the BMW M Team Delta racing car. You've also got Gordy Vermeulen for BMW Team TSR. And then right behind it's Jeremy Carter going side by side with Kyle Burney. That's the battle for third at the moment in Class 2. Ferrari squabbling up there. And it looks like they'll be able to have a Swaparoo Wastegate Racing in the 32 jumping in front of the Vision 1 Motorsports 10. And all that, they have lost track of the two BMWs farther up the road. The European makes making their standout performance here early in the Sebring 12.
Yeah, and what Bernie did right there was pretty textbook. Took advantage of that slower car traffic to get around that car 4 position. We're going to see the LMP2s kind of try the same thing here, side by side. This is once again the 87-23 duking it out for second spot in that category. This is for the class lead. I apologize. Yeah, I was having a look, and Matthew Luke had gotten himself up to first in the category, now conceding that spot to Eisenberg, but not by much. Dives it to the inside. This is coming up on this first S's complex. A little bit of contact there, but no harm, no foul. Luke to the inside, gets it again. Reese tried to sneak his nose in there and nearly caught the right rear of that 23 car. We're going to ride on board with Alfonso Reese as they head into the hairpin.
Yeah, so Alfonso Reese now going for the move down the inside off into the hairpin. A late dive there to jump into second. He's smelling blood in the water after Eisenberg lost out on that top spot. And now they'll still be side by side off through the Fangio section 8 and 9. We saw disaster through here result in the first full course yellow, but this is a really tough turn as well. Turn 10, Cunningham through into Collier Bend of 11. Still close quarter stuff, but Reese able to muscle his way past in that Rick Team Racing number 87 car. And that's sending Eisenberg back. That 23 effort has been strong throughout this race, but they have not been the strongest. Clearly, Matthew Luke knew that as they were able to jump into the race lead and all that squabbling. They're not currently holding on to a 7/10 of a second margin. So Fury Sim Sport at the present moment feeling very good about their chances now. We jump once again to the battling in GTP, though. Kyle Burney, despite the fact that he keeps blinking in and out of existence, hitting 88 miles an hour going back to 1968, he is still running strong, keeping Jeremy Carter honest in this battle for the final podium spot as it once again flares up into side-by-side battling for LMP2. Second contact made as they head their way down the Ullman straightaway into Sunset Bend. Eisenberg looking to squabble up once more. Reese looking to hold on to P2. None of these drivers are going to back out of it, but one of them will have to as they head their way into one.
They got a little bit argy-bargy there, made some contact, still side-by-side into turn 1. This time, Eisenberg does not back out, tries to stay at the inside. Momentum to Reese. Momentarily, he hangs on to the second position, but as these cars battle side-by-side, that could open the door for Kyle Allen in fourth to drive his way up into this battle. He's only about a second behind. You can see him there off in the distance, closing in as these cars start to fight with each other. They are just going to lose time, so they got to be mindful of that. As much as you want to be sitting second or even first right now, you just can't run side by side through some of these sections without giving up too much time.
Yeah, this track is one where if you do get lost up in the battles, it will just cause you to drop down like a stone thrown into a pond. Looking at some side-by-side racing going on right now, heading off into turn number 1. That's Matko involved in the 44, and I believe the 84 at the epicenter of that as well. Could potentially be a lap car, though. I will look for further confirmation on that. The Blanco Motor Sim Sport car is the driver far behind here is a 71. Involved in it too. The 183, that Aston Martin, is trying to jump their way up into P6. It was brought up by Fenn a bit earlier on in the show how you want to get the moves on early, and speaking of, down the inside off into turn number 3, commanding lunge, and it works out well. P6 for the Aston Martin now.
Yeah, but he's not going to get away from those cars for long. He's got all 3 of them strung out just behind him, and a couple of prototypes coming into the mix as well. Are they going to get out of the way, or are they going to force those GTPs down to the inside? This is going to put that 44 on the outside of the hairpin, going to lose quite a bit of time. That's going to put about maybe 4 or 5 car lengths between the Blanco Motor Sim Sport machine and that other GT3 around the outside as well. Another prototype for the moment, they're going to be able to breathe and just run their line. But I'd imagine not for long, as they've got more traffic approaching behind.
Yeah, now that we're far enough removed from the restart, we're starting to see the lap traffic get into it. And whenever we get into the lap traffic, I feel like I'm actively getting tased here in the broadcast booth with some of the maneuvers that the prototypes like to put on the GTs, some of the other moves that the GTs have to do to get around each other and avoid the chaos and craziness. This has been a wild restart. I want to thank you all once again for tuning into this action and catching up on the continuing storyline that we have followed throughout the night. Somebody was reported that the infield concession stands sold 12 and a half goldfish keychains, and they said that one of the keychains may have ended up near the piranha tank. So we've got goldfish, and now we've got piranhas too. I'm waiting until we get catfish.
We've essentially got an entire aquarium getting built up here at Sebring. I don't know who's been so fascinated with the aquatic animals, but it's certainly fun. See a couple of the GT3s, I believe those were GTAMs that were down on pit road. Not sure if that's for a driver swap or for a penalty served. I didn't see a black flag. See a couple of them could be damage repair. As the 13 Acura. This is just scheduled stops. I'm sorry, this was the leader of the GT Pro category. Had been in front of that class, going to give up all of his track position to come in for fresh tires and potentially a driver swap. And sitting in his box there for a solid 30 seconds now, so I'd assume that's what's up.
Yeah, now that we are past the 2 hour and nearing the first 2 hours and 20 minutes of this race being in the rear view, we got to consider the prospect of some driver swaps going on here. Some of these racers are probably exhausted. We have seen some already. Gordy Vermeulen was one of those drivers to come in for a driver swap, I believe, along with Felipe Silveira. So some driver swaps have gone down, but still waiting for a massive portion of this field to get some refreshed set of hands onto the steering wheels of their race cars. Looking at this interclass mingling here, GTP has a Bravo car nearly running in disaster. That could have ended in tears as they are trying to deal with the other Matco car in GT. My, oh my, heading out of Tower Bend, turn number 13 on the back half of the circuit. That was at terminal velocity when that took place. That could have very well ended in a plane crash.
And all of that, you've still got to remember this is battles for position. That's Bernie, Carter, and I believe Stenecki there in that 5th position. All of those prototypes fighting at the top of the boards, but looking back, that was the 6th place GTP car, 3 wide down the front straightaway, trying to get through some traffic. A BMW, a Porsche turned into chicanes. And for the moment, that battle is going to have to take a break to just make sure that they both survive. They do. And now they're going to be able to fight it out once more. We're going to go back and take a look at this. I believe this is... This is the close call. We were riding on board, sitting right on front, so you're going to see takes a wide arc into the corner. You'd know the prototype is going to get a better run down the straightaway. And the Porsche just does not really make up his mind. Kind of sits there in the middle of the track, and luckily... some quick reactions and smart moves by those prototypes. Otherwise, yeah, you said it, we would have destroyed a couple of really good race cars.
Yeah, that was Mike Steinek behind the wheel of that Albrecht Motorsports number 96 in the GTPs. So the Cadillac going for the move there, and you know, it nearly ended in catastrophe, but I want to award the Stones. The stones to go for that most certainly were prevalent. That was insanity, trying to deal with that traffic. It goes back to what I always say, talking about the game of lap traffic chicken. Still have the lap traffic to have to worry about it with this battle for second in GT Pro and GTPs. Now looking to stick their nose in it right now. A dive heading off into turn number 15. That's gutsy stuff there. That's the Aston Martin, the 183, the Block Motors Sim Sport car, trying to get that spot over Grow Racing Team, and they make it good. Contact made though coming out of the turn. The old NASCAR style boot scoon boogie gonna send him wide and drop him back down to third. The Grow Racing Team breaking the elbows out there. I'm sure the Aston Martin will not like that, but two teams who do like that, that's Double Stint and Matco Fisher. They've been brought into this battle now as a result.
Yeah, that brought me right back at home to my oval tracks that I'm a big fan of here. He just kept the power down on corner exit, hit him in the bumper, hit him pretty square, so no damage. I don't think that's a harm or a foul. The sports car people might disagree with that one, but both cars still pointed in the right direction and still really, really close together here. Nearly side by side, a little bit of overlap. Gonna send it up the middle is Tyler Redden. Gonna get the pass done. He is clear. They've opened up a little bit of a gap back to Gruber and Hatfield now as well. So they're able to focus on each other for the time being. I will say this, that little bit of move, that little bit of contact, even if it was accidental, it kind of opens up the door, right? It sets the standard for this battle. Now Redden knows, hey, if I get to him or he gets back to me, that's on the table as a move that we could pull.
And so it's fair to say that it was getting physical as we take a look at a replay there to see there's a move from the 183 side by side here. Now what's tricky about this turn, yeah, it wasn't really intentional there, that just the 183 with a sideways snap heading out of there in the 24 having to check up, and a little bit of incidental contact being made got considered the incident points. That's going to be a bit of a disaster for the both of them. They may have to be treading on thin ice throughout the rest of this stint. However, that just shows you that side-by-side racing heading off through the second to last turn, that's Le Mans, turn number 16. We saw those racers go through. You can go for it, but it is kind of like playing with a firing squad. One small mistake and you're done.
Yeah, it's really difficult to get the throttle down coming out of that corner. It's really, really difficult, too, to nail the turn in because you have that wide area off to the left. We're actually approaching it here as we take a look at Alfonso Reese. And it's, you see, he's going to swing all the way off into that area. It doesn't look like it's on the racing surface, but it is. You can use as much of that as you want. As you swing out there, you have a massive blind spot to the right. I don't think it was really in play with that battle with the GTs, but very, very difficult. This is an example here of something that can happen in that corner. You're going to watch him. Yeah, he's going to take all the way out, and he's probably going to get a full car width between his car and that white line before cutting it back. And at that point, you're kind of guessing, right? You're hoping that the apex is still in the same spot that it's always been and still where you want it to be. Because, again, you've got that blind spot you just can't see. You're throwing the car to the right. I did the Sebring 12 last year in a GT3. It was incredibly difficult. And so major props to these guys who are getting it done lap after lap in a prototype.
Yeah, and fantastic work from Nolan in the production truck to show you that angle, how the drivers have to tackle that turn. You're giving yourself such a wide berth through there for one very good reason. It leads on to that back straightaway, the Ullman stretch, the longest flat-out blast on the entirety of this track, the longest straightaway at the very least. I think the other run from turn 5 through into the hairpin at turn 7 may give the Ullman straight a bit of a run for its money, but still very important to keep the momentum rolling through in there, get a good exit so you're not chopped liver heading down into the final corner. So these racers having to take that wide berth, wide approach, and with that, side-by-side racing can be a little bit tricky to try and manage. Side-by-side, though, here, this is a battle for second in GT Pro. It's Grow Racing Team in front of Matko Fisher, nearly going for an attempted dive into turn 15. Now, as much as we focused on turn 16 a few moments ago, turn 15 is really tricky to try and manage, too. It feels like the track has some negative camber to it, so it feels like the track falls away from you as you run a little bit farther wide, and that outside curve is absolutely lethal. Saving it up, though, for Sunset Bend, turn number 17, a dive down the inside from the Matko Fisher Motorsports driver. That's Daniel Grubber trying to jump into that spot. Will he be able to do it, or will Magalhaes try and hold on to it? Yes, he gets the spot, but now that 24 all over him, still in the drift. And look at that, another driver trying to stick his nose into that too.
Yeah, that car is 2 laps down, but thinks he's faster. That is Peter Speicherman trying to get through. He flashed them last lap and is now applying a lot of pressure to those lead lap cars. SimCity Racing, man, once again, 2 laps down, but trying to show that you are not out of it. A lot of pace. I mean, this is the battle for second, and he is on pace, if not faster, than these 2 cars. So trying to show that even if you get knocked down, you can still go turn some really, really solid laps and try to get yourself back in this one. He's got to make sure he doesn't interfere with those lead lap cars too much, though. That's kind of just the etiquette of this style of racing, as once again the battle for second in the LMP2 category is heating up. It's still Rice playing some defense against Dominic Eisenberg.
Yes, these top two right towards the front end of LMP2.
Hang on, Ron, I gotta jump in here. Something has happened to the race leader of the entire race. It was that GTP
Pit stops.
the BMW out front. Oh, pitting. Okay. I saw him tumble down the timing tower, and I was really worried that we'd had a crash. But yes, this is just a routine stop. This is probably going to be a driver change as well as a full fuel fill. But for the moment, that's going to put Vermeulen in control of the race. Luckily, nothing happening to Felipe Silva, as they're going to swap in Gabriel Krefta, that M-Team Delta racing machine.
Fascinating to see Krefta get behind the wheel of that race car. And that was honestly quite surprising. We had seen Felipe Silveira only in that car for... he had gone in under the yellow. So that's quite surprising there. Yeah, only hopped into the car on lap 44 and ran out there for about 24 laps, which granted is Sebring. It's a 3 3/4 mile long racetrack, so that is a lot longer of a stint than you would usually assume. But that is a bit fascinating to see them pull off the driver swap. But some new blood behind the wheel of that car. Krefta now going to try and run that number 21 car off to its ultimate destiny. But right as we get to the final 9.5 hours of this race, first 2.5 hours in our rearview mirror, we are going to see more driver swaps in this pit cycle, just because some of these racers will be hitting the time limit soon. They will have to jump out of the car soon, I believe.
Yeah, iRacing kind of mandates that kind of way where you have to split the laps evenly. That way you don't have, one super competitive driver turning all of your laps. A little bit of a sketchy moment there in traffic. That's an LMP2 slicing and dicing, I believe. That is Alfonso Reese. Yes, he's trying to get around some of those pro cars that are leading that category. So these are very fast cars. That's Daniel Gruber going to be looking on the outside of this next turn. But, iRacing kind of makes sure that it's everybody's fair. It's called fair share. And so as these drivers are starting to complete some stints, that's what really the question that gets brought up with that driver swap there for that lead Porsche was, are they still going to be able to hit that fair share rule? You only turn 24 laps. Some of them are under yellow. Obviously, he's going to have to get back in the car later in the race. And so you hope that there isn't something wrong. There's a million reasons why you would want to swap a guy out. Maybe he's got, a cramp or something. Maybe there's a hardware issue, a connection issue on that end. That wasn't the car that we'd seen blinking. That was actually Kyle Burney, who's right here challenging for the overall lead in that orange and white machine. Seems to me that the connection issues have been fixed for the 32 car, but there's a million reasons why you could want to swap somebody out. You're just hoping that it's not something that's going to impact you for the rest of the race, because he'll have to get back in and finish his fair share of laps later in the event.
Yeah, I will bring up what could have been a good reason for that as well. Bathroom break. You can never rule that out as well, but it'll be fascinating to see how they manage it throughout the rest of this race. The driver swaps can be done in many different ways. You could have drivers doing double stints, just staying in the car for as long as they can until they pretty much just cannot take it anymore. And we have seen drivers pretty much stay in the car ever since the drop of the green. Your at one point leader, Thiago Mello, spun on that restart. He is still in the car. He'll have to hop out in the not too far off future. We're getting to what would be the end of a sprint race here in the VSCA, so these drivers are going to be tired. That is most certainly fair to say. So with some driver swaps going on, I wonder if they're maybe just going to try and swap the drivers as often as they can, keep them refreshed, keep them rejuvenated. This is a marathon race. It's not a sprint. You can't just run as hard as you can and then crash.
Absolutely. I always like the strategy of that double stint, though. That's something that I've always been preferential to. There's pros and cons to doing it both ways, for sure. But it feels like once you get in a rhythm, you can stay in that rhythm. You can go out and just keep turning laps. So I like to get in there and just sit down and chug out 2 or 3 hours. Now, that may not be the preference for Krefta and that team. They may want to be doing something else. I will say this, though. It's put them on a much different fuel strategy than Vermeulen, Burney, and the rest of the prototype leaders. They're going to have to pit much earlier, kind of off cycle than everybody else. typically the strategy is to run that fuel dry, come in, put tires on, do your driver swap. That isn't what that 21 team has elected to do. They've kind of short pit a little bit. This isn't a situation where you have a whole lot of benefit to an undercut. So it's just getting them off cycle. It's going to be kind of interesting to track. We're going to be comparing the 25 to the 21 for Vermeulen to Krefton to see how they all shake out as the near there, eating a lot of curb. That was one of the GT cars, and Kyle Burney reacted before it even happened. I think he had a flash of that car coming all the way across his nose and ending his race. So luckily able to keep that one straight, and immediately now sending it for the lead goes on the outside of Sunset on Jordan Vermeulen. But Vermeulen has the inside. Are they going to be 3 wide down the front straightaway? No. Burney tucks in line, and for the moment he's going to be content to run second. But that was a really sketchy moment entering the Ulman Straight.
And that was nearly a Wastegate Racing civil war breaking out as they headed their way through the turn, because that was a Wastegate number 33 that had that sideways snap directly in front of them. Nearly spelled disaster for Kyle Burney in that car, but he is still right there to pass on Gordon Vermeulen. He's going to try and run the defensive approach into turn number 7. Will he be able to hold on to this spot, or is Kyle Burney just too much of a force to be reckoned with here? He doesn't go for it into 7. That hairpin is a good spot to get a move done if you're feeling brave and you have the line, but going for a lunge off in there, it is a very narrow approach. That turn, actually the site of one of the last alterations made to Sebring. It was back in the late 90s when they changed the layout to go from having that outside line, that runoff area, the hairpin. They changed it to what we have currently, and it's a change that some have received well, others have not. Certainly a heck of a lot more runoff area in case you have a lockup, which is very easy to do in one of, if not the heaviest braking zones on the entirety of the lap. But Gordy Vermeulen still holding on to that top spot. 6th at the moment in GTM is being held by the SRN Motorsports number 75 Mercedes, but they are starting to feel some pressure with the Flight Level Racing Mustang right in tow. The Mercedes and the Mustang, some similarities drawn between those two cars. Both they start with the letter M, and they're also monsters in a straight line.
Yeah, those cars, they're very heavy front engine, big engine cars. They get a lot of power down. It makes them handle really quirky in the turns. You know, they kind of handle a lot differently on entry than they do on exit. This right here has actually cycled out to the battle for 4th in the LMP2 category, as both of these teams have made pit stops here as we've gotten going. The 87 and the 23, though, still cannot seem to find a way to separate themselves. But yeah, going back to, you know, even within the GT3, you talk about that as a category, or GTD, depending on how you want to categorize it. Within that class, there's, you know, all those different types of cars. The front engine cars drive different than the mid-engine cars, drive different than the rear engine cars. Right here, this pass doesn't want to go away. They got side by side there for a moment in the final turn, but it just it gives drivers an option of preference. You know, do you want to drive a car that has a little bit more power but handles a little bit differently, or would you rather, you know, take one of the more balanced cars? You know, the McLaren, I felt like the Corvette was always a little bit more balanced. It really it puts it in the driver's hands for sure, and it makes that class put on some really good racing.
Yeah, and it goes the same as well for GTP. You can look through your GTP field right now. You've got a BMW running up at the front, 2 Ferraris running at your podium, lots of Porsches. You got a couple of Cadillacs, some Acuras running in that class as well. Every single GTP is represented in that category. And for me personally, I only have one GT3 car. I have the other Porsche 992, and I'll probably have to get something new because I think they may potentially be refreshing that car here soon. I remember I had the old Porsche and the old Mercedes. They've been like refreshed like 7 times since I initially bought those cars, but the GTPs still ring true. I'm more of a prototype guy when it comes to sports cars, and I know for sure that the Porsche 963, at least in my personal preference, drives differently than the Cadillac. So I always go for that Cadillac, even though I own the both of them. But having that option of free choice, especially in an event like this, it's tricky to manage too, because you can't rely on just one driver's preferences. You've got an entire team to try and figure out, okay, which one's got to be quick, which one will be able to fall into the characteristics of running around here well. Take a look at a replay of a sideways snap for Ryan Hudson. That's heading off through turn number 1, and he's going to smack that outside barrier. Similar shades to what we saw go down with that 47 earlier, this time with a broken left rear wheel. Once again, falling apart like it's made out of paper mache, as we have had a pit stop up in the front of GTP. Gordy Vermeulen has come down pit lane in that number 25 car.
So once again, pitting from the lead. That damage, though, pretty significant to that LMP2, that 47 car, I believe, is probably going to be sitting on pit road for quite a while. Excuse me, that was not the 47. Oh, yes, it was. Sorry. Yeah, going to be sitting on pit road for quite some time. That car already a number of laps down, and you can see it is absolutely destroyed. Had to tow back to pit road. Looked to me like he got on the brakes a little bit too late, and it kind of changed the way that car was turning into the corner, because there was a moment where the back end stepped out, there was a moment of overcorrection, and then there was that final fatal moment where it finally went around and backed into the tire barrier. So a lot happened very quickly on the entry to turn 1, still very bumpy, just like the exit of the sunset turn, and unfortunately might not be a race ender, but they're going to be, like I said, sitting in the pits for quite a while to fix the damage done to that car.
As we've had a lot of stuff going on here over the past couple of moments. A penalty for one of your top runners in LMP2, Victor Sonnegren, behind the wheel of the number 23 twin-turn SR machine. He has to come in for a penalty. He made contact with the GT3 Porsche. It was heading under the bridge. They touched the back of the 66, and fortunately for them, and the Vulture Motorsports Plus 66 Porsche, that was the other recipient of that contact, is given a penalty to the 23 and given the 66 GT3 machine a little bit of rear end damage. As we take a look to see this, that was a little bit silly, if I am being honest, just losing sight of everything, making the contact. It's sort of a move that you'd seen like relay ice skating racing, when we saw the short race, the short track racing for the ice skating in the Winter Olympics just a couple of weeks ago. That's kind of what they would do in the relay, but that's not how race cars work. That was just the old. That's not even a boot scoot boogie. That's not even a hit and run. That's a run and hit. But either way, with that going on, we also have seen some pit stops in your GT field. Drivers coming down pit lane to try and break away. Tyler Redden in that Aston Martin to come into the pits as well. And seeing as well in the YouTube chat some questions. First off, to continue on the fish discussion, we mentioned the catfish. No, never mind. Big wreck heading our way out of the final turn. 4-car stack up.
Safety car has not been deployed yet. It looks like most of the field is going to get turned around and face the right direction. There is that's an Aston, I believe. That is was the GT Pro leader of that 13 Acura. Sorry, that car is stuck. He may have the opportunity to tow back the pit road.
There's the yellow.
That's a lot of time, and the yellow is out. Full course yellow for a huge crash, a multi-class crash coming out of the final turn.
Yeah, disaster breaking out, lapped car pandemonium, and Juan Figueroa Carrera in the VSR Competición car. He's going to be in trouble. That'll be a tow back to pit lane for sure. So we're under yellow for the second time here in this 5th annual VSCA 12 Hours of Sebring presented by Monster Energy. And it brings to an end a race that was starting to see the pit stops come up once more. We got to consider the strategy side of things as well here, Cade. That is going to throw a big wrench into the works.
Yeah, everybody who had yet to pit is going to have to come in and probably take fuel under this caution as we have the replay. It looks like probably some contact to the LMP2, to the GT, then the 13. Yeah, it was the 13 car, I believe, had some contact made with the right rear, and that unsettled the front end of the prototype behind. And that's what sent those cars into a synchronized spin. You're going to see he kind of moves out of the way. This is a good move by the GT. Oh, yeah, there it is.
Nothing the 13 could have done there, frankly. It's a wiggle from the 22. I'm not sure if that was a conscious effort to try and thread the needle or just a correction trying to keep that car from looping it around. But either way, it ends into catastrophe. 4 cars stacking up, 3 with major damage, and the 17 looks to potentially be out of it. Certainly a tow back to pit lane is needed for that car to get repaired. Thankfully, they aren't too far away from the pit lane, so that won't be the longest tow in the world. As we see, there was the contact being made, and bang, contact, and that is going to break off that front right tire, snap it around, and that sent that car directly against the tire bundles, parked on the outside, and now puts under yellow for the second time.
23 car there, that wastegate machine looked really slow. It wasn't a correction, it was a reaction out of the 22 to try to get up and out of the way. I wonder if that car had run out of gas. We're talking about guys running out their fuel stint and coming into pit. May have tried to that car was definitely pitting. May have tried to stretch it a little bit too long. The fuel stumbled in the middle of the corner. That's a blind corner too, a bad spot to stumble either for fuel or some other reason. But we're going to ride along now with that Acura UC. Sorry, that's riding along with the twin turn machine. And yeah, he's got to make a rapid correction to the left, and unfortunately, he didn't have the space to make that move.
It's unfortunate. It's split-second decisions behind the wheel of these race cars running at terminal velocity through a turn that, frankly, you can't really make large jumps otherwise. You're going to find yourself in a situation like that. So just a quick split-second decision ending in tears, taking some drivers out of contention here and disrupting a pretty solid green flag run that we had through to this point. About 45 minutes in length here, getting up to the third hour of the show nearing completion. I'll be stepping out of the broadcast booth here soon, and we will be under yellow flag conditions. That was a round of bowling all through the turn, ends in catastrophe for those racers. I gotta wonder how bad the damage is on the 77, because that was a pretty bad shot there.
Yeah, and I want to apologize. That was not the 23 car. That was the number 4 that had been pitting, and I don't know if there was a stumble, but definitely very, very slow to the inside of Sunset, and that for the moment had put Stanecki as your overall leader and the leader of that GTP category. But like we said, he's going to have to likely come in and pit. Only a couple of laps of fuel left in the tank for that machine, so that could cycle Kyle Burney actually up to the class lead. Burney, that 32 team, very, very solid through the cycle, did not swap drivers, so that saved them some time on pit road, just a couple of seconds, and cycled them out ahead of Krefta and the rest of the field there. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see how this one shakes out. I believe it's going to be a couple of more laps, at least under yellow, to get this entire field sorted out. But for the moment, we've got Stanecki leading the GTP category, the 30 machine, driven by Carlos Farias, leading the LMP2s. It's actually now that 24 of Nuno Magalhães is up there leading the GT category. If we're taking a look at the 77, they're trying to assess some damage on that virtual power sim racing team. I didn't think it was too terrible. Obviously the nose is crinkled up, but it'll be the decision of the team how much of that damage they want to spend time on pit road to fix.
Yeah, so they've come into the pits already, so I wonder if they tried to hammer at some of those dents. No fast repairs allotted to these drivers as a reminder, so they can't just come down pit lane, wave a magic wand over their car, and next thing you know, they're completely fine. As you can see, the 47, who we saw run into the outside barrier coming out to the pits not too terribly long ago, still down in pit lane. The tow is completed, otherwise they would not appear on pit lane, just trying to get that car back into race running. So thankfully, it's a 12-hour long race, so you do have time to get the car repaired. But if you have 8 hours and 59 minutes of repairs to try and manage, I gotta wonder what neutron star you made an impact with. I was going to catch up on the YouTube chat right as that chaos broke out. So the catfish clearly being a harbinger of chaos. Somebody's saying that they have sold catfish at the concession stands, but it turned out to be fake. They bought it and they turned out it wasn't real. Would catfish that isn't actually the catfish, called imitation catfish or catfish. It's questions like this that cause teachers to separate me from the rest of the students in school.
Ron, I think that's a dogfish, is what that winds up being.
Yeah, actually, that I like that. That's good. And hearing as well in the other YouTube chat, this is actually a question that Nolan was able to touch on. But anyone who didn't catch this, people asking about manufacturer representation in LMP2. On iRacing, there's only one LMP2, that being the Delora P217. I know you said 2117. I always get the other number. It sounds like a fax machine, but no, it's a highly tuned and very fun to drive race car. There are some Ligiers that hang around in real life in the IMSA and European Le Mans Series, Asian Le Mans Series, and WEC ranks, but overall, it is mainly the Delora show here on iRacing. But we are under yellow for the second time here in this race, the second for incident, and it comes just shy of the first 3 hours of this race officially being in our rear view mirror. Cade, you've been in the booth for the past hour now, and it's fair to say that you've seen quite a lot in your fairly brief time here in the booth.
Yeah, when I was, getting ready to call this race and we were talking about it early in the week, as commentators, we kind of think about, hey, how are we going to fill some time? Let's bring some topics to talk about. We're going to be sitting there for 12 hours. We're going to have to find some time to fill the air. But for this entire hour, we've pretty much been focused mainly on the on-track action. We have had a lot of really good battles for podium positions within the class. Of course, we've had a couple of incidents to cover. I joined, and we were under full course yellow. Now Ron's getting ready to take off. We're under full course yellow, so clearly if we would just keep our booth consistent, we'd be able to get some green flag racing. But there's been a lot to talk about. There's been a lot of good things, and I hate to say it, but somewhere here in the next hour to two, there's also a chance of rain rolling in. The forecast for this race is showing a lot of clouds in the area. So if you think that it's been chaotic, we might get to the point where you're able to take those goldfish outside and just let them swim up and down the Ullman Strait. So it's going to be a good time. I'll be here for a couple more hours. But yeah, plenty of excitement. We still haven't seen pit stops from any of those lead lap cars. So they're kind of still getting sorted at the moment as to where they need to be. But no, it's been a lot of fun. It's been a really good race. Something I do want to point out real quick is this full course yellow is really good for Thiago Mello. Remember, about an hour ago, leading the field to the green flag, spun out and lost a ton of time, at least 15 seconds, and was having some difficulty in traffic getting that time back. Now, he's going to get to line up with the rest of the GTP field somewhere close to the top 5. So, kind of a lucky break there for Mello that we didn't wind up getting a super long green flag run.
Yeah, so thankfully for him, the damage was as minimal as it could be with the spin in front of the field. He's lucky that wasn't an absolute stack up when he dropped it heading out of there. Close quarters stuff throughout this race. Drivers feeling the pressure, feeling the thunder in this racetrack is most certainly one that does not take any prisoners. To touch on those track conditions there, we had a running joke with Fenn and I a bit earlier on in the show before he stepped away in the broadcast booth. At least for the moment, he will be back on the show a little bit later on here. We were joking about the track temperatures maybe going up to 100 degrees. Well, we're not there, but we are pretty close. 98 Fahrenheit at the moment for the track temps. Ambient temperature sitting around 72 Fahrenheit. Wind at 10 miles an hour from, I guess that would be wind from the southwest at 10 miles an hour. Chance of rain getting to be a little bit higher. And the worst part about that rain as well, Kate, it's going to cool the track down, which will be a benefit for some. But this track at this point is pretty much fully rubbered in. We've already had nearly 3 hours of running in dry conditions. We'll have even more before that rain even comes close to hitting the racetrack. So once that happens, the racing line is pretty much just going to get turned into a slip and slide.
Yeah, there's going to be a moment of adjustment for drivers trying to get used to the wet conditions. And then, like you say, even if that rain dries off, it's not going to be raining for the duration of the race. That rain probably going to let up with a few hours to go in the event. So then you're going to have that chance where the track is a little bit damp. All the rubber's been washed off. It gets cold, and then everything kind of shakes out to essentially a completely different track. So we'll see what winds up happening right now. It's sunny skies for at least the next 30 minutes or so, and these drivers are looking into that immediate future to see what they want to do here under this full course yellow.
Yeah, so still under yellow at the present moment here in this race. Now, we did see a pretty extended yellow earlier, but this has been a slightly shorter green flag run that led to this yellow taking place. And bad segue. Thank you also very much for tuning into the action here on Green Flag TV throughout the show. It's been a great race up to this point. We've seen some brilliant battling in all 4 of our classes, whether it be GTP, LMP2, GT Pro, or GTM. But still, following full course yellow procedures at the present moment, it's been a stunner of a race through to this point, and we still have a lot of racing action left to go. 9 hours and 7 minutes left on the clock here in the 5th running of the VSCA 12 Hours of Sebring presented by Monster Energy. We'll be coming back for some more extended yellow flag coverage here and potentially having a chat with one of your leading drivers in LMP2. But for now, I'm going to be stepping aside here on the broadcast booth. We'll be coming to a commercial break, and we'll be right back with Nolan and Kate to talk you through the next few hours of racing action here on Green Flag TV. This is the 12 Hours of Sebring.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series in officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Florida as racing action is set to continue on here. Pit Road is open for the Monster Energy 12-hour Sebring for the VSCA Sports Car Championship. If you're just tuning in, working our second full course yellow of the afternoon, my name is Ola Rempel alongside Cade Corbin, and we're bringing you the action from hours 4 through 6 here this afternoon. Cade, it's been a wild one today. I know you've only been here for about an hour. I've, of course, been here from the get-go of this one, but I tell you what, it has been a journey throughout this pack today. I mean, this has been arguably one of the most intense races we've had yet all season.
Yeah, there's been a lot of excitement in terms of highlight moments, or in some cases low light moments, but there's also been a lot of tooth and nail on track battling. You know, these guys are fighting for every position. Now we are in a situation where the strategy's been flipped on its head. Some teams have opted for driver swaps. Some drivers have not swapped in, and they've been here for the last 3 hours. So a lot going on, a lot to keep track of. We're trying to keep you all informed about all of the things that are going on as we see our overall leader coming out of the pits, and that he's going to lose that position there as some of the GTPs have elected to stay out. So we'll get them all re-racked here. I'd imagine it's going to be a few more minutes before we do go green, as we're going to hit the top of the hour with 9 hours to go here in the 12 hours of Sebring.
One set of drivers that's having a good run today is that from the Fury Simsport crew. And we'll bring in Matthew Luke, one of the drivers for that number 30 LMP2. Matthew, it's been a good, solid day for you guys. You've been running up near the front all day today. I do not believe, came down pit road, though, under this code 60, under this safety car, sorry. You did pit about 7 laps ago. No need to top on fuel, you reckon?
No, we're kind of just going to be trying to hold track position right now. We think we have the pace to, even if, we do have to pit under green, we think we have the pace to come back up to the field, so we're not really too worried about that.
Well, that number 30 has been showing a lot of pace so far today. A lot of intensity, though, especially the LMP2 grid. I mean, we've seen quite a few risky moves before, but especially on the restarts here, it's been your class that has been the center of attention for much of the green flag runs here. I mean, what is about these LMP2s that has just caused aggression to seeming to skyrocket today?
I mean, honestly, I just think it's the class in its entirety is just so competitive. Not many changes come to the LMP2 very often, so a lot of drivers are just very comfortable in the car. So when there are changes, they are able to adjust to it pretty quick. So I think it's just everyone's very tight field right now, so they got to make the most of any opportunity we get.
You look to the duration of this race, obviously, with the 2 full course yellows, we've seen a pretty significant shakeup in terms of the running order and of the strategy. A lot of drivers are off cycle from one another. Do you guys think you're currently on the winning strategy, or are you in wait and see territory?
At the moment, it's kind of wait and see. At the beginning, we were off strategy by about 4 or 5 laps. We accidentally underfueled the car at the start, so we initially were off strategy, but then that caution kind of saved us a little bit. So but I think at the moment there's still a lot of time left to play, so it's just more of a wait and see kind of game. Just fuel save and see what we can do at the end.
Well, you guys have been running good so far. We'll look to see if you're going to be able to keep the momentum rolling forward. Carlos Farias going to get set to lead you guys back to the green flag. We'll let you get back to your team.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Matthew Luke for Fury Simsport LMP right now running number 1 in their category. For those just tuning in, second full course yellow of the day. The first full course yellow came from an LMP2 and a GTP going with an absolutely monstrous shot into the wall in the Cunningham section of the racetrack. This latest one, Cade, comes as a result of a multi-car pileup caused by some miscommunication with lap traffic that was getting set to come down pit road. You take another look from up top at what brought out this incident. And you're going to watch as that LMP2 car on the inside, it's going to make a course correction up to the left, take out the Acura, which was your former dominant GT Pro leader, and the rest is history.
Yeah, and once those cars go around, the 77 nowhere to go. A little bit of damage as well to that McLaren. Actually, that car was able to drive away from the crash pretty quickly. You see, whoop, sneaks right through that gap. Missed that the first time around, but that's some pretty heads-up wreck avoidance there, even though you've already taken 1 instance of contact, able to avoid a second instance. You're not piling into the wall, you're not piling into somebody else. So I believe all 4 cars that were involved in that wreck are still going to be able to continue. I don't know if they are all exactly on the lead lap or how long they spent in the pits fixing damage. I mean, I think with as long as this track is, it takes probably about 3 minutes to get around here behind the safety car. So you have plenty of time to fix some damage without going a lap down, but I think for all 3 of those cars that suffered significant damage, they're going to be a little bit off the pace here, and that damage is going to hamper them.
You're actually not too far off of that mark. It's actually 2 minutes and 55 seconds, give or take. So that's, for commentators and estimates. I mean, we don't have a good reputation for numbers and kind of guesstimating things. I mean, it's almost a running joke, but that's not bad. I'll give you that one.
Well, I appreciate it. It's been a hot second. I ran this race last year in the GT3 category, or the GT category. We had a Corvette effort, and it was before the tire refresh, and it was before a couple of updates. But it was a lot of fun. I'm trying to remember back and think, okay, what were we doing? What was our fuel numbers? What was our strategy? Of course, the track was hot. That date was, I don't know, 115 Fahrenheit, I think. And so that was one of the things that we were battling. It's a little bit cooler for these guys, but that Florida sun is beating down on it right now. And it's adding an extra layer of difficulty. Sebring normally a very technical track, a very difficult track. And when the track gets hot, it really brings out the bumps, and it brings out how slick this track can really get. And it just makes it all the more challenging. So I'm trying to remember all of the different little things that we battled throughout that day. There were a lot of them. It's a track that'll throw so many different little hurdles and challenges at you. And it's a lot of fun to watch for us up here in the booth, but it can be quite frantic behind the wheel.
Kind of touched on it earlier on. We are past the 3-hour mark in this race, so we'll once again kind of recap what we got coming up here on Greenflight TV over the coming days here on the channel. Right now, it is, of course, the VSCA Sports Car Championship with the Monster Energy 12 Hours of Sebring. Later tonight, I'll be back in the booth with Lucas Moody for the SRA IEL Truck Series, and at that point, the 12 hours should still be underway, I would imagine, given that's how time works. Tomorrow, it is double season openers. The Blazing Pedals Truck Series will swing to Daytona International Speedway, just a little ways down the coast here from Sebring, while the Motor City Racing IMSA Series, again, 4 classes, GTP, LMP2, and the GT3 Pro and Am, they will look to take to the Nürburgring in the Eiffel Force of Germany to go race for their first race of the season as well. Belgian Sim Racing Federation is back for more at Adelaide with the Clio Cup. The Collegiate iRacing LA Cup Series is back for more at the Auto Club Speedway in Fontana. On Monday, they will be joined by the High Tide Racing League with the first race of the Chase for the Cup at the Talladega Super Speedway and Old Gen 4 machinery on Monday night. And then it is one of the big shows coming up this week. There are 2 really major championship pivotal races, Cade. One of those being the Aspire Racing Series ISO Refrigeration Sports Car Championship season finale. That'll be at Autodromo Nazionale Monza. Not a race you are going to want to miss. And then, of course, on Friday, you also have the Zero Torque Racing League with the second to last race of the season. 4 drivers are looking to battle it out to see who will be moving on to Homestead Miami Speedway in 2 weeks' time. All of that and more coming up here on Greenflight TV. Not a week of racing you are going to want to miss. Plenty to be excited about as we're entering one of our busiest months in channel history.
See, I was led to believe that February was going to be one of the busiest months, and then before that I was told that January was going to be one of the busiest months with a plenty of racing that we didn't want to miss, and now we're continuing into March. So it's definitely really, really exciting for Greenflight TV and for the channel to have all of the series, all of those leagues, and all those races to be broadcast every week. I'm going to be on the call for the Blazing Pedal Series tomorrow night, so that's kicking off that season is going to be a lot of fun, and then I'll be racing Monday night. So it's a little bit stacked for all of us, but I mean, this is so much fun. This is why we do it, and hopefully it stays this way for the rest of the year.
I'm certainly hoping so. I mean, we've got just about every kind of racing under the sun that you could hope for, save for dirt racing. Still the one market we have not been able to tap into. I hope we get some dirt racing pretty soon here, because I'll tell you what, that would, for all intents and purposes, complete the trifecta, right? We got club racing, we got formula racing coming up later this year. We've got plenty of sports car racing and all the big oval stock car racing one could handle, but we have not gotten in to the short track business. Boy, we should, hey, if anybody's open, be sure to head to greenflag.tv. We might be able to see if we can work something out. But right now, this field, completing their final bit of wave rounds, and that means, Cade, we should be back to green flag racing here shortly. The first yellow flag, I believe, surpassed the 40-minute mark. So it looks like this one's going to be a little bit quicker with fewer wave rounds to conduct.
Yeah, and I think the field should kind of know where they're supposed to line up. You see right now we've got LMP2s in front of GTPs, so that's interesting. I mean they know that that's not going to be that way, so they should be able to get it handled. But it's probably going to take another couple of laps. 40 minutes is a long time to be sitting behind that safety car, and if you're a driver, you're dreading that right now. You're thinking, man, if we're going to be back here for another 10 or 15 minutes, what am I going to do? Right? You're not really worried about running out of fuel per se, but you want to keep your head in the game. You want to keep yourself busy. You want to know what your strategy is. You want to be focused. And it can be hard to do that if you're riding around at 60 miles an hour for a half an hour or something like that. So these guys I know are hoping that we go green soon, getting it sorted out. Looks to me like the in-race stewards are doing a pretty solid job getting everybody sorted. So we'll probably wait 1 or 2 more laps, and then we'll get back under green.
So again, for those that might be unfamiliar who are watching along from home, the big way that these races pan on now, we get the class sort. Now, initially we get our last set of waiver rounds. Now, that is just to get lap cars out from in front of their class leaders so they can be in a more competitive position. So they'll all catch up the tail end of the field. Then they sort the classes. So the first one is don't bother sorting them. Just get them all out here, get them all to the front and on the proper lap. Then, we'll worry about everything else later. Then they have to sort the classes as well. Now, this is, of course, a league safety matter that they are taking into effect here. So it is GTPs to the front, LMP2s in second, and then the GT3 field from there on down. That is something that they put into place after the 2024 campaign, following quite a few incidents on restarts as a result of LMP2s or GT3s leading the field back to the green flag. So I don't think that is entirely unreasonable, Kate. I mean, I feel like for a good chunk of this field, I mean, it makes sense. Sort the classes out. I'm sure everybody would be more than happy to take the extra lap or two to make sure that everyone's in the right position before going back to green, and we just get a complete melee down at the turn 1.
Yeah, and I think everybody's willing to spend another lap on the yellow to. The risk that you run, right, is ending your race. Getting enough damage that you're sitting in the pits for minutes or even hours, and then you're done. You're not going to have a shot to be competitive. So. Yeah, it makes complete sense. We'll get this field lined up. We're going to take these LMP2s that are up front right now, cycle them to the back. That is Farias and Francisco Silva, I believe, swapped into that 87 under this pit cycle here. So he's getting some laps there in the 87, kind of getting warmed up under yellow, and then eventually he'll be able to take the green to start his stints. You've got a few new names a little bit deeper in the field as well within the LMP2 category and within all of the classes. There was a good amount of driver swaps that happened under this full course yellow. So we'll have some new names, new drivers getting used to the car. That's going to make for kind of an extra wrinkle to this restart here. Somebody who's not new, though, is Jordan Vermeulen, right now sitting up front in that 25 car. I've had my eye on them for the last hour or so. And since I've stepped into the booth, they have worked from third up to first, and they've got himself in a pretty solid spot on strategy. Vermeulen has not swapped out under this pit cycle, so he has been used to the track. He's been turning some laps. He understands the current conditions, unlike some of these guys who are maybe going to have to figure it out.
Kind of looked at talking to the Fury Sim Sport class leaders and checking in with them on how they were doing. Let's check in with some of the other class leaders as well. Right now, it is Jordan Vermeulen who leads the way for BMW M Team TSR. That number 25 has been in control of the GTP field for a good chunk of this race. After starting this race way back in the field, right, it was the sister car Delta Racing that's been looking to try to have a good lunge as well after starting up near the head of the field. But BMW M Team TSR, a big threat this afternoon. In GT Pro, Bloco Motores, Tyler Redden looking set to lead the way in the GT Pro category. Now, Blocco Motore, that Aston Martin has been extremely aggressive all year long, right from the get-go in the roar before the 24. Watch for the 183 trying to break away from the likes of Matco Fisher Motorsports and Vulture Motorsports Pro hot on their heels. And speaking of Vulture Motorsports, it is now the 64 entry who leads the way in GTM as we now begin the class sort. Jim McGill fresh into the car. And McGill trying to see what he can do with that number 64 up top. Haven't seen Vulture Motorsports leading a class all day today. This would be a first at Sebring for this afternoon. So we could be seeing a lot of things here from Jim McGill. And this is going to be a real test to see if he can maintain his run up front. Track temp continuing to rise here, Kate. 36 degrees Celsius now. When we started this broadcast, it was at 23.
And that's not what the new drivers want to be seeing. Or I should say the drivers that have swapped in, they want a nice cool track. They want a comfortable track. You know, they kind of want a margin for error. The track gets hotter, it gets rid of that margin for error, and it means that if you slip just a little bit, you know, you're gone. We've seen it with cars sliding off into turn 1, hitting those tire barriers. We've seen cars have issues getting the power down on the curb, on the coming onto the long back straight. It's hard to get adjusted to a track that is really, really hot, really, really high in temperature, and we're seeing right now that it's pretty close to the top. That graph only goes up to 42 Celsius, and we're about scraping the ceiling here. So it's it's an interesting challenge for sure. It might stay this way for some time, but the clouds are rolling in. We mentioned it before we went to commercial that there is some potential rain in the distance, and that is going to obviously change the race completely if the track gets wet. But before the rain sets in, if that cloud cover comes in, it's going to drop that track temperature, and that's going to allow guys to be a little bit more aggressive and potentially a little bit more comfortable as well.
Critically, the temperature has not increased as much as of late. It looks like we're kind of hit the peak in temperature today. Now, the other big thing to note is the humidity level. That is right now sitting 75%. At the top of the race, it was only at 23, so the humidity has been growing up substantially here as well. And that is, of course, a result of the new clouds starting to roll in here. And that cloud cover could look to be relatively spicy for a good chunk of this grid. Now, the biggest chance of rain comes near the end of our show here this afternoon. It is going to jump up to around 59%, but that is going to be past 10 p.m. with about less than an hour to go in the race. The closest point it would come in the first half would be around 19 to 20%. That would be around 4 p.m. though, so still about 2 hours away.
But we know that all these teams are going to be keeping an eye on that radar, something that a tool they've got within iRacing to keep track of how that weather is rolling in. I was led to believe it might be a little bit sooner than that, but we'll see. The weather, of course, always changing. It is Florida, you know, Florida weather pretty unpredictable. Yeah. Pop-up showers really common. Pop-up thunderstorms. Luckily, iRacing does not simulate lightning, so we will not have a lightning delay, which is really, really nice. But you say 75% humidity, and as somebody who spent a good amount of time in the South, that sounds like a pretty dry day down here in the southern part of America. 75, man, that's not bad. You get up in the 90% humidity, 90 degrees, that's really when it starts to get sticky. 75%, that's manageable. They'll figure it out. But yeah, those clouds rolling in, and again, even if it doesn't rain and then those clouds come in, we'll see the sunlight disappear. That sun stops beating on the track. It'll start to cool down a little bit, and it'll give the track a little bit more grip, and potentially change the track into the hands of some drivers who would prefer to have a little bit more grip in the racetrack.
Full course yellow remains in place, but the class sort continuing to get closer and closer to being complete. In fact, I do believe the class sort has, for all intents and purposes, been completed now. So at this point, we are just waiting on the guys that have sorted themselves out to catch the field. And then we're ready to go back to green flag racing, Kate. So could be this or even the next lap by here.
And if you are one of these leaders, or one of the, or really anybody in the field, but you want to be thinking about that. Like, hey, if we're going green this time, I got to get my tires hot, right? I got to be in the right gear. I got to have, TC, ABS, everything that you want for the beginning of a run. You got to have all of that set, and so you're looking through your boxes, you're talking with your team. Hey, if we're coming to the green, what do I got to do to get this car ready? We saw it kind of reach out and bite Thiago Mello last time. He'll be restarting 5th right here, right on the heels of these leaders. So that's going to be a car to watch, see how he handles this restart after the mistake on the last one. Right here, if you're Vermeulen or Benke or anybody at the front of this field, you want to make sure you don't replicate that mistake, right? You want to have all the boxes checked, get my tires hot, get my settings where I want them, get comfortable in the car. If you're jumping in the car, do a double check. If you're staying in the car from a previous stint, make sure that you're in the right headspace. So I don't believe. Yes, we are going green this time. Okay. I got excited there. He kind of accelerated. He jumped on the gas. My man Vermeulen, he went out and tricked me there. He opened up about 4 car lengths, and I was thinking, all right, we're gonna have some clear air here into turn 1, and they called off the green. But most of the field looks to be pretty organized. They're getting the GTM category set out, so we may go green next time by.
8 hours, 41 minutes left to go in racing action here this afternoon. Just over a quarter of the way through this race. This safety car, much like the one that preceded it, has been ongoing for over half an hour now. We are looking at being around 35 minutes as of right now, so it's going to be kind of similar in length to the last one. That does make sense, though. It's not a quickie safety car where we bypass a few of the wave-around procedures. We did get over an hour of racing in after the initial safety car of the afternoon. So fingers crossed we'll be able to do it again. Despite all the problems drivers have had today, many of them have gotten back out onto the racetrack hoping to score some points as other drivers encounter issues. Right now, the only driver not on track out of the 56 competitors is No Limit Sim Racing Academy's number 2 GTP. They sit 60 laps down after crashing on lap 26 of 86 laps so far.
Yeah, and I think it's important to mention that this is round number 3 of a season here. Obviously, it's a special event. It's a big deal, but you have drivers coming off of competition at Daytona and competition at Long Beach. And now, you're thinking about that points battle, right? For the teams that are running the full season, which isn't all of them, but some of them that are running this full season, go out, score some points. You want to finish as best as you can, obviously for the glory, but also for that overall ranking. So there's a couple of different battles going on here. You want to battle within your class, you want to battle overall for the race, but you also want to battle for the overall VSCA standing. So that is something that you've got to keep in mind as well.
And you see the field has moved over to the right-hand side, back to the racing line, and that means green flag coming out this time by. We'll watch and wait for Vermeulen. Angles out. Lot of disjointed lines, and green flag is back in the air, and it was a really awkward line that Vermeulen and Benke took. Wastegate Racing's Kyle Burney clearly unsettled, and he actually passed before the green flag had come out, but he is going to redress, and I like the strategy there, right? Kyle Burney recognized, hey, I just passed the car, I'm going to give that spot back in turn 1, and that should allow them to avoid a penalty.
Yeah, it was a really interesting move by Vermeulen. Got all the way out. I think he wanted to be pointed straight down the front straightaway to avoid what happened to Mello last time. That actually opened up the door for Mello to jump to the 3rd spot. But he wanted to get pointed straight down the straightaway. It checked up that line, and Bernie made the smart decision. Instead of trying to follow the checkup and stay in line, jumped to the bottom, got on the binders, or excuse me, got on the gas to make sure that he was going to be able to stay with the leader as there's a little bit of contact there. This is Benke and Mello fighting it out for the 2nd spot. Kyle Burney now sneaks into this battle as there was a little bit of contact. But yeah, I think it was just a situation of trying to avoid the accordion effect. And he did pass before the line, gave that spot back. Should be no harm, no foul. It was all in the name of safety.
Well, Lamello's not done yet, as he is going to continue to fight for the number 3 spot. He's able to pick off some of the runs from behind. This is the tightest. This is the most tightly packed up our GTP field has been all day today when it gets to fights like these. So far, no moves have been made for class leads up and down throughout the field. The closest duo would be Jim McGill and Aaron Beaver. Vulture Motorsports and Intercom Fisher Motorsports trying to fight it out for the lead in GTM towards the back end of the overall field.
A couple of Porsches here doing battle, just a couple of lengths between them. You've also got just a few lengths between Farias and Silva at the top of the LMP2 category. All of the class battles are pretty close right now, really except for that prototype battle, although Vermeulen is losing just a little bit of time to Mello. I think Thiago Mello probably about 1/10 of a second per lap faster. If he can get there before they catch the tail end of the field, he may have an opportunity to fight for the class lead once more. That is the 14 of Ruben Pino for Grow Racing Team, the 47 machine, the LMP2 also on pit road. Both of these cars, excuse me, the 47's a couple laps down, but Pino there was on the lead lap. We've got a few more pitting as well. We spent enough time under that safety car to burn a considerable amount of fuel. I can't imagine that they're out of gas, but for some reason or another, those cars have decided they need to come down, either serving a penalty for topping off on fuel or doing a driver swap, something going on there. But that was a good 5 or 6 cars that were all on pit road simultaneously.
And Aaron Beaver, while that was going on, made the look on Jim McGill for the lead in GTN. This is how he made that pass. He's got a good run coming out of Le Mans down the Ullman Straight and into Sunset Bend. Just takes that one away. There was no crossover attempt for the 64 back into turn number 1. Battle for third. Kyle Burney and Damian Benke going at it again. And Kyle Burney able to pick off another one.
That's going to move Burney back up to the 3rd spot. We're going to watch it happen here. Damian Benke is one of the drivers that swapped in under the yellow, so he's getting used to that machine. Trying to get trying to get that Ferrari under him, and he gets off into the runoff, picks up a 1X, gets some dirt on the tires, and loses a lot of speed down the ensuing straightaway. Really opens up the door for Benke. This here is the, for Burney, this is the battle for the LMP2 class lead category. Corey Sircone has moved into this one as well. That's the highest that the 11 car has been running as of late, so good run for that, P217.
Meanwhile, for third in GT Pro, Jack Hedgecox for Going Racing, John Jones for Vulture Motorsports going to exchange blows, and Jones makes it easy on Hedgecox, doesn't fight the run. And the Ferrari's up yet another spot. At the same time, Victor Sonogren takes one away from Rares Fratian. That was dual twin-turn SR V machines. And so those two competitors, that was definitely a team decision there to go for the position swap when neither of them was at risk of losing further spots.
And I think they've recognized that right now that 23 has just a little bit more pace, so we'll put him in front, let him go out, run some laps, see if he can't run down a few of these guys farther up in the class. As we're looking right now at the lead for the LMP2, want to move up to the lead for the GTP. That gap was 2.2 seconds a few laps ago. It has now come down to 1.2 as a huge drift out of Carlos Farias. He's able to keep that car under him and pointed in the right direction, but slid the rear tires on corner exit. That was a very sketchy moment, pretty common in the LMP2, but he did it off in the dirt just a little bit, regrouped, was able to maintain that lead.
Barely skipped a beat to boot, so Carlos Farias dialed in right now as he continues to log laps here this afternoon. Rescue skill by WMS. Getting set to also make a bit of a lunge here. Janosch Gebhardt Giving up the spot to Alexander Schneider, but trying to go for the over-under, coming out of Sunset Bend, and thought for a moment he was going to collide with him at the apex, but they're able to keep it out of each other. But Francisco Silva with an off-track, going to get a black flag, and we've got problems as off the road goes Viacer Competizione Bianco and one of the twin turn cars. This is the GTP entry.
Yeah, that was some multi-class collision there. Looks like they're able to keep rolling, keep it green. That is the 123. So that Ferrari has done some off-tracking. There's the 7 car that was involved in that one for VSR Competition.
Oh,
and now we
look
got
out.
the 747. This is one of the GTAMs. Spun out.
Like
Oh, this is pit entry.
Ooh.
Same spot as we saw that big crash.
Thought we might get an encore there on that one. That was Flight Level Racing's Jason Ketty. We'll look at that in a second. This was the initial run that just sees a few GTPs come together. They collected one of the BMW M Team cars as well as spun in the middle of the field.
Oh, and that 112 car is absolutely destroyed.
Now, that's actually a really big concern, right? Because with no headlights, they're going to need to get that car fixed up, or they're not going to have any kind of vision when the dark comes later on this race.
Exactly. This race is going to end at night. That was Douglas Souza in the 12 that has been essentially knocked out of this one. Now we're looking at Jason Ketty. Tried to gas it up a little bit too early on the exit of Sunset Bend, perpendicularly parked to the racing line. Some heads-up driving by the rest of the GT field to get around him. As this right here is a live look at what was nearly a crash. LMP2 is going 3 wide as that was, that was the 87 car sneaking on a pit road to serve that black flag. This is now the battle for second. Sircone trying to hold off Jesse DeSager. And they have, it's a 3-car battle now for the second spot.
Yes, sir. Visual One Motorsports, Flight Level Racing, and Twin Turn SR by Rebecca Bornheim, all under a blanket here as they fight it out for the second and third steps on the podium, and you saw them nearly collide with that number 87 entry for Rick Team Racing's Francisco Silva as he kind of stacked up the field coming into pit road. Kyle Burney has had a moment, and he has just spun out of the podium. So Wastegate Racing's day taking a turn for the worse. Rough break for him. Let's jump away from this LMP2 fight to check in what happened to one of your podium runners in GTP.
Yeah, he blinked out and then had a spin. This is going through. It's one of the right-handers. I don't know exactly what that is, but yes. So there was no damage to that car. Did pick up an incident point for going off track. Bernie's still blinking in and out. But we're now looking at, that is the 554 of Miguel Ruiz that has gotten around him. Up to the 6th spot, Bernie back to 7th, trying to battle and regain that position. It has not been a good green flag run for Kyle Burney. I believe restarted in the 2nd position, now down 4 spots in just a few laps.
Victor Sonegren trying to run down Jesse DeShazier for Flight Level Racing. Look into the inside of the Sunset Bend. That's going to be tight coming off the corner. But he's forced to tuck back in line. Could not get the advantage he was looking for down the pit straight with the draft. Trying to open up the door into turn 1. He's going to try to go for the launchman again. Forced to yield, and that is going to cost him over a 1/10 of a second. Coming out of the first corner. If he's stuck in line, he might have been able to have a dive down the inside at 3, but he went for it a bit early, and it's going to cost him.
That was really good defense from DeSagier, though, knowing that coming off a sunset and coming off a turn 1, it's not necessarily that you want to run one lane off of the apex, but when you do, you can maintain momentum, get the power down better than the car at the inside, and maintain that position. DeShazier, he's recognized that, he knows that, and he was able to make that move stick. Sonegren has not gone away, though. He is still there. You've got Freighton as well, kind of looking back in this battle. He's only about 1 second off of this battle for the final podium position. So if they make some sort of mistake, they are going to find themselves in a 3-car fight for the 3rd position.
All the while, This battle in GTM for second on down has gone nowhere. And in fact, it started to develop here as Thomas Marcelino down the inside of Jim McGill, trying to take a podium spot away from the Porsche. And he has got the job done. So BMW M Team TSR makes the pass into the bridge section of the racetrack and headed down into the hairpin. Can Jim McGill try to get the comeback, or will Jason Hildreth try to make a run? The Mercedes looks for the inside, but he's unable to capitalize, so he's going to end up having to swing this on the long way. But one Mercedes does look to the inside. That's Will Robertson for Wastegate Racing. And Rentley SRT by Nate Bogus able to fight through as well.
Well, they're still side by side. That pass has not been completed. Right here, the preferred lane is going to go. Actually, that is a lap car, and there is
we got a massive crash
in the back.
Massive accident. That's Tane Hodison for Team Frida Sport, who was slammed the wall hard. Looked like a hardware failure. The car went nearly full throttle into the wall before spearing off. And a big impact for the 912, and I would be shocked if that was not a safety car. Because that car is stranded. He's not making it back to the pits without help. He might be close enough to the wall that they'll let him tow back. We'll look at that in a moment. We'll wait to see if that's going to be a safety car or not. It would be our third of the night. Jason Hildreth still trying to chase down Jim McGill into Sunset Bend here. GTM has not been able to get much luck as of late. But I tell you what, they're putting on a show now in the third green flag stint of the race here, Cade.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the category that is the closest in terms of skill gap of the four classes. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but you think a lot of the really, really, really good, obviously the pro GT drivers, they're going to be up in that pro class. And so with GTM, you've got everybody who's kind of on that second rung of the ladder, and it's so cluttered, right? There's so many people that are so close in terms of skill. We're seeing it right here. These three cars are trying to inhabit the same square inch of space. BMW on the outside. There's that Mercedes there. Here comes a throw of a move. This is going into the hairpin. I thought maybe going to be able to make the outside work there. Penalty's now been given out to the 64 of Jim McGill, who is just in front of this battle.
And
so that car's going to be pulling off. Here comes a prototype flying around the outside.
Oh, boy.
And look at that. A little bit of contact there with the 20 machine. But that Ferrari's able to make it through.
Hildreth, by the way, also got a black flag. The two of them ended up making contact. This is what happened to the 912 of Tane Hodison. Yeah, that's a hardware failure through and through. And just a huge hit right into the wall. And that is, of course, remember, a rear engine car, and that went in back end first. That car is going to take, I would estimate, at least half an hour before we can see it on track again.
And that car was already a number of laps down, so it's just not been a fortunate day for the 912 machine. Very lucky that nobody else was involved. Kind of bounced over the cones and back onto the racing surface. But yeah, the bad luck continues, and unfortunately, the teammates of that machine are not going to be able to continue there. We've got some pit stops started up now, so in addition to this car that very clearly needs some repairs, your race leader has dropped down into the pits, as well as a few of the GT cars.
This is the contact that gave your second and third place runners in GTM penalties as well here. Right there, you saw a shot to the shorts.
That's going to move Will Robertson up to the second spot. With that 17 car, we had a look at him earlier. He is now up to P3 in the GTM class.
Red La Competizione and Twin Turn SR by Rebecca Bornheim going at it as well for fifth place in the LMP2 field. They were within a couple tenths of a second just a little while ago. Now, so far, pack still looking pretty strong here, all things considered. a few casualties. But for the most part, we have been able to more or less keep it clean. Right on board here with Frida Sports 912 entry. And hold on, this is going to be one hell of a ride. Listen in. Only just there was able to get on the brakes. And of course, that car was bouncing all across the grass, like through the air. So even if the car didn't have ABS, there was no stopping that thing from going into the wall.
And it did almost look like he kind of just touched the grass. They're trying to set himself up for the next corner. I don't know, as a round. Oh, this is a live look, or is this a replay? Because that 25 car was already under penalty.
That is live. That is Vermeulen, who has had a significant off. And you mentioned the number 25 entry getting black flagged. That was a result of this spin that he had about 2 laps ago. Oh, hello! Just wiped out the BMW MT-TSR BMW. That's one of the sister cars of the GT field. So a lot of miscommunication between teammates there.
Yeah, that was Thomas Marcelino on the lead lap of the GTM, did not leave a whole lot of room to the inside, so that gave a black flag to Vermeulen. Vermeulen, I believe, was also coming up on needing to pit. On top of that, while coming to pit road to serve the penalty, we saw spin out. So basically three spots of time loss in a row, 3 instances of bad luck for that number 25 BMW. They were doing so well, and I was really having a lot of fun rooting for him here. I kind of picked him at random, and I thought, you know, that's going to be my guy. Now, they might be able to stay in this one. They may be able to stay on the lead lap. They've gotten out of the pits here, and they're going to go turn some laps, but just a very, very unfortunate series of events. That has moved Thiago Melo back up into the lead after the well-documented mistake on the restart there, as Damian Benke sits in the second spot, but a full 5.5 seconds behind. That gap has opened up in just about 20 minutes or so, so we know a lot of pace on that number 20 machine.
And there was an attempted look down the inside for Gabriel Krefta as well into the final corner. It didn't pan out, and we remain in lockstep here this afternoon. Majority of the field starting to break apart here on this one. Although there is a fight developing in GTM, it is Rentley, SRT, and Wolf Motorsports Sim Race, a 7th and 8th place. Continuing to scrap it out for 17th. Make that 7th, sorry. I'm looking at the 17, fighting for 7th. There we go. Look, I've been up since 4:30 this morning. That's my excuse.
That's Claudio De Santo, who's trying to make the move in the 515 machine, was able to get it done, complete the pass, and immediately open up a pretty solid gap. That's at least half a second. And I think as we see them hit the straightaway, that Mercedes is going to get the power down and drive away. Now he's looking at the car ahead. I believe that Porsche is for position. So Claudio De Santo on the move. Looking forward here.
The Porsche's not Ford position. The next car position is actually this Ford Mustang. So one car between the two of them. You want to talk about Ford position in GTM. How about Will Robertson trying to fight off John Goodwin? This is Wastegate Racing, and yet another Mercedes right behind for SRM Motorsports. So second place in GTM up for grabs as Robertson and Goodwin scrapping it out with some German machinery underneath them.
And that's something that I've noticed compared to Daytona about a month ago. The Porsche there was the meta. You had everybody in both the GTP and GT categories was running the Porsche. Here, it seems like we've got a much bigger split. You've got a BMW and a Ferrari leading the GTPs. You've got an Aston Martin leading GT Pro, a Ferrari. leading GT-AM. That is the Porsche. I'm sorry, you got a second Ferrari in second place of GT Pro. And of course the Mercedes here. It just shows that there is a lot of variation in the cars. Big moment for the 10 machine there. That is Damian Benke, who's going to lose a couple of positions. We're going to see what happens here as he heads into the first S's complex and just loses it. Barely snaking by.
Good job on the field.
No
Real
contact.
good heads up. Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what, that was some phenomenal heads-up driving from the field, though. That could have been much worse than it was.
Yeah, luckily that car was parked in a spot where you could kind of see it coming around the bend. You know, you can kind of look around that corner and see what's ahead of you. There is contact. That is the class leader, Tyler Redden, goes around GT Pro contact with a prototype. He's going to get back on track and only lose one spot, but that puts Jack Hedgecox up to the lead in GT Pro. Here comes that modified looking BMW. That prototype going to get by. They still haven't made repairs to that one. Daniel Gruber now doing battle for second place in class after a spin and an off-track moment for Tyler Redden. Nolan, I know you said you wanted some dirt racing here on Green Flag TV. I don't think Redden was the guy who wanted to fulfill that request.
And this was as a result of contact. Look at the GTP just sending it down the inside and, for all intents and purposes, cleaning Redden out there on that deal. That is why we saw your GT Pro-Am leader drop out of said lead. Another battle between McLarens. Nicholas Soul and Timo Tumainen. Telemetry Racing and Rusty Spatulas Racing both going at it here. This for 8th in the GT Pro field.
And going back to Redden, the point that I wanted to make on that 183 is he had a ton of pace. He had opened up a pretty big gap back to the cars behind. So he's going to be able to get himself back in this one. He's already put a few lengths between that car and the 44. Not this one, no major damage is the big note for that 183 Aston, but at the moment finds himself 2.5 seconds back of where he was. And this battle, I believe 4 of those 5 cars right there are lead lap cars that are all fighting for position in the GT Pro category.
Looking up and down throughout the field. Rare's Fatian just now leaving pit road to the number 22. No driver swap for this number 22 entry. Another incident point limit now befalling Red Lab Competizione in the GT Pro category. Tough break for the 554 for Sebastian Gonzalez Burgess, who is going to be sent to pit road, and they are not the only ones. Grow Racing Team White just got a black flag as well in GT Pro.
That 24 car had been pretty competitive. They had been up towards the front of the field. I think lost some spots in one of the incidents that we saw, but that Porsche there, with that front end damage, he's going to have to come in and make the stop. There was a big scramble. I think as that car was coming on a pit road, it sort of checked up a good bit of the field, and it's turned this GT Pro battle into a little bit more of a scrap, as there was a big fight to just find some clean track there, not necessarily even trying to make the pass, just trying to get through that corner cleanly has opened up the door for the Rusty Spatulas. Since something's happened to that 25 GTP team, I think I'm going to have to switch my allegiances here, or at least add a guy to root for the Rusty Spatulas. That's kind of awesome. I can respect the fun team name there, having a little bit of fun with the cutlery, and running really solidly right now in the 7th spot, opening up a gap back to that 68 machine, as we've now got a battle within GTM.
And we talked about Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing's Claudio DeSanto after getting around Marcelino, trying to close the gap to Jason Ketty for Flight Level Racing. that gap has come down substantially. It's down to just 0.4 of a second, and is continuing to march onwards. Team Friedrichsburg, by the way, their black flag has reportedly just been cleared, although that might be because they have retired the car, because I am noticing nobody's actually in it, and if there's no one in the session to receive a meatball flag, well, it clears it. So whether or not that car is actually fixed is debatable. I'm willing to bet probably not. But for the time being, still plenty of action to be had all over the racetrack here for the Sebring International Raceway. You got to fight for second closing as well.
And this battle has pretty much been ongoing since the drop of the green, since we got done with that full course yellow about a half hour ago. Robertson has been able to hang on to that second position, but not by much. He's had Goodwin just behind him. Matthew Elliott's in that fight. Mann's in that fight. And right here now they're dealing with some prototype traffic. Here comes a LMP2 going to sneak by on the inside. That's been a sketchy spot to do it, but that's the 99. Getting the pass made and getting clear into turn 1. So luckily the 33 is going to be able to hit his marks, run his line. But that battle, yeah, it's been ongoing since pretty much the beginning of this green flag stint. But I will say this is the portion of the race, right? We're about to hit 8 hours to go. You're starting the middle third. And in any sort of endurance race, that middle third seems to be the time when everybody starts to settle in. They know, okay, I'm about a 5th to 7th place car, or, oh, I'm in contention for the win, or, oh, we're really just going to be trying to stay on the lead lap, right? You kind of know where you shake out. And so you're trying to basically, you're going to try to maximize that. You're going to want to maintain where you are and then maybe get up a couple more spots. If you're sitting there thinking, hey, we've been about 6th the whole day, let's find a way to break in the top 5 or put ourselves in a position to maybe capitalize on a podium. And when you start thinking more big picture like that, you take less risks. You kind of settle in, you give a little more room to the prototypes, or if you're making the passes, you give a little more room to the GTs. And so the racing spreads out a little bit, gets a little more calm. Everybody gets more comfortable. We get some driver swaps. We'll probably get some green flag pit stops here coming up very soon. I mean, they've been on this tank of fuel and this set of tires for about 30 minutes now. So you're kind of getting to that middle portion of the race. Now you don't want to let your guard down. The green flag pit cycle was really what brought out the full course yellow last time that it happened. But we're kind of, I think, people are starting to settle out. They're starting to chill a little bit more. Now we're thinking, let's log some laps. Let's get to about 1 or 2 hours to go, and then we can really start the dogfight.
Ten minutes before we reach the 1/3 point of this race. 8 hours and 10 minutes on the clock, almost racing. We've almost been underway for a full 4 hours from the Monster Energy 12 Hours of Sebring, and what a race it has been so far. Track Limit Sim Racing caught with yet another black flag. Definitely not their first one today. And at this point, this is quickly becoming a day to forget. They're not the only ones. Blocco Motore has just gotten a black flag, and that is because they've actually had a big spin off the racetrack. That is in the GTM entry. Take another look at this. Oh, he's missing the rear bumper. There's a story here. Oh, it was the Mercedes up front. Got sideways, and he just piled into it with others.
There were 3 or 4 cars that got pretty significant damage from that crash, as that car does not want to slow down. It's dog tracking a little bit. Whoa, look out for the LMP2. That's Rares Fertari sneaking through.
That car is hurt. It is hurt.
Big damage.
Yeah, not going very well. Meanwhile, Double Stint Racing continuing to battle things out. Curtis Schreiber and Timo Tuominen fighting for 6th and 7th now, as the BMW and the McLaren, they will keep battling it out 7th and 8th. Jade, overall, this race has proven to be an absolute barn burner so far. Action everywhere you look. But several of these guys are just going through it here this afternoon.
Yeah, we've seen some cars that just seem to have a whole litter of black cats down in their pit boxes, a lot of crashes. That 19 car, there we go. That one is one of them. That's not the first time that they've had something go wrong on that GT car. It just seems like it starts to build up, right? You know, you get one off track, that turns into two off tracks, that turns into a spin, you know, that turns into a crash, or it turns into a pit penalty, or it turns into, you know, a moment of getting taken out, or getting way off track, getting off the barriers, and you find yourself 3 laps down with a damaged race car, and then you look up at the clock and you go, there's still 8 hours to go. You know, when is this gonna end? But it's been exciting, you know, for us up here to cover all the action. For the first 4 hours, it hasn't really been boring. Obviously, under the full course yellows, we've run some ads and stepped away for a second. But under green, there's been pretty consistent battles. There's been traffic. You know, there's been things to cover. Some of them unfortunate issues happening to those cars. That 420 there, that's on the screen. Excuse me. That car has been spun around backwards here sometime in the past hour. They're still kind of recovering from that, lost a number of positions since it happened pretty early in a green flag stint. So it can feel like a very long race. I mean, it is a very long race, but for the most part, these first 4 hours have been pretty action-packed, and they've gone by pretty quickly.
Fights on as well for 6th place in GT Pro, as Timo Tuominen and Curtis Schreiber getting set to fight it out amongst themselves. Schreiber able to see if he can't retain more of a gap up front, whereas Tuominen with the 1-1-2 getting set to try to run away now that he has clinched the 6th place spot here. You've got Janosch Gebhardt for rescue skill by WMS down pit road.
This is a lot of cars on pit road that are coming down. It's kind of hit that end of the fuel window. We're looking at 40, 50 minutes around that area since we went green. So they've been pedal to the metal for, you know, the entire stint. Everybody coming in, probably going to take tires here as well. A couple of teams are going to opt for driver swaps. So we'll try to keep an eye on that as the roster changes. Right here, taking a look at this is the 512 of Janosch Gebhardt going to stay in that car. So this is not one of the driver swaps. He's going to come out of the pit's tail end of the lead lap to the class leader, which is now Sonnengren, as that 23 machine has elected to stay out for at least a couple more laps. They've got a little bit more fuel, but they will likely be into the pits soon as well. This right here, the battle for the lead in the GT Pro category. We talked about Tyler Redden trying to come back from that spin. He's gained 2 seconds on Jack Hedgecock. If he can follow the prototype through here or let the GTP bully him, but Hedgecock's able to escape.
I would say it was more the GTP bullying Hedgecock than anything. I mean, the GTP sent it in, he got around Redding clean, but then he door checked the Ferrari, and the Hedgecocks effectively repaid the favor. And that number 10 for Visual Motorsports, headed by Damien Benke, just can't get through.
Well, you've got cold tires on that 10 car. Benke was just in the pits, likely put on 4 Michelins, and he's now come out on track faster on the straightaways than the GT cars, but in the corners, honestly, probably at a handling detriment. You know, the cornering speeds for the prototypes and the GT cars are actually pretty similar, and when you take away the grip by putting cold tires on one of those prototypes, it can actually make the cornering speed a little bit lower than the GT car. So they've got to slow down from a faster speed to a slower speed. You saw Benke overdo it just a little bit there and get into that Ferrari. Yeah, he was the one doing the bullying. Nothing that Hedgecox did wrong there, and I think it was kind of a smart decision by Redden to back out and just watch this one play out here.
Problems for Monarch Racing as the number 99 has had yet another slide out of the final corner. Spins up the rears. Oh, and traffic able to get through. No harm, no foul. We stay green. So only 2 minutes and 20 minutes away from Enduro points being handed out. Of course, this is race 2 of the Endurance Cup in this championship. And in the Endurance Cup, they do periodically award points at various stages throughout the race. I believe at Daytona, it was every 6 hours. Here, it is every 4. And so we are anticipating to see drivers getting some more critical points. And that's why you could be seeing some drivers looking to stay out to try and make it worth their while to stay out here for the points at the moment.
Yeah, if you're a prototype, you could probably get a couple more laps in the next minute and a half. You're looking at Thiago Mello trying to get those points to Krefta. You go back Sonegren. That's actually a really tight battle. Sonegren is going to lose the lead. I believe that 23 car may be on pit road. So that puts Rauers Freighton up to the front of the LMP2 category.
You're taking a look at some of the... There it is. Yep, there's second and third, and that is Vulture Motorsports kind of getting in the way. Now, Vulture's not doing anything wrong. That's just Visual Motorsports' Corey Cresone trying to find a way around Victor Sonegren, and he's going to...
Hitting is the 11th machine of Corey Thurcone. Huge contact with the 66.
Situational awareness at some point, guys, right? I mean, this is taking another look back at this one with the number 66. I mean, the LMP2 just comes right across the road like he's not there. I don't know what the Porsche's supposed to do about it.
Not a huge amount of damage to either car, but Thurcone kind of just threw that car to the right and was hoping that he was clear rather than checking if he was clear. Luckily, they're going to kind of get away from each other, and those two cars not in the same class, so they're not really going to be battling each other. If they were battling each other, you'd have that opportunity where you would think about, you might see a very aggressive fight here. We're looking at one of the Aston on pit road. I believe this is the 157 machine. Potentially. And they are going to do service to that car. The Corvette in as well. Another Ferrari on pit road. Everybody once again getting that service in as we hit the 8-hour mark. Thiago Mello, your overall leader, with 2/3 of the race to go. Rauers Freighton is leading the LMP2 category, and I'm not so sure that Sonegren hit, because he's only about 6 seconds behind Freighton. So we saw him lose the class lead in LMP2. Not sure exactly what went down with the 23 machine to lose all of that time. But then Jack Hedgecock has been able to maintain the GT Pro class lead, and Will Robertson is actually now your GT-AM class leader, although that gap is less than 2 seconds back to the BMW of Elia.
Going racing, diving for the inside line here, trying to go for the lead on Jack Hedgecock, but Bloccomatore not able to get the run. He's going to duck back in line. Boy, that got a little bit dicey there for a second, but they were able to hold it together. But we got a fierce fight developing for the lead in GT Pro. We might be out of the initial run of this race, but that certainly does not mean that we are 100% out of the fight for this spot. You know, midway points be damned. These guys are going for it.
And you've got to remember, too, Tyler Redden was the class leader by a good bit for a good bit of time. And then there was that incident, got him spun around, knocked him back.
And we're starting to see mind games being played here. You saw Redden make that peek to the inside before tucking in line. He's trying to fill the mirrors, trying to show that he's there. He could go for the move at any time and see if he can maybe force Jack Hedgecox out wide, but Hedgecox and his team, multi-time winners here in VSCA. They know how to get the job done. Such tricks, I don't think are going to work so easily on them. We've had problems as off the road is one of the BMW M Team machines. That's Daniel Campos who has gone around.
Battle still ongoing, and if you're Tyler Redden, you're thinking ahead, right? When is going to be the next opportunity to make this pass? We're going to go back and have a look at what happened to the 12 machine. Just really slow through that corner.
Probably nursing a hardware failure of some description. He did get back up onto the racetrack in full. So that car is back at the base now, so whatever the problem was, he has clearly resolved it, but it's a curious development. Bravo Snow Shatter for GTP is into the box this time by, and here comes Tyler Redden going for the undercut. And I do believe we have just lost Cade Corbin. It appears that we have, so we will keep things up and rolling here. A lot of battles still underway. Fight for third between John Goodwin and Jason Ketty is getting tight. That is between SRN Racing and Flight Level Racing, headed out of Le Mans down the Ullman Straight. Carlos Farias for Fury Sim Sport. Mentioned them being caught with a drive-through penalty for the incident limit, and the drivers that were leading this race to green offset on strategy. They're now going to have to come right through the box. They are back out though now and set to duke it out once more. We've also got Grow Racing Team Blues Ruben Pino, who has managed to come up right to the gearbox of Carlos Farias, and that is courtesy of that drive-through penalty. And unless Farias can drive away quickly, could see a battle for 7th into the hairpin. There's a GTP trying to cut through, but Pino trying to go for the pass around the outside. No dice. And that Porsche with GTP behind just cannot find a way to get through. He is going to get the job done. And we're back to it once more. Once again, a huge send on the brakes for Pino. And Farias gets through as well. Tell you what we're going to do here is jump up to the GTPs as Wastegate Racing's Jason Burney taking over from brother Kyle Burney. Now running down Philip Blouth with the 96 entry in the GTP field. Again, a look to the inside, but it will not lead to a successful overtake. Slicing and dicing through the field, it is Ferrari versus Cadillac. as they drive her in deep into turn number 1. Cade, do we have you back now?
Yeah, I had a little bit of a hardware failure of my own. I'm not even trying to run a racing simulator right now, and my computer is still having a rough time. So the good news is I'm not in the field and did not risk anybody else's race. But I'm back. I'm not sure what we missed, but we've got a cluster of prototypes right here with us at the moment. A couple of LMP2s, a couple of GTPs, barely clear into the hairpin. That was a risky move by the Cadillac, but able to get clear. As we're seeing the pit cycle continue, a couple more cars coming on the pit road farther back in the field. That has cycled the lead to Gabriel Peckley? Gabriel Peckley.
Yeah, Gabriel
yes.
Peckley.
There it is. Got the tower pulled up now.
We had the GT3 battle for the lead making its way around the battle for 7 in LMP2. Right now, Grow Racing Blues, Ruben Pino and Carlos Farias going at it. Farias, of course, this far down the field because of a drive-through penalty for the incident that he just picked up. Into pit road comes Fraction with twin-turn SR, giving the teammate over to the sister car of Sonogran. And so the pit strategy continues to be a point of discussion as we continue to work our way deeper and deeper into the 5th hour.
And this has been, I think, noteworthy, the longest green flag run of the day. You know, we've been going since about the 8:45 mark, so close to a full hour of green flag racing. These guys are going to start to get tired. The ones who don't swap out for a driver swap here under the pits are going to be doing a double stint, basically completely green, which, you know, is definitely doable. It's something that's been done before plenty of times, but that doesn't mean it isn't difficult, doesn't mean it isn't tiring. And something that's going to be really interesting to watch here while we're talking about pit cycles is seeing where Jack Hedgecock's picks out. We saw Redden go in, undercut that car, and I believe they've put Ian Lawrence Brown in the 183 machine. So a driver swap for that Aston Martin. We'll see where Hedgecock's comes in pits, and if that Ferrari is able to maintain the lead or loses the GT Pro lead to the 183.
Judge Hedgecock's working lap number 30, and he's coming to pit road this time. So once again, Hedgecock's into the box. Does he go for the driver swap, or does he look to stay in the car himself? A battle for the net race lead here underway between he and Ian Lawrence Brown. And he is going for a driver swap. He hops out. Josh Goen back into the car. The driver that started this race is back into it. And the Aston Martin right now, 32.7 seconds back and trying to reel the gap in, but he's got to make it all the way to the Ullman Straight before he can take that lead back from Goen.
So we'll see where Goen cycles out. There's another Goen out here in the field as well at the moment, so we'll try to keep those straight. One of them is GT Pro, one of them is GT Am. We're talking about the GT Pro Goen, who's going to come out of the pits. At the moment, we're looking at the timing tower there, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. It's going to be very close at the top of the screen.
Sunset.
Coming out of Sunset, there he is.
Wow.
That is Ian Lawrence Brown, and a phenomenal pit stop for Josh Goen as Curtis Treiber comes into the pits. Means that these two are officially the front two. Now, I will say this. Gowen's going to have about 2 laps of cold tires. He's going to be losing grip. So right now that gap, 5.5 seconds, it's probably going to come all the way down to about 2, I would imagine. That's how much grip you lose with the cold tires. So it'll be up to Josh Gowen to make as much lap time as he can with limited grip. At the very top of the screen, just now under the Advent Health Bridge, is the Aston of Ian Lawrence Brown. So he's got a little bit of room to work with. No need to push the car. But that gap definitely much bigger than it was when they first pitted.
Now, critically here, Goen, no matter what, has gained at least 1.6 seconds because that's how much faster it was throughout pit road than Ian Lawrence Brown was on the way out of the box. So, tough break for him. Into pit road comes Saul Sanchez Flores in the World of Sim Racing Team Corvette. in GT Pro, serving an instant limit penalty, so he is into the box. And that fight for third in LMP2 is still looking a little bit tighter as well. Haven't checked in on GTM too much. Right now, Thomas Marcelino in a pit row, but a two-way fight developing here between Claudio DeSanto and Michael James for ninth.
And I believe this is a Michael James that I've raced against before. I think this is the very same Michael James that I know. And I know if this is the same Michael James that I'm thinking of, that's a pretty common name. But he's a heck of a wheelman, and he's going to go out, take the fight to him here. He's got that 66 car in his sights, letting the prototypes go. Going to be under fire here. So this battle is going to be, you're in a really interesting spot right now if you're James, because you want to be on the attack, right? You want to be going and trying to catch the car in front, but you also want to be playing a little bit of defense. At the same time, you've got to balance 7 hour, 45 minute to go. How much do you really want to throw a block on a car that might be just a little bit faster? So right now, this is James trying to hold on to the 9th position. Claudio DeSanto all over the rear bumper of that 17 car. If you're DeSanto, meanwhile, and you think that you are faster, it's about patience, right? It's about waiting to, it's about waiting for the right opportunity to make that pass and not forcing yourself into a poor position.
Well, you say that. He thinks it's time to go for it here. Looking for the inside into the hairpin. The block of Motore GT Pro Aston Martin right behind them. Hard on the brakes. And DeSanto takes the spot over from Michael James's McLaren. And now you see Brown getting a little bit antsy with the lights. All the while for third, Fernando Torres still hot on the heels of Jonathan Fochting. And there's the look finally to the inside at Sunset Bend. Goes Torres and Red Lab Competizione in a drag race with Flight Level Racing down the pit straight into turn 1.
They've got to make way for a GTP as well. Luckily, they're not going to try to force it 3 wide. That is Bernie right now sitting 4th in the overall. Now he looks to thread the needle, jumps to the inside of the 552, who shuts that door. So they're going to be single file through the S's complex and now on to the Big Bend. Able to negotiate that traffic. Bernie's going to get the run down the straightaway, and a huge gap has opened up. Now that's close to a second. Between those two cars, 3rd and 4th. Torres, great run into the hairpin as we're looking out at the 22 machine. It had been leading, pitted I think a little bit off cycle, and that's what's put that car towards the rear of the LMP2 group. Actually under penalty, that is William Alcala.
Yeah, right around the same time, Bornheim as well as Patty Engineering, they both ended up getting meatball flags, and something, call me crazy, something tells you there's a story there. So let's take a look back and see if we can find the story. Here is the number 22. This is coming out of Le Mans, just a loose moment and off the row by themselves. Here comes the 47 into the same corner. Oh, a bad rejoin! And just plows into the door.
And you cannot do that. That Le Mans corner is very, very easy to get a little bit off camber. You feel very off kilter. That car is, you're going to watch the back end just step out right here. He's going to navigate to the right, and when he switches to go back to the left, oh, I'm sorry, this is coming into the crash.
That is...
Yeah, nowhere to go. That is not
nothing
a good rejoin.
Nothing that John Santoro could have done. That is...
Not at all.
I'm sorry. That is terrible. That is absolutely terrible. Remember, VSCA mandates human spotters. If you're not driving, you're spotting. That's typically how things work in VSCA. It is a rule requirement that you have to have one. Someone should have told him that it was not clear to rejoin on the racetrack. That is inexcusable. There's so many tools you have to not make that mistake at this level.
And you've got so much runoff, too, behind you. I mean, at that point, you're already off track. Might as well throw it into reverse and make something happen. Meanwhile, this 21 that we're looking at, Gabriel Krefta has hit some sort of incident limit. This has been one of the best cars all day, consistently towards the front of the GTP standings, and they're going to have to serve a drive-through here. That's going to put them probably back in a battle with that 96 car. We haven't talked about that machine a whole lot today, but Philip Blauf going to find himself in the fight for second as Krefta is going to make the slow crawl down pit road to serve that drive-through penalty.
Tough break for Krefta on that one. As the battle is going to continue on. Although it looks like for really the first time, things are starting to die out. So I'll tell you what here, Cade, let's ride on board with Michael James from Rentley SRT, and we'll let you feel the noise on Green Flag TV. 7 hours, 42 and a half minutes to go in the Monster Energy 12 Hours of Sebring. Racing action continues on from the VSCA Sports Car Championship, and we got the number 420 of Randy Marino off and into the grass. He has been given the clearance to toe to pit road. We will not have a safety car. We will keep this race green. Once again, my name is Will Ramble alongside Cade Corbin. Lucas Moody will be joining us in about just over half an hour here. This is what happened to see the number 420 car off the road. Oh, they're already off the road there.
There was some wing
Here we
damage as
go.
well. So something happened to that machine before they got in the grass.
Well, this will tell the story. Down the inside, and kind of a reversal of the incident we saw before. This time it was a BMW that pushed right across the road.
And I don't know how much room that P2 left the BMW to operate as we got a pass for the GT Pro lead. Ian Lawrence Brown had run down Josh Gowan and completed the pass there as they head into the Big Bend. It was about a 2-second gap, had closed up to nothing, and Brown gets the pass done, gets to the lead of the GT category.
Yes, sir. So Ian Lawrence Brown finally overcoming the gremlins of that Aston Martin, and he is going to push up into the head of the field. Take another look back at how this pass was made. It was a much better run. Going ahead to lift to avoid running into the grass at the exit of 1 and then into 3. It was all too easy for Ian Lawrence Brown and the Aston Martin to clear him by the time they got to the apex.
And as far as the GT goes, that 183 has kind of been the class of the field all day. We saw Redden running really, really well, and now we're seeing Ian Lawrence Brown able to pick that up. It's always something that you worry about a little bit. When you go out and you have a really, really good stint or a really, really good couple of stints, then you put somebody else in the car, and even if you trust them as a driver, you're worried that something's going to happen, or you're worried that they're not going to get acclimated. You're worried that the cold tires, as that is the 10 of Damian Benke, has found the grass, and I believe a little bit of the wall as well.
Big moment there, and there you see Rico Kohlmeyer. That was just coming into pit road to get a driver swap. Take another look back at this one. Just a looping of the back end all by himself, and World of Sim Racing having a close shave. Most of the GT battles starting to drop off, but we got some GTP fights that are now developing. This one is for third between Gabriel Krefta and Jason Burney for third in GTP. And you also have the BMW M-Team teammates of Seth Neufeld and Daniel Campos within 0.3 of a second.
This is both of these cars trying to get back in the fight. That 12 machine had the front end ripped off a little bit ago, and then you had a couple of spins and penalties to the 25 that I've been pulling for a little bit. These teammates do in battle here. This for 7th in the class, both of them 1 lap down at the moment. We did also see a penalty in the GT category to the Santos? No. DeSanto, one of them, only one of them, not plural. Penalty there, drive-through on incidents has dropped that car back to 10th in the class. Really close there. These teammates got to get it sorted. This is not a spot where you want to be side by side.
And Campos going to be able to win out in that fight. Takes over the spot for Seth Neufeld. Clearly, no team orders in play there. That was a case of like, all right, boys, you have had it, as they went out and they raced each other like true competitors on that one. And here comes Neufeld trying to get the jump back on him. So it's looking like they're going to let these guys fight it out for the spot.
And I think they haven't shaked out who's necessarily the faster driver overall. If they can kind of figure out somebody's consistently get a few more tenths on pace, they'll let that guy go, try to run up the field, and maybe there's a way that they could cycle back onto the lead lap by playing some pit strategy. But for the moment, you said it, Nolan, they are just going at it. While we've got a moment here, I want to mention that weather forecast at about the 4-hour mark of the race, which we crossed about a half hour ago, was when the rain chances started to emerge. However, those clouds have stayed away from the track for the most part. Although the humidity and the ambient temperature have gone up, the track temperature has remained about the same, and the rain has stayed away and will likely stay away until the very late portions of this race, like we mentioned earlier. I thought it was going to roll in. I thought we were going to get a pop-up. That was my personal weatherman prediction. But as happens up here in the commentary booth, we were quite wrong. So,
well, we gave you one for estimating caution laps. We had to take one away from you for the weather.
That's true. VSCA giveth, VSCA taketh away. This is giving us a great battle, though, right here. This is Jason Burney trying to hang on to the 3rd spot in traffic. Gabriel Krefter right behind.
Now, these two drivers have been close for about the last hour or so. They've been unable to break away from each other this entire run, and they're looking to continue to be tight all the way through these fights. No drivers within 2 seconds at the moment throughout the LMP2 field. Closest bout is between Ruben Pino and Carlos Farias for what would be 2nd place. We'll see if Furious Simsport can potentially reel in the gap. Same story for GT Pro, but GTM's having a couple of fights as Wastegate Racing is trying to go after SRM Motorsports for 4th.
This is a good battle here between a couple of Mercedes. They've got that Corvette in front of them as well. Now we're taking a look back at the 64 for Vulture. That Vulture team, I believe, still hanging on to the lead lap, at least within the GTM category. So we're going to go back and take a look at what happened to them.
Makes the look. And I feel like Vulture Motorsports kind of helped to facilitate that pass there a little bit.
Yeah,
Not
Jim
wanting
McGill,
to
I
take
think, got in the
risks.
sunset and just wanted to get him, let him go there. He's actually gotten him back? No.
No, you're looking at the fight up the road
Battle.
between
There we
the
go.
other SRM Motorsports car.
That's some pretty significant left side damage. Actually, that's going to be impacting the aerodynamic performance of that car. Maybe not significantly, but at least a little bit. You're going to be losing a little bit of speed with that car. Whoa, I thought the prototype was going to stick it in there, go into the Le Mans turns, try to find the bottom. Instead, he's going to swing out wide. LMP2 coming on the bottom, barely clear for that machine. As Rico Kohlmeyer going to let them go and then make the pass on his own. That was a really sketchy moment there as they entered the straight.
It is what it is, as they say. That's just the nature of multi-class race. We've already had more close calls like that we could count. It's all now down to just how do you manage all of these trends. Most of the fights have looked to taper off from here on out. For the most part, at least, drivers are still having some battles wherever they can. That was for 7th as Thomas Marcelino makes the passage of McGill. I feel like McGill a little bit slow at the moment. That number 64 car losing 2 spots in just the same amount of laps. Clearly not up to scratch.
Looks like there might be a little bit of front end damage to that car. Minor contact at some point has bent the front splitter just a touch. Same thing to the rear diffuser. That wouldn't be impacting it a whole lot, though. I do wonder if this has to do with the incident limits. If they're sitting right on the cusp of getting another one, they may want to just be riding a little bit. This car's been pretty aggressive, too, throughout the course of the day. You see, he's going to let the that's actually Ian Lawrence Brown, leader of the GT Pro category, going to let that machine go. This is back up here. This is Bernie again. One of the closest battles on track. Still, though, the P3 spot being held on by that 32 car. The BMWs also don't want to let each other go. Daniel Campos for the moment has it there, catching some traffic rapidly. The BMW going to duck out of the way of his prototype cousins and just let them go. Very wise decision.
think that may have been, that was not BMW M Sports GT entry, but boy, that got a little sketchy there, just a touch. But they're able to hold it. Man, I mean, I did not expect to see a fight between sister cars like this, at least not this early in the race. And I say early, right? We've been racing for, what, 4.5 hours now, but at the same time, you still got 7.5 to go. Do you really want to be fighting your teammate that aggressively this early?
I honestly think it partially has to do with just the nature of Sebring. The way that this track flows and the way that it works, and the reason why drivers like it so much is because it's easy to kind of get an over-under, right? You can judge based off the car in front of you and get a run out of the corner by doing a cutback or a diamond kind of line. And I think what's happening is you're getting a little bit of draft down the straightaways, you get into the corner, and the car that's behind has a little bit of an advantage from being able to use the visual cues from the car in front. As they start to space out, I think here we'll see Campos kind of start to drive away just a little bit now that the gap is there. But when the gap wasn't there, it was really easy for the car behind to generate momentum, go up and make a pass, especially when they're so evenly matched. You've got to imagine behind the wheel, and of course both of them being BMWs, you've got similarities there as well. So I think it has to do with Sebring. It's so inviting. It wants you to make that pass. And, you don't want to slow down to avoid doing that. And so in this case, you've just gone ahead, you make the pass, and then see if the other guy gets you back.
Track limits sim racing Thunderbolt off the road. Yet another problem for the 420, who have been, for all intents and purposes, put through the ringer this afternoon. So yet another issue for track limit sim racing, and this time locking up of the rears. Spins him into the grass, a solo car incident. And we continue to maintain a green flag posture this afternoon. Fight's finally on between Goodwin and Reha Soganchi. Looking to the inside as Wastegate Racing trying to take that one away from SRM Motorsports. Down to the inside, contact door to door in Sunset Bend. And Soganchi going to be able to take that pass around the long way.
Now they're both going to have to stay to the outside of turn one. Prototype going to make the move. I thought for a moment the 75 was going to be able to cut back and maybe get the move there, but wasn't able to make it happen. That is John Goodwin as opposed to Josh Gowan. Keeping those two straight. Looking back here side by side. That's the 30 car of Dylan Babcock. That Fury machine had been leading the LMP2 category when we were under the last full course yellow, and they have just tumbled down the standings. They're actually coming out of the pits here, so on cold tires, likely the culprit for that sketchy moment.
Come out right in the midst of a bunch of their own competitors, and just a little bit slow overall, it kind of looks like there, and they let through some GTB traffic, and that's more of a all's well ends well type of situation. That could have been an incident, but it didn't end up being one. So Dylan Babcock jumping into the car for the number 30 Dallar P217 and catching him now. This fight for 7th of GTP that has been hotly contested, would be putting it mildly.
And they've actually run down that 10 machine. Damian Banky still on the lead lap, but going slower than both of these BMWs. As we see a drive-through penalty issued to Carlos Guimil. But this is going to put those cars a little bit closer to getting back on the lead lap. Gabriel Peckley has been putting down some flyers out there on track. He has gapped the field. You can see it on the timing tower, over 30 seconds from first to second, but I think the battle for the second fastest car within this category right now is probably one of these two BMWs, both of them flying through the field, but unfortunately, again, they are both trapped one lap down, and without a fortunate safety car, they're going to stay that way for the next 7.5 hours.
Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing bringing Janosch Gebhardt into the box, and they're going to put Frederick Bassani in. So a new driver into the number 512. on their most recent pit stop in this field. Towards the front, still have Daniel Campos leading the way from teammate Seth Neufeld behind, and with some of the aggression we've seen for these two, you would almost think there's a bit of animosity here amongst the teammates. I don't think there is. It's just good, hard competition, and I love what I'm seeing. Again, I'm just surprised it's happening between sister cars.
I think when you're teammates, you want to push each other. I mean, you know, with my teammates, we had two cars that were both in the Daytona 24, and we were racing in the same split. It was a ton of fun to be up there. Of course, that was just the official. That was not the special event here with the VSCA. But when we'd get around each other, we'd race a little bit harder. You know, we wanted to push each other. We wanted to help each other find those tenths of a second. And I think that's what we're seeing here. Something else to mention, the leader in LMP2 has come in and pit. Gustavo Eduardo Silva, now behind the wheel of that machine. They've dropped back to third in class. And something else I wanted to mention, if I'm not mistaken, Bisani, there we saw hop in that car, I believe actually started the race for that team. I could be wrong, could be a similar name situation, but we're getting to the point now in the driver rotation where you've got the option to swap in somebody who's already done a couple of stints. You know, if you only have 3 drivers that are doing this, those drivers are going to have to go twice. You know, they're going to have to split up their stints or do a double, go take a break, and then do another double. But you're at the point now where you may, if you have a few drivers, be swapping somebody in for the second spot. Kind of early in the race, but just depends on how the teams want to do it. That is something to think about. If you're playing in these races, running these races, you may be looking at getting in the car for the second time, either now or sometime within the next couple of hours.
Well, Jason Burney was looking to fight it out with Grefta, but they have dropped back as a result. You mentioned a lot about drivers swaps as of late, because we're, of course, seeing more of them. A lot of teams, they have, you know, spreadsheets upon spreadsheets to game it out exactly down to the minute when they're going to be swapping drivers in or out based on pit stop runs. But as you've seen before, safety cars can sometimes alter that schedule in quite dramatic fashion, and teams have to be very careful of that, because at Daytona, and I believe at Long Beach as well, there were cars that were disqualified because they failed to meet the drive time requirements.
Yeah, that was something we had run into that same issue at Daytona. We had a couple of spreadsheets. We had things planned out, you know, which drivers and which cars were going to go out and who was going to drive when. And then we would find ourselves in a wreck, you know, or it started raining in our split, and we had somebody who wasn't ready to drive in the wet, you know, and so we swapped. We had to make that swap on the fly. And then we had somebody who, you know, had work the next day or was busy the next day. As that race, you know, went into its second day, 24 hours, you know, we couldn't get those drivers in the car. And so we had to be super careful about how we hit that fair share rule. And that's something that's going to come into play here too. You want your better drivers to do more laps. You know, it's hard to say as we got a car off there, exit of turn 2, that is number 14 LMP2 machine being driven by Jorge Diaz. But yeah, it's just something you got to be really mindful of. iRacing kind of helps you out. It calculates about how many laps each driver should need. But you do want to maximize your best drivers getting a few more laps. And if you run that fine line and catch an unfortunate safety car, you're running 30 minutes behind a safety car. You could have 10 laps where your current driver is trapped in the car because you don't want to pit. So we're going to take a look at what happened here. Exiting the pits, I think it's cold tires again.
This is Jorge Lito Diaz, and whoa, a big snap on cold tires on the exit of pit road. And that is what has sent them off-piste. Bit of a wild moment there for the number 14, but they're able to gather it up. Marco Villela for Rick Team Racing, just having to swap a position with Grow Racing. Blew it off the road. It's a big mess. Villela, I think, got checked up, and Diaz had to scramble to go evasive as well.
Yeah, that 87 car got hard on the brakes in the Le Mans turns, and the 14 tried to follow suit. locked him up pretty heavily. Once again, cold tires, you're going to see, I believe that's a Porsche GT car that's in the way.
Boy.
And Valela had to slow up a lot more than you typically would because he'd entered that corner side by side. I think the 14 entered at a little bit more of a normal speed, realized a little bit too late he was going to have to check up more. Honestly, a very smart decision, a very heads-up decision to jump off to the left, go off into the runoff, and live to fight another day instead of trying to force that pass to happen at that exact moment. That is for position, though. The 87, the 14, fighting it out on track right now. Now 5 seconds between them with that mistake for the 14 machine. And a penalty being issued to Ian Lawrence Brown. This is another drive-through for the incident limits. He had put 5 seconds on Josh Gowan in that well-documented battle. Right now on screen it's Bernie. Now we're going to go ahead and take a look.
Oh,
this is
no.
88.
That's the BMW. I think the 88 car did get nicked in the midst of that mess with the prototype. Because that car is not looking healthy, and they're going to be forced into pit road. Let's ride on board with the B217 with that incident. This is with Grow Racing Team Blue. Oh, sorry, it was a Porsche. I thought it was BMW from the top, but no, it was definitely a Porsche. And then, fair enough, they did miss him. So Rick Team Racing's number 88 BMW has had a completely isolated incident here. You already see that car's crabbing here, just coming. Oh, hold on. All right, we got a story here to unpack on this one, my friend.
Yeah, that's Jose Barbosa in the 88. They were already a number of laps down. Something happening to that car, potentially involving the class leader.
They're fine here.
Yeah, I don't see Brown on screen.
Oh, right there. Car snaps sideways
goodness.
and just catches the wall at the worst point. And that axle is just used up.
Yeah, major right side damage, and then you briefly saw the second moment there where the car kicked back to the left and basically did them in. I don't think that's a race ender, but like you said, already a number of laps down. Not out of the race, but they're going to sit there. They're actually going to go ahead and opt for a driver swap here while they're repairing the car. So Jose Barbosa out, as once again the battle for third in the overall is heating up. Bernie's been caught once again by Krefta. They're head down the long straight here. Going to try to use the toe to get a run. But Bernie had a really good corner exit. Now going to navigate through some GT traffic to try to build that gap. Looks like Krefta did a little bit of a better job than Bernie did, though. He may have a run down the front straightaway. Car length between them not going to happen this time.
Overall, the field has been having a pretty quiet run, this green flag run. I think this third green flag stint since we came to the end of our second safety car period of the afternoon has to be the quietest we've seen all race long. It's been a manic opening 4 hours, but hour 5 has been relatively tame, and I think a lot of drivers just now realizing, hey, still have over half this race to go. They're not in sprint race mentality anymore like they were at Long Beach.
Yeah, it's a much different types of drive. We saw that big crash, a full course yellow, nearly 2 hours ago, actually, when that crash happened there in the sunset turn. So about 2 hours of green flag racing. At the beginning of the race course, we kicked it off with 2 safety car moments, both of those moments lasting for more than a half hour each. So got these drivers a little bit jittery. But now that we've gotten pretty singled out, we've got this great battle here for third in the GTP category. We're keeping an eye on the GT Pro class as well. And we've seen some good swapping back and forth in the pit strategy in the LMP2 class. So that's kind of what's going on. As we get to the top of the hour, I'm going to be swapping out of the booth here. We'll introduce Lucas Moody up into the booth. He'll be taking over, forming up here with Nolan Rempel still calling the race and pushing the buttons behind the screen. So pretty good multitasking for Nolan. Only going to give give you a shout out for that one, doing both at the same time. Pretty solid job. I just get to sit here and talk. Nolan's doing a lot of the hard work for us here on Green Flag TV. You're watching the Monster Energy Monster Energy 12 Hours of Sebring here for the Virtual Sports Car Association as we approach the 6th hour. Just 7 hours to go in this endurance race.
Bravo Snow Shack as Gabriel Peckley comes down pit road. No driver swap though remain in the race car, and so Bernie and Krefta continue to run strong on the racetrack with no end in sight to this battle. This, at the moment, is the lone battle that we have in this field. Do you think we see a move here from Gabriel Krefta before the next time these guys come down pit road here, Gabriel? Or Cade, sorry?
He's definitely going to want to get by him. He's not going to want to worry about, hold up a second, there's a raindrop. I was right.
Oh my God. You got it right.
I did it. I can't believe it,
what
folks.
Are
right
the
now,
odds?
the rain chance, it's like 8% right now.
8% coverage, and it happened to be in just that 8.
Oh, that's beautiful. The windshield wipers are turning on. Now, the track is going to be drivable on slick tires for probably another 30 or 45 minutes, okay? There's not going to be a huge panic to come in and get wet. But next time you do come down pit road, you may want to consider putting that treaded tire on. Man, now I'm kind of sad that I gotta leave. I was looking forward to the rain racing here, but
you stuck around long enough to get the honor of saying "I told you so," which is something us commentators rarely get the chance to do.
I certainly did. I also I called a win for the 25 machine, and unfortunately that didn't work. Yeah, that's a good amount of raindrops on the windshield, and I don't imagine that this rain's going to go anywhere. Too, once it starts. I think it's going to be here to stay. We did actually just see a pit stop there from Bernie in that 32 machine. So he's field down the road. Your race leader has pit as well, so that moves Philip Blouth up to be your overall leader. He only has 2 seconds on Krefta, though, so Krefta's got some clean track to try to make a little bit of lap time before he wants to pit. I'd imagine that all of these immediate stops are going to be for slick tires. The track hasn't taken any moisture yet. But again, about 20-30 minutes from now, when the track starts to really get slicked up, you're going to want that treaded wet tire on, and maybe make some adjustments as well to try to account for the rain.
Oh, for sure. And there is a lot of action still yet to be had here this afternoon. So tell you what, it's going to get wild here pretty quickly. So what we're going to do, we're going to take ourselves a jump back and give another shout out to the guys who get the lights on here for the VSA Sports Car Championship. When we return, it's rain racing in Florida. We'll see you then.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Green Flag TV. It is a pit road fest right now as everyone is coming in. And Lucas, well, first of all, welcome to the booth, Lucas Moody. You could not have picked a more wild time to join us. We got cars in the pit road because, guess what? The rain is here. We've hit the changeover point, and drivers are going onto wet weather tires for the first time this afternoon.
Yeah, I literally could not have joined at a more chaotic part of the race. Literally every single car in their mothers is coming down pit road for some wet weather tires right now, getting some tread on the walls of their rubber to give them more grip in these wet, slick, slippery conditions that are going to be happening out there right now. And it's so funny that Cade would not only called the weather, but then how the crossover point of the top of the hour happened just as the rain was coming. So I got thrown all into the depths of this chaotic situation now that this race has turned out to be. But here he comes, that 90 machine of Ryan Steinhoff, the second place in the GT-AM series, going to come down pit road as well.
This is a tough break because Steinhoff was just in a pit road 3 laps ago and put on slicks. That was after the rain started coming down, Lucas. I don't know why that would be a mistake that would have made. Maybe they thought the rain wasn't going to stick around or that the rain wasn't going to be as hard as it was, but, well, it was, and so they're forced to pit road, and that has shot their stint in the foot as a result. A lot of drivers with black flags at the moment. Thomas Barton from Vision 1 Motorsports, Grow Racing Team Blue, Monarch Racing Team, Pack Sim Sports, VSR Competizione. All of them have black flags. So does Virtual Power Sim Racing, and that is, of course, for reaching the 10-point incident limit that is being enforced here this afternoon. Look at how much drivers that are on slick tires right now are having to slow up these corners. Heck, that was Chris Schreiber, who's on wets.
Yeah, even if you have those wet tires, rain is still very tricky, especially around Sebring. I mean, this track is so bumpy. You already are losing grip in the corners on the straightaways due to those bumps. Throwing water on top of that just makes it all the worse. And you see, pit road still very busy here with that rain probably starting about 8 minutes ago. The 24 car, actually that Porsche is going to be off the road now.
Oh, boy.
He's going to try to find a safe spot to rejoin, but it's going to be hard.
That is Grow Racing Team White, and they are among the drivers that are still on slick tires, 23-lap old slick tires at that. So you take a look back at this one here, and can you tell that car's not on wet weather tires at this point?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, it just slid straight off the track.
Here we go, a fight for position as Bravo Snow Shaft and a Wastegate Racing going at it side by side. Wastegate Racing pitted 2 laps ago on slick tires. Why are we making this mistake as Nicholas Pedersen comes around on the slick weather? And, well, that is going to be just about that for him and his fight. And keep in mind, visibility has already started to become a problem. When you ride on board with Pedersen, it's not as bad here in the slower corners of the racetrack, but, you know, you get off of one of these corners and head down the Ullman Straight, a little bit of a longer racetrack, and, well, you can ride on board to the back end here of Aero Urexoy. I mean, boy, it's already getting difficult to sight braking points, especially some of those prototypes with all the spray. They're taking, oh, trouble in front! Look out! Is into the wall! Who is that going around? Can't tell who this is. I think that it's one of the McLarens. It's Tony Allison for Superstar Racing Team.
Oh my gosh, we're riding on board with the Porsche, and all of a sudden there was a spinning 720S in front of us. That was an absolute jump scare.
Again,
looks like Tony Allison was able to keep it out of the wall, though.
Again, this is a car that is on. They are on slick tires right now. They're forced into pit road for a massive accident. Thought we're about to get another safety car. Take another look. Oh, that car's already busted. Look at the holy cow! That whole car has just been annihilated. We'll jump back even further. There's a huge story. Look at the right rear. It's completely locked up. So we only saw the aftermath. And even back here, already that car has gone around. That's over a minute before the accident scene. I don't know what to tell you on where to even start dissecting that crash.
Yeah, that is so bizarre because you saw that right tire was already locking up as one of the GTPs or LMP2 cars going off the road a little bit there. Another one of those cars that are still on slick tires out there. He's got to be so careful in every single corner, and curbs, they're just not a thing. If you touch a curb on slick tires in these conditions, you're spinning off the track. But yeah, that was such a bizarre incident. He went to brake for that final corner and instantly his car snapped to the left and into traffic that was coming through.
That, again, is the car that is completely destroyed coming into this series of corners here. No idea how or where it happened. I mean, that is unbelievable. I may have found it. Emphasis big time on maybe. Oh, that's Rentley SRT. This is... Oh, that's SR and TFR Alliance having a spin of their own. So, again, still going on the hunt here to try to find out what the heck happened to the Superstar race team. That's the Rentley car. And there's Autoshot off the road. I think we may have just found it here, Lucas. It looks like that car has gone in backwards because it's fine here. And then gets approached by an LMP2. No contact. Locks the rears around, and that will do it.
Yeah, you see that right rear got like catapulted into the wall due to the momentum it was carrying, and that would have been a cause for that right suspension / right tire damage / overall the right rear side of his car being completely messed up for the remainder of that lap. I'm glad we finally found that incident because that was
driving me nuts not finding it. It's like,
yeah,
you spend
exactly.
that much effort, you may as well find it. I will not admit defeat.
Exactly. Because, like, I mean, I was just so curious, like, how did that weird of damage happen to a car in iRacing? And I'm glad we got there in the end. Alexander Schneider coming down pit road as well now.
Rex Soy and Travis Linscomb Hatfield fighting it out. This is for 5th and 6th in the GT Pro category as drivers still trying to find their way through. Boy, it is a tough racetrack out there that drivers contend with. Look at the McLaren slamming on the brakes to avoid the Porsche. At this point, virtually everyone still on back on wet tires, except, shockingly, Gabriel Peckley. I want to point this out. 10.5 seconds off the leaders on slicks. Something tells me that's not entirely accurate.
I mean, looking at the car, I do see the white walled tires. So I do see, visibly slicks on him. So if it is a timing tower error, it'd be an error with also the graphic model in game as well.
Well, the car in front is running on wet weather compounds as well. It's just an awkward situation all around. There is a rescue skill in pit. Holy cow. What's happened to the 512? Holy cow, what has happened to the 512? That's rescue skill by WMS, who has had an absolutely massive hit into the wall somewhere.
It seems I am very bad luck for a lot of these drivers out here.
Apparently.
The second I get into the booth, everybody is spinning. The rain absolutely is monsooning down now at this point. And, I mean, yeah, how did the 512 get that damage?
Probably
let's
find
a very
out.
hard hit into the wall. Let's see. We're approaching the back part of the track here now, Lynn.
No! This doesn't even look like that hard of a hit, but evidently it was enough. And look at the left front. It's the suspension, the angle they went in at. So they're going to back it up and get it to a tow zone at least. That prevents that from being another safety car. And meanwhile, P2 for LMP2 underway. This is Gustavo Eduardo Silva and Afonso Reis. Once again, looking to go at it.
Yeah, I'm glad we still have some battles carrying on through the rain. The 87 might have looked for a dive into the hairpin, but thinks better of it this time. Bai is going to keep following through the rest of this lap, and it is so hard to follow a car as closely as Afonso Reis is right now, especially in the rain, because just the amount of spray that gets onto your windshield is absolutely massive. But here you go. He's going to look for the inside into the double flat-out left-hander. That is a risky move in the rain, but he pulls it off, and he's into second place. I mean, that was ballsy.
Hey, it paid off, didn't it? He made the move work, and it's a common tactic. Put your opponent in a bad situation and make them be the ones to yield. So they're able to gather things up once more. Overall, a really rough ride for a lot of drivers in this field ever since the rain started pouring down. Now, it's worth noting that the rain, at least according to our initial forecast, is set to go away before too much longer. Do you reckon that's going to happen, though, Lucas? Or is it sticking around for the long haul here?
I mean, predicting rain is always so up in the air as one of those BMW GTPs. Gonna take a little long service for those Sebring crew workers. We have another car that's completely missing his front end. That's the 96 of Philip Blauf and that Albrecht Motorsports Cadillac GTP.
That was a car fighting for second place in the GTP field. Locked up in deep into the wall. Same situation that we've seen, just drivers struggling to adapt to new braking points, especially in the prototypes.
Yeah, because you have to remember the prototypes, the P2s, they don't have any sort of assistances that the GTDs do. Of course, there's no ABS, there's no traction control, and that makes driving them in rain so much harder. As you see one of the Acuras going off track now. It's Carlos Guillermo for VSR Competición. And let's take a look at how this happened. And that car is still not moving. I don't think he got into a wall, got much damage.
This replay begs to differ on you.
Oh, yeah, he is very much in the wall.
Rear axle, left rear. That's such a tough break. That car was involved in the crash that brought out the second safety car of the afternoon in a multi-car pileup coming out of the Sunset Bend. And, well, that car now sent back to pit road. As a result, no safety car. Surprisingly enough for that, evidently they deemed it was safe, I think. Unless he, managed to drive his car to somewhere else where it was safe. Third place up for grabs here as Flores, the inside of Schreiber, makes the pass for third. And World of Sim Racing Teams, Corvette, after being a lap down earlier today, is into third.
Yeah, great comeback for that team there, up into the final podium position. They're still a minute and 26 off the lead as Josh Goen is doing an absolute phenomenal job for Goen Racing 18 at the moment in their 18 number Ferrari. But, I mean, hey, up into third after being multiple laps down, and only 19 seconds off Timothy Johnston in that second place position. You'll definitely take that, and definitely we'll be keeping an eye on that Corvette to see how much more time he can make over this next stint. And you know what? I'm starting to notice something. I'm starting to notice the precipitation visibly is getting much lighter, and that rooster tail as well starting to disappear altogether. And that is one of the biggest giveaways in iRacing of when you should pit onto slicks and when you should pit onto wets. If you have a rooster tail that's at least slightly noticeable, that is when you want to go for those wet weather tires. But this rooster tail over the last couple laps has been slowly getting smaller and smaller. I could say we'll probably see some slick tires again in about 8 to 10 laps, maybe.
Possibly, yes. It's going to be difficult to say, I think, for sure. I mean, obviously, changeover point for a GT car is not the same as one for a prototype, and it takes a lot longer for rain to go away than it does for it to arrive. So I think it could be about 20 to 30 minutes yet before we really get back to a full changeover, where we'd be seeing the entire field on slick tires. That is assuming the rain doesn't come back.
That's true, yeah. At the moment, the precipitation has fully stopped up there on the track, but yeah, there is, of course, always the chance that that rain does continue falling again, as looked like the O2 got a little bit slidey there. Or not the O2, the 20, excuse me. Like it got a little bit slidey there, but able to manage everything very nicely there, and looks like he's gonna have to manage his way through some traffic, as honestly, not the easiest thing to be doing, especially in these conditions. If I was a driver up there right now, I would be absolutely terrified of passing the GT cars.
You good?
No, it's just one of those days, I guess.
Vision 1 Motorsports, BMW M Team TSR both have black flags for incident limits. Boy, I think since the rain began, we've had, by my count, at least 15 different cars be caught with black flags and be forced into pit road. It has been an absolute slaughter fest out there for drivers and podiums. Right now, there is still actively, I'm counting 6 cars that have black flags. 2 of them make that 3 of them are stationary in the pits, yes, but they do still very much exist. Meanwhile, Erek Soy and Travis Linscomb Hatfield for 5th and 6th in GT Pro. This fight still remains, Lucas, 6/10 apart.
Yeah, we got these 2 cars battling it out here as they're entering the back part of Sebring now. I'm gonna be curious how this car in the back here is able to, find his way around. We saw Alfonso Rise in that LMP2 car, make his way around these quick double left-handers that these 2 cars are driving through at the moment. But that is a very risky move, and honestly, I wouldn't really say it's the smartest thing to do, but I mean, he pulled it off, he got it done. But now we're gonna see how this car is going to get the move done. Of course, the 68 of 2 La Matre Racing, but he did have to yield for one of those P2 cars, which is gonna drop him back a little bit from Vulture Motorsports Pro up ahead, and now that 65 is almost completely out of his vision.
Yeah, the Vulture Motorsports Porsche GT Pro, a former race leader here in the Monster Energy 12 Hours of Sebring, has been on a pretty good charge right now, just running up at the head of the field. Weaving across the road, might be trying to find a bit of extra water to cool the tires in. It's a unique tactic that we see with wet weather tires, where as the track dries out, when you're going down the straight, you almost prefer to drive offline, because then you can keep the tires cool enough that they're not going to fall out from under you in the corners.
Yeah, keeping your tires cool is definitely one of the bigger aspects of driving on those wet weather tires, especially when that track dries off and you're just driving on dry surface a lot of the time, especially with that that wet or that dry line forming. So yeah, keeping those tires cool is very, very important, because overheating your tires is, I mean, it is so bad. You lose all grip, you wear your tires cooler, and it just feels awful to drive. So these drivers are definitely going to make sure that they're going to keep driving through those puddles down the straightaway to keep some of that heat out of their tires, as that 65 now will be passed by that 47 P2 that just passed the 68 a couple minutes ago, and that might allow this battle between the 68 and the 65 to get back on here. But it's going to be Linscomb Hatfield has to find some time back. The 18's around.
Yeah, that's the GT Pro class leader here who has spun it around. He had a 1 minute advantage on the field, so it's not like he's at risk of losing it, but it's still a little bit of a scare. Take a look back at this one again. This is what happened to Josh Goen. Right behind one of the GTM Mustangs, and well, just too much weight on the left side as he came through the corner.
Yeah, that's a really weird one. One of those slow spins that, as a driver, you're like, where did that come from? It just kind of hits you completely out of nowhere. But yeah, as you said, he had a minute lead, so not too worried about that. The lead literally dropped from 1 minute and 7 seconds to 56 seconds. So I'm sure Josh Gowen and Gowen Racing as a whole, not going to be too worried about that incident, as well as that 18 going to be passed by 2 GTPs now coming down the straight into the final corner.
And we've got more drivers that are going to be sent tumbling down the overall run order of this one. Man, it's just such a tough break for so many of the drivers in this pack here. You have to feel for a lot of the teams whose races have been completely derailed. Oh, it's not over. The rain is back, Lucas.
Oh, yes, it is. My prediction of getting onto slicks pretty soon is completely out the window now, as that precipitation is up and running once again. And this race could stay wet for probably the next hour and a half, even 2 hours, if this rain just continues for a little bit longer here. And it's not going to ease up on these drivers. All these tricky conditions are here to last. It looks like Mother Nature not having Mother Nature not taking it easy on these drivers here tonight.
Battle for fifth is still the furthest one up the racetrack out of any class this afternoon, but you do have this one as well back in GTM. That is off of the SS Racing's Michael Garone and Ryan Steinhoff for Intercom Fisher Motorsports that are set to duke it out. So 2 GT battles, 1 in Pro, 1 in Am, and that is what is keeping us thoroughly entertained here as the track conditions continue to ebb and flow.
Yeah, just a couple battles that are close on the track is all we have to keep us entertained. And yeah, I was kind of thinking about it before the cast here tonight. I was like, I get to cast an endurance race with Nolan, and I'm thinking about it. I think I have the most time casting with you than I do any other person on the planet. And that has to be because of, SRA, ZTRL, and I mean, maybe one of my Ball State guys here gets close on time, but just thinking about the sheer amount of Friday nights and Saturday nights we've casted, I think that's pretty true to say.
Well, and even after I wrap up my shift here in about 40 minutes, we're still not ending off, are we? Because I'm dragging you back into the booth with me tonight for SRA as well, for the Truck Series. As we've got more issues, Bravo Snow Shatton being caught with a black flag after an incident. This is what has happened to them. They were in the middle of a host of traffic. Element 2 spins in front, and they just pile in with nowhere to go. Boy, there's a few cars that have gone around in this one.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I'm surprised that wasn't a full course caution there. I mean,
they all drove away.
All the drivers, yeah, they were able to get back on the track relatively safely, but it was a pretty decently sized pile up there, and a lot of cars approaching at racing speeds, not able to check up in time. I mean, the rain makes checking up in time even that much harder, as we have a little bit of a scrap going on between these GTD cars and this P2 car. That's the 23-22 machine trying to make its way through, almost rear ends the Ferrari ahead.
Off in the SS Racing, continuing to lead the way up front, and you have yourselves a Dallara P217 from behind, trying to go down the inside. And into Le Mans, the BMW gang cuts in because he's trying to avoid losing as much ground as he can to Intercom Fisher Motorsports. Just about less than a second now down the road. And this is what it looks like in front of Michael Garone. Not a pleasant sight to see for sure. Boy, the spray gets thick coming off of some of the higher speed corners.
I honestly can't imagine driving this track in a GTP in the wet like this. I mean, think about that last corner, how bumpy it is, how much on the edge of limit of traction you actually are, and how one wrong throttle input in just that last corner alone can send you around. I mean, it must be such a difficult task for these drivers out here today. And honestly, I know we've had a few bit of incidents since the rain came out, but only probably 5 or 6, maybe 7 or 8 at this point. That's really, really good. I mean, this track is so difficult. It brings so many challenges with the bumps, and throwing rain on top of all of that, I mean, sheesh, it is very hard for these drivers out there today. They're all doing a really good job of handling the situation well.
Fight for 5th remains ongoing. A battle starting to close in for number 2 in LMP2 here. Fury Sim Sports, Dylan Babcock trying to run down Dominic Eisenberg at the head of the field. At the moment, nobody in GTP is separated by less than 30 seconds. So right now, Felipe Sonner continuing to lead the way in strong fashion. Whereas Silva tries to see if he can hold on with Dylan Babcock trying to run him back down.
This battle going to continue on here now between Babcock and Silva, and a little bit of traffic might just be playing into the hands of Babcock very well here, as that gap is going to now go down and go down through the first couple corners of Sebring. And entering turn 7 they go. Gonna beat 4 cars all under a blanket here. We are going to get through it safely, but that looked pretty sketchy a couple seconds ago.
No, don't say that too soon. We've had a few cars get spun out on the exit of the hairpin by just chopping across the nose of some of the drivers they've been fighting around. As a result of that, Babcock going to lose about half a second up to Silva. We'll check back on that in a moment. But for now, Erexoy still trying to keep Travis Linscomb-Hatfield at bay. Virtually everyone at the moment running on wet weather tires in this field. Well, I say that there is a few actually that are running on slicks, allegedly at least, among those being Felipe Sonner, but again, I have my doubts. That is what ATVO is telling me, and I'm going to go on a limb and assume that is not accurate. Problems were the 123, who has gone around in a significant fashion and has been forced to take a tow to pit road.
Yeah, the 123 getting caught out there. Let's take a look at how this actually happened. This is, of course, the Twin Turn SR racing team by Dabika Bornheim. Their Porsche GT.
Oh, no!
Whoa!
Oh, my
Massive
goodness.
hit into the outside wall from a spitting GT3 ahead of him.
That should have been a safety car. I mean, the first safety car of the day was one in that same position. I have no idea how that wasn't one either. Talk about being caught up at the worst possible angle into a temporary tire wall. Never saw it coming. Right on board.
At the onboard look now with the 1-2-3. Watch how suddenly and quickly this all ensues. As 1 second you're fine, the next second you're instantly into the wall. And that hit, I mean, he's going 150, 160 miles an hour there probably.
Boy.
That is scary, scary, scary stuff. And that car, it's going to be hard, probably impossible to get it fixed before the race ends.
Yet again, another situation where you look at a crash and boy, you are glad that it is just a sim. That is just total devastation for the twin-turn SR by Rebecca Bornheim, number 123.
And for a car with such good drivers like Stefan Jacobi, Ryan Serlich, and Marc-Antonio Fodora, it's going to be a really rough end of the day, not even halfway into this race here today. And I mean, that is just such a tough break. I mean, I feel like tough break is the word of the hour right now, or the phrase of the hour, because so many of these cars have just gotten really unlucky with the rain, been put in completely unfortunate circumstances that are completely out of their control. And the 1, 2, 3 going to be the next victim of the rain here tonight.
Watching the battle for second place between Michael Garone and Ryan Huff. Huff got close enough. He could have had a look to the inside if he wanted to, but he was forced to opt against it. This is off of the SS Racing and SRM Motorsports in the GTM category. And they're going to have to let by one of the other Rebecca Bornheim cars through. Twin turn SR back down the inside. This putting that BMW offline and letting the Mercedes close in.
Yeah, the battle between SRN Motorsports and Off NES's Racing heating up here now. This is just 0.3 of a second between the two of them. Ryan Huff in that 75 looking for the slipstream down the airport stretch. Into the final corner they go. And it's going to be tough. The 83 might have lost a little bit of time there. Can the 75 find a good exit off the final corner down the front straight? He might be able to. He's going to be side by side into turn 1.
GTP traffic makes its way on through, and just like that, Ryan Huff completes the pass on Michael Garone. Pretty easy run there for the duo. Although some headlight flashing from Garone. Maybe he disagrees. I don't know what Ryan Huff did wrong there that Garone thinks he did, but evidently some drivers maybe getting a little bit hot under the collar with the challenging conditions. Auto shot, make that Superstar Racing Team has had another spin. Still with Tony Allison behind the wheel. No, it's not even a spin, he just went in way hot.
Yeah, it just looked like Allison went hot into a corner there. You know, hit the cones a little bit, but no harm, no foul. They're going to pull it back onto the racing surface and just be fine to continue on. Yeah, Michael Garone, I'm assuming it was more, it could have been an anger flashing lights. I'm assuming it was more of a joke flashing lights because he did make a mistake in turn 17, and because of that, he lost the position down the front stretch into turn 1. So there's nothing really to be angry at Ryan Huff for. You simply made a mistake of your own, so I'm assuming it's going to be more of a joking flash. As Josh Gowen, the leader of this GTD Pro Pack, has now caught up to that battle we were just on board with. So we'll see how those two sort themselves out here in the next coming laps. But here we go, the 23, the PT leader, the P2 leader as well, looking to get his way around the 18. So we have two class leaders under a blanket here.
Easy peasy, 11 squeezy for Dominic Eisenberg, the driver that has been in a dominant position for much of this race today. Holy cow, look at the spray down that straightaway. That is nerve-wracking to watch. And some GT traffic getting argy-bargy with one another. Again, they're able to fight their way on through, but we're starting to see a lot of drivers dipping more and more into the water here. But look at all the standing water that's starting to form. Yeah, there's a dry line, but a lot of puddles forming on the edge of the racetrack as this rain continues to pelt onto the Sebring International Raceway.
And the puddles at Sebring are so scary. As you see there, one at the apex of turn number 5, that is. The puddles are so scary, and they form so oftenly because this track is so bumpy. There's more uneven surfaces for these puddles to actually form here on the racetrack. As oh no, it's going to be their 4th place near GTD Pro Series at 57 of Chris Tybert for Double Stint Racing, completely off of the track here. The gap behind him is pretty decently big, so he's probably not going to lose too many positions off of that, but he's just going to loop it in turn 7 there, and that's going to be an unfortunate series of events.
Yet again, just another driver getting a little bit more unsettled than I think they may have liked. 6.5 minutes on the cards. 6.5 minutes? 6.5 hours. Got a little bit more than 6.5 minutes.
Just slightly more time than
I've been up
6
since
minutes,
4:30 in the
here.
morning. I don't want to hear it.
Oh, wow. I mean, hey, I've been up since 1 in the afternoon, so...
Lucky.
That is what they call me. That is what they call me.
Tell you what, I'm impressed with the lead that Josh Goen has been able to build up as a result of this run. I mean, he has been having an absolute tear of it all race long. A frankly phenomenal drive for Josh Goen and co here today. They are hoping they don't get a safety car because they've got a near 1 minute advantage over the field right now.
Yeah, we're going to have a replay here. This is second place in your GTP series, Gabriel Peckley. Just getting past that BMW there for Bravo Snow Shaded. And oh, big snap of rear lockup there. Going to put him off the road in turn 3, but keeps it out of that tire barrier. Very crucially keeps out of the tire barrier. He's able to pull back on the racetrack.
Oh,
no harm,
hello.
no foul. The 96 of Philip Blunt as well. Going to go off the racetrack, but he's got an escape road that he can use. And once again, no harm, no foul from 96 machine there. And yeah, I think all of these class leaders would really be cursing caution at the moment. I mean, Felipe Sonner has 46 seconds over the guys in second. Dominic Isenberg has 38 seconds over the guys in second. And as you mentioned, Goen has 54 himself. So a caution would hurt all of the leaders here because they've all done a really good job of extending the gap to second place.
No more battles at this point on the racetrack. Drivers at this point are racing the track more than they are racing each other. We'll go for a lap here with Felipe Sonner, and he took quite a bit of an onboard from one of the GTMs earlier in this race, and it's a completely different perspective from the GTPs, isn't it? As we see him trying to run down one of the LMP2s just in front of him.
Yes, I love these onboard rides because, I mean, you get to hear the engine of that that BMW roaring, and it sounds so good on here with BMW M Team Delta Racing as he's, like you said, trying to chase down one of these P2s. And I just honestly want to listen to the engine because it's honestly just brilliant, the sounds I'm hearing from it right now.
Problems for Rick Team Racing. They have just had a moment. So we jump back. These guys were once in a huge fight for second place. Now they are all the way down to fourth after they lose the rear end on the way into Tower Turn. And you want to talk about second place. How about Gustavo Eduardo Silva and Dylan Babcock fight it out of the final corner for number 2.
Here we go, this LMP2 battle that we saw maybe, 25, 30 laps ago at this point. It's going to heat back up here as that gap between Fury Simsport and Red Lab Competizione is just under half of a second. Now that 30 trying to chase down that 552 into turn 4. There's going to be lap traffic. That GT car is going to get completely out of both of their ways, not wanting to inhibit either of the drivers too much, but it looks like Red Lab Competizione had a much better time with that lap car, and Dylan Babcock going to lose about 7/10 of a second just in turns 4 and 5 alone.
Well, the gap was down to about 0.3 of a second. It is quickly extending, though, as Silva, clearly the quicker wet driver contender, but Babcock seems to be a little bit better at actually making his way through lap traffic when they get there. So he's got to hope that they catch some more of that traffic before too long to help him reel the gap back in. Superstar Racing Team and Tony Allison having another spin coming around to the Cunningham section.
Yeah, and the bad gets worse here for Tony Allison as that is a big hit into the outside wall. The rear bumper of that machine completely off of the car now. And
it's broke. It's completely
that
broke.
car does not look good.
Carbon copy of what we saw happen earlier in this race. Oh, and he's going to lose it in the same place again as well, where he took a couple of cars out earlier on. So he's second, straight to the wall. Talk about deja vu.
I mean, he just has to pull that thing into the pits. That AutoShot SRT McLaren 720S just has not had a great stint at all at the moment. I think I might be the worst luck charm for that car there, because the entire time I've been in the booth, that car has not had the best of it. So I would like to formally apologize to that entire team and everybody over there for the bad luck I've brought you guys.
You know, we speak about deja vu. Did you know that the first ever rain race in VSCA history was at Sebring in 2024?
I did not know that, but I do now, and that's just Mother Nature having her way in Florida. That's about all I can think about that.
It's weird how history has a tendency to repeat itself sometimes when it comes to sim racing. Into pit road for Francisco Silva and Jesse Deschazier. So Rick Team Racing and Flight Level Racing both into the box. These are for scheduled stops. And I'd be surprised if they're putting on anything other than wet weather tires at this point here, Lucas.
Yeah, it definitely has to be the wet weather tires still. I mean, the rain just stopped, 5 minutes ago, and the threat of it picking up again is very, very great, as we saw it already pick up a second time already this race. And actually, the rain is still going. I'm speaking completely out of my mind here. That rain is still pouring down on these drivers. The track is very wet. It has to be wet. Yeah.
Well, it's just not raining as heavily on one side of the racetrack as it is on the other. That's all.
That makes sense. I'm glad I haven't lost my mind completely. Whoa, 57, pulling way off to the inside of the racetrack here. I think he's just letting some of his other competitors go by. Getting out of the way of, it's going to be the 77 of Lucas Cerqueira is just going to let by, because no reason to get caught up in a battle that's not even your own class. Yeah, very shaky. I mean, this corner has to be impossible in the wet. I'm surprised we haven't seen 10 cars go off there.
Well, you can almost guarantee that these guys have been practicing that, because the rain has been known to the forecast for some time, so they will have been practicing and practicing and practicing, probably even torrential conditions, to try and make sure that they know what to do and how to handle that corner. Jamie Littleton peeking to the inside, but unable to mount a charge on Lucas Cerqueira.
Yeah, these two Porsches going to be battling it out here. The 77 leading the 66 at the moment. And it looks like the battle's going to get slightly inhibited by this 552. That P2 car looking to make his way around the 66 here, and it's getting really, really dicey between this jostling for position, with the lap traffic getting thrown into the mix of it all. And yeah, those two cars of, Vulture Motorsports Plus and Virtual Power Sim Racing going to keep looking to battle it out for, I believe, is 9th or 10th in that GT Pro standings.
So once again, Croquiera continues to fight this one out with Littleton. Oh, a lot of GT traffic, GTP and LMP2 traffic trying to fight their way through. And for a moment, I thought that Pack Simsport had the mother of all crashes in the middle of all of this. They were able to hold it on the road. Yikes. Quite the drive that Pack Simsport is having today, and that car's already been put through the ringer more than once. They're just hoping to survive to the end.
Now that 75 of Ryan Huff is going to make his way down pit road. Of course, for SRN Motorsports, that Mercedes GT3 currently running 4th place for the pit stop. Car behind is a lap down, so probably going to pit from 3rd back into 3rd. But that car is going to come down pit road as these battles up here at the front of the pack are going to keep ensuing.
So the fight's still looking tight, and another bit more important fight developing as well, by the way. Timothy Johnston has come under heavy fire from Saul Sanchez Flores for the number 2 spot. iRacing Today Motorsports, we really haven't talked about iRacing Today Motorsports much at all. They're now in a fight with Saul Sanchez Flores, and you've also just had a pass with Flight Level Racing taking the spot away from Jesse DeChazier, and Jesse took it away from Francisco Silva for Rick Team Racing. Take a look at how this pass came about. A sneak attack into Le Mans.
Wow, very impressive move there from the 757 of DeChazier. Just completely out of nowhere, caught him off guard, put his car where he needed to be, and I mean, just brilliant move all around. But now we're going to cut back to the 2nd place battle in the GT Pro class. We're the Sim Racing team now just a 1/10 of a second behind iRacing Today, as both Johnston and Flores are going to be battling it out here to see who can claim this 2nd spot just behind Josh Gowen, who's been driving an absolute masterclass for the entire stint here so far. 2nd, 3rd still battling it out. Through turn 9 they go, and they're going to continue this battle all the way through the back half of the track.
Oh, and boy, World of Sim Racing team having a bit of a dodgy dive through the kind of around this battle for 2nd place in GT Pro. Most of the prototype battles still pretty far separate. It's all in the GTs where we're seeing the packs starting to congregate, and particularly in GT Pro. Even GTM doesn't have much going on, but we got 3 individual battle packs for GT Pro, and man, Vulture Motorsports, a huge dive to the inside, opens up the door for Henry Maitinen from Doubleston Racing. Sorry, for Rusty Spatula's Racing to take the spot away from Doubleston.
I mean, how sketchy did the conditions on track look right now? We have 6 cars completely under a blanket, entering the bumpy corners in the wet weather condition where the spray is so big you can barely see a couple meters ahead of you. I mean, these drivers are just navigating these circumstances very, very well here. And yeah, it just goes to show the practice that all of these guys have put in really paying off for these drivers here tonight. But this battle between Timothy Johnson and Saul Sanchez Flores still going to be continuing here. That 2nd place in the GT Pro class still very up for contention, as that gap once again under 0.3 of a second now.
And there you saw the move as finally Timothy Johnston falls to a relentless onslaught from Saul Sanchez Flores. You can see that Aston Martin twitching, really struggling to keep that car underneath him. What an effort, though, from the Iverson Today Motorsports crew to be able to try to hold on for that position. Gotta give them props for that one.
Yeah, it seems to me that Aston has probably overheated his rear tires. I mean, the way it's twitching around on track there kind of informs me that he's really struggling with rear grip, and that probably is gonna start from overheating his tires, and then as you're struggling for grip, you're gonna slide your rear tires even more, which just exacerbates that heat problem as well. The 87 getting very loose there out of the corner. That's gonna let Flight Level Racing just completely throw up into 4th place.
And what that also does, that brings Fury Simsport back into the question for a top 5 here. Fury Simsport, again, former leaders in the LMP2 category today, but then they got caught with an incident limit black flag. Now they're able to go at it and try to fight again. And V1M, in fact, it looks like almost both V1M cars have had problems. So big issues for the Virtual One Motorsports gang. This is first what happened to the LMP2 entry, headed up by Rico Kohlmeyer. A bit of a how do you do, and then moments later, this was with the GTP entry. Right behind the incident, he actually tagged the back of a BMW, Lucas.
Yeah, he did indeed, and that is just a weird series of events there, that both of those V1M machines get caught up in a spin on completely opposite sides of the track at roughly the same exact time. And once again, we have a lot of takers for pit road now. Thomas Martin, Rodrigo A. Marioros, and Alexander Schneider all going to make their way down to pit road. Of course, Thomas Martin in that number 10 V1M machine. We just saw him spin around on the rear end of that 88 GT3 car, and he's now going to bring it down to pit road for that V1M10 car, V1M10 team.
Oh, and a bit of a swing out wide again for Francisco Silva. As towards the back end, once again for 9th place in GT Pro. It is a grudge match between Jeremy Littleton and Lucas Corquera. Virtual Power and Vulture Motorsports have been unable to break away from each other all night tonight. It has been quite the journey that these two cars have been on, and it's been quite the journey that the Superstars Racing has been on as well, as yet again this McLaren is sent sideways. At this point for the number 4, you have to give them props, Lucas, for just staying in the fight with how torrid of a day they've had so far.
Yeah, if I was them, I would not have the mental strength to continue this race. I'm going to be completely honest with you guys here. I might call it after that as well. The 66,
Whoa!
we just saw the battle. He's going to go way off the track in turn 7.
Hello. Bit of a wow moment, but they're able to more or less hold it. And that was Red Light Competition just making their way out of pit road with their LMP2 entry. Finally, a fight in GTM is picking up again. Interconvention Motorsports is Ryan Steinhoff and Ryan Huff are getting set to battle it out for 3rd. And these are two drivers that are 7 laps separated on pit strategy.
Yes, let's see what SRN Motorsports can do here. Now, of course, that's going to be driven by... Why can't I find his name on my... There it is. By Team McClacier. And let's see if he's able to get past the 90 car. They're going to be heading down the airport straight. Can he find the slipstream? all the way down. The Mercedes is known, or I should say the Porsche is known to not have the best straight line speed here, usually, but the Mercedes not able to close up at entering turn 18, and SRN Motorsports one behind Intercom Fisher at the moment.
Lucas, my friend, I believe you were looking at the wrong SRM Motorsports contender. That was actually Ryan Huff. Tim McLeish is running the orange car, but they're all the way back in 6th. But we do have Ryan Huff. It's actually Battle of the Ryans. Ryan Huff versus Ryan Steinhoff here for 3rd and 4th on the racetrack. And I tell you what, we are in for quite the battle here. Nearing the halfway point. 6 hours, 10 minutes to go.
Yes, you would be correct, Nolan. I was indeed looking at the wrong SRN car. My apologies. It is, of course, Ryan Huff. That is now just 0.2 of a second behind Intercom Fisher Motorsport here. And I believe a 3rd car has now entered the battle, as this battle for 3rd just became a 3-car battle. Oh, yeah, the 90 going really, really deep. Does that give Huff the opportunity to look for a move? No, he's not able to find the drive. But yeah, BMW M Team TSR entering this battle now. All 3 of these cars just within 0.7 of a second. As a 90, a little bit of a twitch, and they're going to be off the road again, as he's now going to lose not only one spot, but both of the spots there. And that is a very unfortunate miss of a braking point, misjudgment for Intercom Fisher Motorsports.
And you still have Rick Team Racing fighting it out with Fury Sim Sport for the 4th place spot in LMP2 as well. Everywhere you look, there is something going on the racetrack. It's a miracle what a little bit of rain will do for what we'll do for you here. We are nearing the end of the first part of today's broadcast. We do, of course, have part 2 of today's show, and part 1 of this stream should automatically reroute to that second part where Christian Hill will be bringing you all the action, and I'll be stepping on down and giving my chair up to Brad Daniels, who is about to enter the broadcast booth as well. But for the time being, we'll continue on per regularly scheduled programming as Fury Sim Sport looking for the inside. That's a bit of a tight move. A risky corner to go for a lunge into. I don't think he meant to do that, Lucas. I think that was more just got on the brakes a bit harder than anticipated.
Yeah, that was a cent and a half there for Babcock, but the 87 gonna look to not only pass the McLaren, but block the inside of Babcock. Down in the turn 17 they go. It looks like the 87 of Rice is gonna be able to hold off, but oh no, he gets a little bit squirrely. With the disconnect, Babcock has the inside now, and it looks like he's got the move down the front stretch.
Yeah, should be able to take that one, perhaps. It'll be a tall order, though, if Rick Team Racing wants to send it back to the inside of turn 1, but they're not going to go for it. So Dylan Babcock successfully, finally wins the battle for 4th in your LMP2 category, and what has been an absolute barn burner of a race. Your overall race leader, by the way, is into pit road for scheduled service, as Rick Team Racing continues to pile on the pressure. 3rd place up for grabs as well for BMW M Team and SRN Motorsports. 4/10 between the BMW and the Mercedes.
As those 2 cars, we saw them under a blanket just about 5 to 10 minutes ago. They actually both were able to make up a spot as the 3rd competitor in their battle went off the track in turn 7. But the battle between these 2 is still going to continue. It's going to continue all the way down through turn 16 and down the airport stretch. This would be a really good opportunity for SRN Motorsports to find a slipstream with Ryan Huff and see if they can now look for the move on to Marcelino and that BMW M18 STSR, but they're going to stay single file in at turn 17, and still not too much happening with that back straight. And every time I see 2 cars, going down that back straight with one following another very closely, I'm always assuming that they're going to be able to get a good slipstream and look for a move into 17. But I have to remember, this isn't NASCAR where the slipstreams are absolutely massive and you can literally just use a slipstream to catch up to someone super quickly. They're GT cars that, you know, the slipstream is still there, but not as big as you see on some stock cars. I need to get that like rewired in my brain, I think.
After quite a bit of on and off rain for the last hour or so, the sun has finally come back out in force. And Lucas, I think that period where the rain was going to be coming and going, I think it is finally behind us. The sun was set to come out at least for the next few hours here, and then we should be back and ready for more before too much longer. So the field looking strong this afternoon, anticipating the rain to really start to pick up again around 8 o'clock p.m. in sim time. Right now, you are looking at 4:44, so maybe about another 3 hours, and we should be looking back to it. But that is more than enough time for this field to tick back over to slick tires.
Yeah, that rain has finally stopped. That rooster tail has diminished very, very much here. I mean, I'm looking at these battles right now, is you could only barely see a rooster tail coming off from these cars here. And if the rain doesn't pick back up, Nolan, I think we could see some slick tires in about 20 to 25 minutes time, as that sixth position, looking for the move on the number 3 as oh my gosh, I thought there was gonna be contact between the GTP and the GT3 cars ahead, but the BMW able to safely navigate his way through, and I mean, that was dicey.
Pit stops very much underway. Telemetry Racing as well as SR Motorsports Orange and more all into the box this time by many of them for driving swaps. Nicholas Soul into the car for telemetry. Erexoy still remaining in the car for Vulture Motorsports Pro. Danny Fonte has jumped in for the World of Sim Racing crew in GTP. Neil Forbes in for Wastegate Racing meanwhile. And there goes Marty Jeffries fresh into the car. Also making his way back out onto the racetrack. And these drivers so far still remaining on wet weather tires.
And I 100% agree with that call. Although I did say that we could see some slicks in about 20-25 minutes, at the moment, wets are definitely still the right call, and pulling that trigger too soon is honestly just Ferrari-esque. There's no reason to risk your entire race to gain what would be maybe 5 to 10 seconds at most. The rooster tail is still very much visible. The track is still very much wet. And you're still very much going to want those blue tires out there at the moment. As you see, that battle between that 3rd and 4th position in the GTM class is going to come to a little bit of a close, as both Ryan Huff has come down pit road, allowing Thomas Marcelino a little bit of fresh air, a little bit of breathing room from that car behind, as one of the BMWs now going to make their way down pit road. That is Felipe Sonner from the GTP lead in that 21 car, of course, racing for BMW M Team Delta, making his way down pit road. And that's the GTP leader coming down pit road is definitely something you always want to keep an eye on, but he didn't actually stop in a box. Did he have a drive-through penalty? That makes sense, yeah.
That said, I don't know if he's due. I think he is due for a pit stop regardless, so it's going to be a tough break, having effectively come down twice over. Just a minute and 40 before we officially hit halfway home this afternoon on what has been quite the roller coaster of a race so far. We are right now running our longest green flag run of the race of just over 2 hours. And what a journey it's been so far.
What a journey indeed. I've only been here for an hour, but I've gotten to see insane battles, chaotic crashes, and I mean, I guess I caught it at the right time, because literally as I entered the booth for my stints here, the rain started almost immediately, and I guess it was kind of a bad luck charm for these drivers out here today is Vitor Pita in that 99 car for Monarch Racing Team. Gonna have a little bit of an incident here in the LMP2 car is, whoa,
Oh!
that's an aggressive move, and I don't know if we can be sticking our nose there in the wet weather.
And you saw one more car off the road that they had just gotten around. That is Thomas Martin for Division 1 Motorsports. And this is the spin that he's had. Just looping the back end for the Ferrari.
Yeah, just another one of those really slow spins that these GTP cars can bring out. That 499P, of course, being one of the GTP cars, it's just such a weird machine to handle sometimes. Of course, it doesn't have TCS or ABS, and it just kind of, you can just kind of lose the car sometimes for seemingly no reason, and that is going to catch out the V1 Motorsports 10 machine driven by T. Martin at the moment. And now looking back to the track, we see a couple of cars making their way down to turn 7. That Ferrari GT3 in front, that is, of course, going to be, can't quite tell the number, but Josh Gowen, more importantly, your GT Pro leader, making his way down pit road and looking for a driver swap as well. Jack Hedgecock's going to take control of that wheel.
Hedgecock's back into the race car. What we're going to do is we're going to take ourselves another step back. Let's ride on board with Felipe Sonner for BMW M Team Delta Racing. We are going to bring the first 6-hour race to a close, and when we return, Brad Daniels and Lucas Moody, along with Christian Hill in the production trailer, will pick things up for part number 2. And, well, how about that, gentlemen? The rain is picking up again. We'll be back in a few with more.